Marvel, Spider-Man? No, I'm Superman. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Superman at the graduation ceremony. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's actually able to unleash the power of the Infinity Stones to such an extreme, in the Infinite Universe. While the possibility of Ultron successfully ruling Earth was slim, it wasn't completely impossible. However, Ultron, after ruling Earth, had successfully collected all 6 Infinity Stones. And at this moment, even the Supreme Lord, who transcended the universe, couldn't help but feel a sense of threat from Ultron. Are there so many wonderful worlds outside this universe? Ultron, having just conquered Earth, thought he had completely brought the planet to absolute peace. Unexpectedly, the power of the Infinity Stones opened his eyes to the wonders and chaos beyond the universe. It seems my mission isn't truly complete yet. Ultron, having obtained all 6 Infinity Stones, stared intently at the Supreme Lord's ethereal consciousness with his cold red eyes. Mission? What mission? The Supreme Lord was puzzled. He didn't know why Ultron had even been born in this universe. Peace. Bring true peace to the infinite universe, even if the price is the destruction of all life within and beyond. Ultron's cold eyes gleamed fiercely, and the gemstone on his chest radiated immense energy. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire planet. Boom. Instantly, the entire Earth, like a balloon inflated and burst open. The terrifying impact ripped through the entire solar system. Even the consciousness of the Supreme Lord, untouched by cosmic reality, was instantly struck by this terrifying energy. Snap! The gemstone's energy, unleashed to its fullest, instantly shattered the cosmic barrier behind the Supreme Lord. Within the shattered, mirror-like barrier, the Supreme Lord's figure tumbled, utterly distraught, out of the cosmic reality. Damn it! As his consciousness returned to his body beyond the universe, the Supreme Lord's expression instantly darkened. His eyes, tinged with intense anger, stared across the cosmic barrier at Ultron. In the infinite universe, no one had ever made him so embarrassed. HMPH, if I didn't have something more pressing to do, I wouldn't let you go so easily. However, recalling his agreement with a powerful being from another omnipotent universe, Goshai Anzan suppressed his intense anger. He didn't act rashly, charging back into the universe to battle Ultron, the Infinity Stone. Instead, he raised his hands, and 2 dazzling beams of light shone from his palms. The radiance was so intense, like 2 superstars, illuminating even the entire universe within Ultron's existence. What are you going to do? At that moment, Ultron suddenly had a bad feeling. The Infinity Stone on his chest once again shone with an incredibly dazzling radiance of energy, attempting to use this immense energy to directly break through the cosmic barrier and transcend the universe. Crack! The universe's reality trembled under the immense energy, and even shattered at a point where the energy was concentrated. Ultron instantly stopped releasing energy and rushed towards Goshai Anzan, who was in the void facing the universe. However, just as Ultron was about to unleash the shattered cosmic barrier, he saw Goshai Anzan outside, a mocking smile on his face. You tiny ant, dare you challenge the bright moon? Get back! With a furious roar, Goshai Anzan instantly clasped his hands together. A radiance like a star shone from them. The moment they suddenly touched, an unparalleled, terrifying energy and aura erupted. Boom! The violent energy even passed through the shattered cosmic barrier and into the cosmic reality, directly sending Ultron, who was nearing the exit, flying. Then, the terrifying energy gradually converged beyond the universe, like a star chain, forming a connected star map. As the map continued to expand, it completely enveloped the reality of the entire single universe, forming a new cosmic barrier that completely separated the reality of this single universe from the nothingness beyond, sealing the entire universe completely. Now, your universe will become your prison. Do you wish to destroy all life in the multiverse? Perhaps wait until your next life. A mocking smile crossed the furious face of the Supreme Lord. He then ceased paying attention to this universe. In a flash, he had already arrived outside of another universe. His consciousness once again entered the cosmic reality, exploring its landscape. Boom! Within the sealed universe, Ultron continuously unleashed the terrifying energy of the Infinity Stones. The unparalleled, violent energy could even completely destroy an entire solar system. Crack! The energy continuously pierced the first cosmic barrier, But when the terrifying energy struck the second, star-like seal, it seemed to be instantly dispersed, gradually dispersing along the constantly refracting and connecting star chains, ultimately vanishing into thin air. This, impossible, Ultron exclaimed in disbelief. Having gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, he felt a terrifying energy capable of destroying the universe, surging through him. This gave him the confidence to annihilate all life in the infinite universe, bringing complete peace to it. However, cruel reality dealt him a resounding slap in the face. Filled with resentment, he continuously unleashed the power of the Infinity Stones to its fullest, attempting to breach the outermost, new cosmic barrier. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break the barrier. Beyond the infinite universe, the figure of the Supreme Lord continued his journey of exploring cosmic reality. His form rapidly flashed outside each hexagonal spherical universe, observing the reality within. From time to time, he shone a powerful beam of light into the universe, marking it. Gradually, his figure gradually retreated from the specific universe he had sealed. As the Supreme Lord's figure retreated, a massive head slowly emerged from the sealed universe. Why do I have to experience such cosmic crises repeatedly? The observer gazed at the Infinity Stone Ultron, who, within the sealed cosmic reality, continued to release the energy of the Infinity Stones in an attempt to break the cosmic seal. His eyes were filled with helplessness. As an ordinary member of the Observer clan, he had observed cosmic reality for countless years. Yet, he had never imagined that crises capable of impacting the infinite universe would occur twice in a single moment. The pact between the Supreme Lord and another almighty being could potentially destroy the barrier between the omniverses, causing the two to merge and collide. This would undoubtedly be a cosmic crisis. However, before the observers could devise a solution, they discovered that even within their own universe, peace was not unrest. The appearance of Ultron, the Infinity Stone, once again plunged the entire infinity into the brink of destruction. Even now, the Supreme Lord had used powerful means to seal Ultron within his own universe. However, the observer's secret observations during this period revealed that Ultron's understanding of the Infinity Stones was rapidly improving. This meant that one day, Ultron could successfully break the Supreme Lord's seal, escape his universe, and threaten the entire multiverse. Ultron's conviction to destroy all life in all universes and bring true peace to the infinity was undoubtedly a powerful blow to the entire multiverse, even to the observers themselves. Am I truly forced to break the oath we observers uphold and interfere with the development of cosmic reality? At this moment, the observers' gaze flickered, as if they were caught in a difficult decision. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. If the reality of the infinite universe and all life are destroyed, then what is the point of our existence as observers? Suddenly, the observers, caught in a dilemma, suddenly understood everything. Although they had long ago sworn not to interfere with the development of the universe, this moment was clearly not a serious problem that they could solve by adhering to their oath. The infinite universe was in danger of destruction. If they, the observers, did not intervene, they would lose their purpose for existence. Perhaps that person can help me. I am Watu. I will give everything to protect the reality of the infinite universe, even if it means betraying my oath. At this moment, Watu, who had suddenly transformed from an observer to an interferer, suddenly thought of the human who had not long ago broken the cosmic barrier and personally destroyed a universe on the verge of extinction. Earth, Midtown High School in New York City. As the year passed, a new class of graduates finally arrived. Undoubtedly, Peter was among them. Now, please invite our proud graduates to the stage to receive their bright new futures. With the conclusion of the principal's impassioned speech, the most exciting part of the graduation ceremony finally began. At this moment, nearly all of this season's graduates, clad in their academic gowns, took the stage one by one to receive their diplomas. Snap! The sound of photos rang out. Accompanied by the cheers of countless students, one after another, they took the stage to receive their diplomas. This marked the end of their high school years. Whether they would enter the workforce or pursue further studies at university was up to them. Damn it! We're almost graduating, and why is Peter still late? Downstage, Gwen, in her academic gown, looked anxious. As other students continued to take their diplomas, Peter, who had been absent for months, under the guise of an internship, still hadn't appeared. Swish! Just as Gwen's anxious expression sank, a figure streaked across the sky above the school and instantly descended beyond the crowd. However, his speed was so extreme that only after he had already landed did the crowd realize they had heard the whirring sound. What was that just now? Was it Superman? Countless people looked up at the sky, where the figure had vanished, wondering if it was Superman flying overhead. I don't think so. Mr. Superman hasn't appeared in a long time. I think it could be the God of Thunder, or one of the X-Men with superpowers. Ever since the last alien invasion, Thor and the mutants have been fully exposed to the public. Their constant appearances, helping humanity resolve crises, have garnered countless adoration. In a short period of time, their popularity among the human race approached that of Superman, who hadn't appeared in months. Therefore, some speculated that the figure that had just passed overhead wasn't Superman, but some other flying superhero. Ahem, let's move on to presenting the graduation certificates to the next student. On the stage, the principal coughed into the microphone, refocusing the attention of the students who had been distracted by the figure passing overhead. Then he continued, "Peter Parker, please come up to the stage to receive your diploma." Wow. So cool. This guy's outfit is so authentic. However, as the principal finished his words, a sudden roar erupted from the crowd of students. What's going on? Why are they so noisy? The principal looked up in confusion, puzzled by the clamor. PFFT, but then, watching the figure approaching the podium, he couldn't help but look shocked. Shit, this student is really good at showing off. Why didn't I get to dress up as such a cool superhero when I graduated? Watching Peter, dressed in his impressive Superman uniform, slowly approach the stage, the principal was surprised, yet also envious. Everyone wants a memorable graduation experience. However, when he graduated, there weren't many cool superheroes to dress up as. At most, they could wear Captain America uniforms and attend graduation ceremonies. Even so, it would have caused a stir among the entire student body. Yet, now, some students are keeping up with the times and dressing up as Superman on stage for graduation. Peter Superman. Damn. Why didn't I think of that before? However, among the many students staring at the man in his Superman uniform, only Gwen's face showed not only shock but also a hint of disbelief. Unlike everyone else, with her powerful spider sense, she could sense the unreserved, overwhelming power within Peter. There was no doubt that the man standing before them wasn't Peter, dressed as Superman, attending graduation. It was the real Superman, Peter Parker. So, this guy already knew I was Spider-Man. Upon learning Peter was Superman, Gwen couldn't help but wonder if Peter had already discovered her hidden identity. Ahem, Peter Parker, congratulations on your graduation, and that outfit is really cool. The principal handed Peter his diploma and, looking at the imposing figure standing before him, like the real Superman, couldn't help but offer a compliment. Thank you, Principal. Peter smiled, but offered no explanation. He could have openly presented himself as Superman, but there was no need to trumpet his identity. Observer, what are you doing here? Just as Peter received his diploma and was about to face the students and take a photo with the principal, he noticed a huge head suddenly appear above the students. Mr. Peter Parker, the infinite universe is facing a huge crisis. I came here this time hoping to get your help. Chapter 127, the series of uninvited guests. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Peter wasn't the only one who noticed a massive figure in the void. Countless others noticed a figure suddenly appearing in the air. Almost no one had ever seen anything so strange. I'm sorry to interrupt your graduation ceremony, but for the safety of the entire multiverse, I have no choice but to do this. The enormous figure didn't speak, but the voice reached Peter's ears. What exactly is this crisis threatening the entire multiverse that you're talking about? Seeing that the observer had actually violated his vow not to interfere with the development of the universe and come seeking his help, even Peter couldn't help but wonder what kind of crisis had occurred. The entire multiverse contains a nearly infinite number of individual universes. While the development of individual universes varies, they generally don't affect the development of the entire multiverse, even if some of them are destroyed. However, some individual universes have unique realities. Their developments transcend the laws of nature and can even affect the course of the entire multiverse. The observer's massive body towered above the void, calmly explaining to Peter the crisis currently sweeping across the entire multiverse. So, the special crisis you're talking about is occurring in a specific, single universe. Peter quickly extracted the key information from the observer's words. You're right. In a universe not dissimilar to yours, Earth's reality isn't as fortunate as this one. Having a powerful superhero like you to protect it, humanity's reckless development and war ultimately brought true destruction upon itself. The out-of-control AI Ultron has turned Earth into hell and apocalypse for humanity. Robots have taken over the Earth, wiping out all humans. As the observer spoke, a vivid, mirage-like effect appeared in the sky. Like a holographic projection, it depicted the rise of AI, manipulating an army of robots to slaughter every human on Earth. Until humanity was completely annihilated, Ultron's army completely occupied the Earth. However, up to this point, everything remained under control. Even if Earth's humanity was completely annihilated and robots took over, it was still the normal course of cosmic reality, until Ultron, who had taken over Earth, obtained the universe's most powerful artifacts, the 6 Infinity Stones. Then the entire infinite multiverse was plunged into colossal crisis. The images in the void shifted continuously, eventually converging into a gigantic robotic figure. The Infinity Stones encrusted in its chest shone brightly. The red light emanating from its eyes seemed incredibly powerful, with a hint of destruction. The mere sight of it filled one with a sense of panic and fear. It seemed devoid of any emotion, incomparably cold and indifferent. Ultron, who has collected all 6 Infinity Stones, looking at the massive, oppressive, and icy figure of Ultron emerging from the void, Peter instantly understood the meaning of the infinite multiverse crisis the observer had spoken of. Before his time travel, he had seen an animated depiction of this crisis from Ultron. However, in the plot, it seemed that the ultimate defeat of Ultron was achieved by several special heroes assembled by the observers from various universes. Despite numerous setbacks, they ultimately defeated Ultron, thanks to the masterful efforts of the super god Dark Strange, along with a few other scoundrels. They sealed Ultron within a pocket dimension, thus completely resolving the crisis sweeping the multiverse. And now, the observers didn't seek out Dark Doctor Strange, but instead sought his help for the peace conference. Could it be simply because they had met before? I haven't actually seen the Ultron you're talking about, but I do know him. Peter was filled with doubts, and he hesitated to readily agree to the observer's assistance in resolving this crisis. How could a mere artificial intelligence, created by humans, fully master the power of all 6 Infinity Stones, and even unleash their power to such an extreme, surpassing even Thanos, who had gathered all 6? Peter's biggest question at the moment was, without a doubt, the way the 6 Infinity Stones performed in Thanos' hands was completely different from how they performed in Ultron's. Clearly, Thanos lacked mastery of the Infinity Stones' power, only able to wield them to wipe out half of all life in the universe, even suffering the stone's backlash. However, Ultron, possessing 6 Infinity Stones, remained unaffected, unleashing terrifying, cosmic destructive power at will. His power surpassed Thanos's by several levels. I can answer your questions, the Void Observer said, unconcealed in response to Peter's question. Ultron, with all 6 Infinity Stones, possesses incredible power. Even I might find it difficult to stop him from destroying the infinite universe. Before, I was also puzzled by how, having gathered all the Infinity Stones, he could unleash a power beyond the cosmic. It wasn't until I observed him carefully that I finally understood the reason. The reason Ultron, possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, is even more powerful than Thanos, who also possessed 6 Infinity Stones, is because Ultron himself was originally one of the Infinity Stones. Iron Man Tony Stark created Ultron with the Mind Stone, and Ultron himself is a special incarnation of the Mind Stone. The wisdom derived from the Mind Stone allows him to completely control the power of the other stones, unleashing a power far greater than any other Infinity Stone owner. In the original storyline, after Ultron collected all 6 Infinity Stones, he discovered the Observer and attacked him. The Observer never had the opportunity to closely observe how Ultron was able to unleash the extraordinary power of the Infinity Stones. Now, thanks to the intervention of the Supreme Lord, the universe containing Ultron has been sealed, allowing the Observer to closely observe Ultron and ultimately discover the true reason behind his complete control of the Infinity Stones. Peter then revealed everything. I see. After hearing the Observer's explanation, Peter finally understood. Mr. Superman, now, the reality of the infinite multiverse, including yours, is threatened by Ultron. Please help me to completely resolve this massive crisis sweeping across the multiverse. At this point, the Observer, a void, suddenly spoke slowly, his expression sincere and pleading with Peter. Oh? Didn't you say before that, no matter what, as observers, we will never break our oath and interfere with the natural development of the multiverse? Peter didn't agree to the Observer's request, but instead smiled and asked back. This, although he had long been prepared to break his race's oath and interfere with the development of the universe, now that Peter had pointed it out. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the observer's face. I'm sorry, our race's previous oath was indeed a bit too selfish. Facing a crisis sweeping the multiverse, we truly shouldn't stand idly by. It's just, at this moment, facing Peter's questioning, the observer finally dropped his condescending attitude, dismissing everything as insignificant. Damn it, that guy's here, so soon. However, just as the observer was about to continue persuading Peter, his expression suddenly darkened. Without hesitation, his massive form vanished into thin air, as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Oh? Another uninvited guest. My universe is bustling with activity today. Peter, initially perplexed, suddenly sensed an aura, no less powerful than the observer's, suddenly appearing in his universe. Curiosity crossed his face. Oh? The reality of this universe seems a little peculiar. As the observer hurriedly departed, a powerful consciousness, imperceptible to ordinary people, instantly descended upon Peter's universe. The moment it descended, High Heavenly Venerable sensed something unusual about this universe. Humans from different universes, living together on the same Earth? Has this universe been invaded by collisions from other universes? In a split second, Goshai Anzan discovered that humans from another universe actually lived on Earth in this universe. This surprised him immensely. Huh? Superman. But the next moment, another discovery filled Goshai Anzan with even greater surprise and intrigue. Not Captain Marvel, Sentinel, Hyperion, or some other universe's cheap imitations, but a true Superman, exactly as depicted in the comics. Interesting. This universe is truly fascinating. Upon learning that the Superman in this universe wasn't just a cheap imitation like those in other universes, Goshai Anzan's face lit up with intense interest. No, I need to take a closer look. What exactly is this so-called Superman? Haha, no need. I'm already here. Just as Goshai Anzan was about to observe this universe's Superman with great interest, a voice suddenly spoke from his side. You were able to spot me, too. The Supreme Lord stared at the figure that suddenly appeared before him, its gaze fixed on him, a look of surprise on his face. This was the second time he had been directly spotted while exploring the cosmic reality. The last time was by Ultron, who had collected all 6 Infinity Stones. Why was it so hard to spot you? An invader from beyond the universe. Peter spoke slowly to the astonished Supreme Lord, but with the last words, his playful expression suddenly turned cold. Unlike the observer just now, Peter sensed a repulsive aura from the Supreme Lord. Huh? With that expression, are you planning to attack me? The Supreme Lord noticed Peter's cold gaze and felt a hint of surprise. So what if I attack you? Peter's gaze remained icy, but he didn't strike directly. Haha, this universe is truly fascinating. Unfortunately, you're far too arrogant. You know, there are always people better than you, and beyond the universe, there are beings you can't afford to offend. Goshai Anzan wasn't frightened by Peter's cold gaze. Instead, he spoke slowly to Peter with the demeanor of an elder, as if instructing a student. You're right, but I'm not arrogant, I'm confident. Peter's gaze fixed, and without hesitation, he charged towards Goshai Anzan's figure in the void, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! Peter's fist embodied an immensely terrifying force. The moment it struck Goshai Anzan, the terrifying force erupted, instantly shattering even the very space itself, shattering like glass. However, his fist seemed to have missed any physical contact, instead passing through Goshai Anzan's body, seemingly causing no damage at all. Haha, little guy, your strength is quite impressive, but it's useless against me. Damn it, what did you do? Goshai Anzan, initially glaring at Peter with a mocking expression, tried to catch a look of surprise on his face. But the next moment, he felt a powerful, special force erupt from his consciousness. It was as if his mind and soul were being scorched by the blazing flames of hell, causing him immense pain. Haha, how is that? This feels pretty good, right? Peter slowly pulled his fist, blazing with golden flames, out of Goshai Anzan's consciousness. Looking at Goshai Anzan, whose face was shrouded in pain by the Phoenix Force, Peter let out a mocking smile. Damn it! Phoenix Force. How is this possible? How could you possibly be the host of the Phoenix Force? At that moment, feeling the intense burning sensation and powerful annihilating force emanating from his consciousness, as if utterly annihilating it, Goshai Anzan's face was filled with disbelief. He had seen the Phoenix Force in other universes before, of course. But what shocked him most was that he had never seen Peter, a host of the Phoenix Force, in any other universe. As you say, there are always people beyond us, and there are always things beyond us, As Peter finished speaking, two golden rays of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It transformed into two golden beams of light, charging once again at Goshai Anzen's consciousness. Damn it! Wait, even though Goshai Anzen exerted all his might to evade the two energy beams, a fusion of phoenix and solar power, he was ultimately unable to do so due to the invading energy within his body. He was instantly struck by the two energy beams. Immediately, his entire body transformed into a dazzling ball of golden flame, burning fiercely. Even the cosmic barrier seemed unable to withstand such terrifying flames. Space was completely distorted, threatening to form a black hole filled with tearing force. With a roar of immense pain, his body vanished from the universe in a split second. As his consciousness faded, Goshai Anzen, far beyond the cosmic barrier, suddenly opened his eyes. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his expression was filled with fear and pain. Damn you, you'll definitely regret what you did today. He uttered these harsh words, and then Goshai Anzen's entire body instantly rushed into the distant void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I will definitely come back. Chapter 128, Establishing the SWARD Bureau and Finding Star-Lord. This? Unbelievable. Superman is right next to me. Countless people gazed at the figure floating in the void, its cape fluttering, their eyes filled with shock. They had never imagined that the real Superman had once lived right next to them. Sure enough, Peter is Superman. Gwen's gaze fixed on Peter's figure in the void, an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Who is that guy just now? Although his identity as Superman was exposed to everyone, Peter, now in the void, paid no attention. He was more concerned with the identity of the malicious figure who had just appeared in their universe, just like the Observer. And what was the purpose of this figure's appearance? Although Peter had just successfully destroyed the figure's body, he could sense that it was not his true form. He slowly glanced at the crowd below, ignoring the excited cheers. Without hesitation, Peter vanished from the spot. Mom, I met Superman. Can you believe it? He's my classmate. Shocking. Superman's true identity is family. Who would believe it? My classmate is actually Superman. I once took a punch from Superman and survived. Peter's revelation of Superman quickly sparked a global outcry. Everyone was shocked that the world-renowned Superman was just a kid who had just graduated from high school. Of course, besides Superman's revelation, what caught many people's attention was the two figures that appeared in the void during the graduation ceremony. Those two figures suddenly appeared, as if they were not from their world at all. The first figure, in particular, had a strange, alien-like appearance. The massive, illusory figure that filled half the sky made it hard to believe he was a native of Earth. Some even cleverly speculated his true origins. Perhaps he was not just from Earth, but from beyond the universe, a special being akin to true God. In short, Midtown High School's graduation ceremony became world famous. Inside SHIELD, Nick Fury stared solemnly at the footage filmed at the graduation ceremony. Have you found any information on those two guys who suddenly appeared? Nick Fury wasn't overly concerned about Superman's identity being exposed. After all, since Superman had dared to reveal his identity, he must have made all the necessary preparations. He was more concerned about the two mysterious figures who had suddenly appeared. Although the last one seemed to have been easily eliminated by Superman, Nick Fury had a feeling that things were more complicated. Perhaps these two mysterious individuals would bring an unprecedented crisis to their Earth, and even the entire universe. Sorry, Director, we've dispatched thousands of agents to investigate, but we haven't found any information on those two mysterious individuals yet. Perhaps, those two figures, as the netizens have said, are not from Earth, but from the universe, or even from beyond. Hill's face was grim, a sense of helplessness in his expression. Even though they were elite agents, they could only operate on Earth. Even the secrets hidden within Earth couldn't be fully uncovered, let alone facing a mysterious event that could originate from beyond Earth, or even beyond the universe. Hill, although it seems incredibly difficult for SHIELD to investigate them, as SHIELD, we must always be aware of every possible threat to Earth, otherwise, we'll be facing a crisis that could destroy the entire planet with no plan, and can only watch helplessly. Nick Fury naturally saw the embarrassment on Agent Hill's face, but as SHIELD, they must ensure Earth's safety, no matter how difficult the situation. Recalling the sudden destructive crises of the past, even as the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury couldn't help but show a solemn expression. Just recently, during the apocalyptic crisis that swept the entire universe, He had witnessed countless heroes fall one after another to protect Thanos. Even himself was among them. I understand, Director. I will do my utmost to investigate everything, Agent Hill promised solemnly. Okay, just try your best. Nick Fury knew the difficulty of investigating this matter unless they could meet with Superman and obtain his intelligence. Focus the investigation on aliens hiding on Earth, such as the Skrulls. They come from the universe and may have information about those two figures. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury proposed the direction. Understood, Director. Agent Hill received the order and immediately left the office to continue his investigation. Earth is becoming increasingly turbulent. Nick Fury stood up and looked out the window at the city outside. Although calm, it seemed to be shrouded in some subtle storm. Threats from beyond Earth are becoming more frequent. He looked up at the sky, gazing at the half-moon hanging high above. Perhaps SHIELD is no longer sufficient to face the current crisis. It's time to establish a special organization centered on the universe. At that moment, a unique idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Once the idea emerged, Nick Fury did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized all resources and began to establish a new organization to prevent the various crises posed by the universe beyond Earth. He also gave this new organization a rather impressive name, SWORD. To establish a truly authentic SWORD, he even abandoned the concept of it being exclusively Earth-based and began recruiting alien races hidden beyond Earth. He even sent invitations to technologically powerful organizations on Earth, such as Wakanda in Africa and Attilan, the inhuman nation hidden on the moon. Finally, he approached the most powerful company on Earth, Star Technologies, backed by Superman. He proposed the idea of jointly establishing SWORD. Establish SWORD. Haha, it seems that Nick Fury has been provoked by what happened recently. Peter, the true controller of Star Technologies, soon learned of the news. Mr. Superman, should we accept their invitation and jointly establish SWORD Space Base? Dr. Otto, the current CEO of Star Technologies, looked at Superman standing before him and recalled his recently revealed identity, feeling a sense of surrealism. However, he knew that whether it was Superman or high school student Peter Parker, they were both benefactors who helped him realize his dreams. Well, if that's the case, there's no reason for us to refuse, Peter pondered for a moment. The establishment of SWORD was inevitable at this point. After all, some crisis from beyond the universe might soon strike. For Earth, having the protection of a cosmic organization might bring greater peace of mind. Moreover, they wouldn't have to pay a high price. Simply by adopting some technology beyond Earth's capabilities, they could gain a significant degree of power within SWORD. I understand, Mr. Superman. I'll contact SHIELD. Seeing Peter didn't refuse, Dr. Otto didn't hesitate and prepared to go directly to SHIELD to discuss cooperation with SWORD. It's worth noting that Dr. Otto's octopus tentacles had already been modified, completely replaced with nanodetch materials. Without deploying them, he looked virtually indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Furthermore, for his own safety, he was provided with a state-of-the-art nano-armor suit. Its immense power made it virtually invincible on Earth, save for powerful enemies. Dr. Otto, just call me Peter from now on, Peter said with a smile, stopping Otto as he was about to leave. Okay, Mr. Peter, just as countless special organizations on Earth were collaborating to create SWORD, a special organization for the universe. In the distant universe, a spaceship streaked across the starry sky, traversing time and space nodes, arriving at the void. Quill, are you sure this is the place? Rocket asked Star-Lord incredulously from within the spaceship. Of course, Raccoon, this is the most chaotic place in the entire universe, and also the best place to sell stolen goods. Star-Lord's face was filled with a brilliant smile. This operation had brought them considerable gains. However, they needed to find a good place to sell their gains and exchange them for currency that could be accepted throughout the universe. Okay, I'll trust you again. Rocket seemed to have already imagined the huge amount of money he would make after selling all the stolen goods. An irrepressible smile appeared on his face as he slowly landed the spaceship in the void. Huh? What happened here before? Why is it so chaotic? However, just after landing in the void, Star-Lord and his companions saw a group of mercenaries stealthily surrounding their spaceship, seemingly intending to rob them. This puzzled Star-Lord. Although this place was known as the most chaotic in the universe, it hadn't been this chaotic the last time he was here. Star-Lord, how long has it been since you last came here? Well, maybe 2 or 3, but definitely no more than 5. Star-Lord looked embarrassed. He'd last been here with a Yondu, and he'd long forgotten the exact time. He hadn't expected the void to be so chaotic right now. Well, in that case, we should probably get some action. Rocket ignored the unreliable Star-Lord and pulled out a massive energy cannon, a cruel expression on his face. Ugh! Drax excitedly drew a broken blade, then flung open the hatch and leaped out. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the landing zone transformed into a battlefield. Calculate how much all this stuff can fetch. Soon, in a relatively peaceful, black shop amidst the chaos, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Drax, each carrying a large bag, entered. They casually dumped their belongings on the ground and called out to one of the shop assistants. Hey, welcome everyone. Looks like you guys made a killing. Soon, a rather shabby-looking alien approached them, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the pile of high-tech equipment on the floor. Of course, I didn't expect a bunch of fools would try to rob us just as we arrived, Drax said with a proud smile, his face devoid of ulterior motives. Hey, calculate how much all this gear is worth. Star-Lord interrupted Drax, afraid he'd continue. Hey, no hurry. Let me calculate. The shabby-looking owner examined the equipment on the floor one by one, seemingly calculating its value. Hey, boss, has anything unusual happened here lately? It seems even more chaotic than before. Star-Lord and the others, unhurried, settled into comfortable sofas, waiting for their turn to settle their bill. They couldn't help but ask the busy boss a question. Huh? Didn't you know? Over a month ago, something big happened here. The Collector, who once secretly controlled the Void, was completely robbed by that guy Yondu, along with a mysterious and powerful group. All of the Collector's collection was taken away. What? Yondu? Star-Lord's face lit up with disbelief. He hadn't expected Yondu to pull off such a stunt since he left. Boss, are you sure it was Yondu? Rocket, also surprised, couldn't help but confirm with the boss. Of course, how could I be wrong? It's because of that incident that the Void has become a place of true chaos. Various cosmic raiders and mercenary groups are fighting almost daily. Besides robbing resources, they're also fighting for territory and control of the Void, the boss explained, operating his equipment, scanning the various high-tech equipment on the ground. No wonder we were targeted as soon as we arrived here. It's because of that guy Yondu. Star-Lord still looked incredulous. In his opinion, that stubborn guy Yondu would never be capable of such a big deal. Nowadays, people fight and die every day here. This is what you call the true Void. The boss smiled lewdly, slowly stood up, and looked at Star-Lord and his companions. Boss, have you calculated it? We're still in a hurry to have some fun. Drax had originally dedicated his life to seeking revenge for Ronan. Unfortunately, not long ago, he heard the news of Ronan's death on Xander, and his hatred had nowhere to vent. It can only be put before other things. Hetty, don't worry, it's almost done. It's just a pity, the value of this equipment isn't that high. How is that possible? Boss, don't try to fool us. This equipment must be worth at least a few million. Ahem. What I mean is, the value of this equipment is nowhere near what he's worth. However, in response to Rocket's questioning, the wretched-looking boss suddenly looked at Star-Lord with an icy expression. Damn it, let's run. What's going on? Star-Lord and Rocket's faces suddenly changed. Only Drax seemed a little confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, just as they were about to leave, a silver-white spaceship slowly landed at the door, blocking the path. Fuck, too late. Rocket and Star-Lord's faces were extremely grim. They each drew their weapons and pointed them at the hatch. Swish! The hatch opened, and a white-haired old man slowly emerged, followed by a girl with 2 tentacles sprouting from her head. Great, we finally found you, my dear child. Just as Rocket and Star-Lord were about to shoot, the old man looked at Star-Lord with a loving face and said slowly, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 129, Open up the fighting world and establish the cosmic arena. What did you say? Rocket was stunned. He couldn't help but glance at the old man who had just exited the spaceship, then turned to look at Star-Lord, who was also in shock. "Wait, old man, what did you just call me?" Star-Lord stared at Ego in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "Son, I'm your long-lost biological father." Ego slowly approached Star-Lord, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement, as if he had finally found a long-lost relative. "What? You're my father?" Star-Lord, hearing this for the first time, was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't help but look Ego up and down. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My father long ago?" Facing Ego approaching him, Star-Lord lowered his weapon, but seemed unable to face such a situation, stepping back. "Sorry, son, I know it's hard for you to accept right now. Please believe me, I'll tell you everything slowly." Ego quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Star-Lord's shoulder, stopping him from escaping. "Child, come with me. I'll take you back to our home." Ego slowly stepped aside, making way for the ship's hatch, and invited Star-Lord. "Our home." At this moment, Star-Lord finally stopped trying to avoid Ego and followed him, slowly approaching the ship. "Are you really my father?" However, before entering the ship, Star-Lord still asked Ego with a look of doubt on his face. Of course, Ego nodded confidently. "Okay, I'll trust you this time." Finally, Star-Lord no longer hesitated and slowly walked into Ego's ship. "By the way, my friends, can you come with me?" After entering the ship, Star-Lord suddenly turned and looked at Rocket and the other two, whom he had almost forgotten, and asked Ego. "Of course, your friends are more than welcome to come along," Ego agreed with a smile. "Hey, big guy, what's going on? Is that guy really Quill's father?" Rocket, still skeptical as they entered the ship, couldn't help but whisper to Drax. "A father and son reunited, what a touching thing," Drax said with envy, as if thinking of his own deceased relatives. "Damn, none of them are smart." Rocket looked helpless. He was unlucky to have run into these two fools. However, despite his suspicions, Rocket couldn't forcibly separate the newly reunited father and son without proof. He could only prepare to uncover the truth in the process. Swish. Soon, as everyone boarded the spaceship, the hatch closed, then slowly started up, leaving the void. "Damn. Our spaceship." As the spaceship left the void, Rocket remembered the forgotten ship. "Don't worry, I'll have the money from the equipment you just sold delivered to our home, along with your spaceship." With Ego's words, the spaceship instantly transformed into a streak of light and began its space jump. It rapidly shuttled through space. Soon, after dozens of space jumps, it successfully exited the space node. After a short flight, it slowly landed on a beautiful, ethereal planet. "Is this your home, Star-Lord?" Observing everything through the window, asked Ego in disbelief as the spaceship slowly soared above the beautiful, illusory planet. "No, this is our shared home now," Ego said, smiling broadly, emphasizing the word "our." On the way back, Ego had briefly explained everything to Star-Lord. Of course, Ego had kept some crucial secrets from Star-Lord. For example, his true purpose in searching for Star-Lord wasn't simply to find his biological child. He wanted to use Star-Lord to fulfill his grand plan of conquering the entire universe. "Our home." Star-Lord gazed at the beautiful, illusory world below, as if in a dream, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine if this was reality. "Come on, child, let's go visit our home together." Soon, the spaceship slowly landed on the planet. Ego extended his hand to Star-Lord, inviting him. Star-Lord, seemingly lost in a dream, didn't refuse Ego. He followed him down the spaceship and strolled across the real planet, finally confirming that what he saw wasn't an illusion, but real reality. "I didn't expect Quill's father to be a truly wealthy man, owning an entire planet." Drax and the others followed him down the spaceship. Drax, with a simple expression, gazed at the beautiful planet and marveled at Ego's wealth. After all, this was the wealth of an entire planet. "Damn it, something's getting off my chest." Only Rocket, gazing at Ego's back and the beautiful illusion of the planet around them, felt a growing sense of unease. "Little bear, I think you're jealous of Star-Lord having such wealthy relatives," Drax said condescendingly, his face mocking Rocket. "You damn fool, you're the only one who'd be jealous," Rocket roared angrily at Drax. "Alright, stop messing around, let's follow." Drax ignored Rocket's anger and followed the two men ahead. Behind them, the girl following them down the stairs seemed to be hesitant to speak, gazing at the group ahead. Ultimately, she shook her head, said nothing more, and followed them. Beyond the universe, In a secluded corner, the figure of Gao Xianzhen, who had fled in panic earlier, suddenly appeared. Damn! Such a powerful being exists in an ordinary, single universe. Even at this moment, Gao Xianzhen found it hard to believe that such a powerful being existed in the ordinary reality of the universe. His cloned consciousness was powerless to resist. Only if he descended into the reality of the universe in his true form might he have the strength to confront it. HMPH, what a pity. With such immense power, confined to this universe, it's difficult to comprehend the true meaning of the universe. Although Gao Xianzhen now possessed the power to transcend the single universe and freely traverse the multiverse, he knew that there lay a higher aspiration. Just as beyond the single universe lay the infinite multiverse, so above him lay an even more powerful being, a being like a true creator god. Given the strength of that universe, it's fully qualified to fight on my behalf and fulfill the battle bet, but getting that guy to agree seems a bit troublesome. There was no doubt that Peter, the powerful being in that universe, was enough to meet Gao Xianzhen's requirements. However, he knew that if he rashly moved that universe, it would undoubtedly attract that person's attention. More importantly, that universe might have recently experienced an invasion from another universe, making its barriers extremely weak. It would be impossible to withstand the other universe. Perhaps we should come up with a solution that is the best of both worlds. Gao Xianzhen pondered what a better solution might be. Oh, and then there are those universes I marked earlier. Suddenly, Gao Xianzhen had a flash of inspiration, as if he had an idea. Unfortunately, for my plan, the realities of those universes will be buried with me. Gao Xianzhen's face was filled with an extremely bright smile, but within that smile, there seemed to be an endless cruelty. He would achieve his goal at the cost of the annihilation of countless realities. At that moment, Gao Xianzhen no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and he began to prepare his plan. Within the infinite multiverse, pale red spherical hexagons were arranged in a unique pattern within the void. Each one represented a single universe, containing an almost infinite number of cosmic realities. And at that moment, a massive figure slowly drifted among the infinite universes, as if searching for something. Finally, I found it. This is the closest point to the universes I marked. Slowly stopping before the void, Gao Xianzhen carefully sensed each previously marked universe. If so, it's time to begin my plan. Instantly, Gao Xianzhen's expression grew solemn. What he was about to undertake would require all his might to accomplish, even for someone as powerful as him. To complete his plan, Gao Xianzhen did not act immediately. Instead, he stood in the void, continuously absorbing the energy of the void floating outside the universe, in order to restore his previously damaged consciousness. Within the scale beyond the universe, time had long since lost its original function and rules. An unknown amount of time passed, seemingly eons, then fleeting in the blink of an eye. Gao Xianzhen finally restored his energy to peak condition. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into two brilliant stars as he gazed into the void before him. Then he slowly raised his hands. As if holding countless stars, they shone with an utterly dazzling light. The next moment, Gao Xianzhen, without hesitation, pressed them together. Boom! Terrifying energies collided within the void, triggering a silent annihilation. A terrifying scene, like the Big Bang, unfolded. Gao Xianzhen, with his bare hands, created a reality within the void before him with immense force. Crack! As Gao Xianzhen's hands gradually separated, the outer perimeter of the annihilated space began to form, like water cooling and freezing, a unique barrier, like a cosmic barrier. The light shone, then slowly dissipated. A small, spherical, hexagonal universe slowly appeared within Gao Xianzhen's hands. Creating a pocket universe is truly not easy. Gao Xianzhen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the creation of this pocket universe had consumed an immense amount of energy, he couldn't help but smile broadly as he gazed upon the pocket universe, floating in the void like a real universe. Next, we'll prepare to begin the battle of the mightiest of the infinite universe. With an incredibly bright smile, Gao Xianzhen's figure flashed, instantly entering the newly created pocket universe. This was a unique universe filled with cold, darkness, and loneliness. Here, there were no stars, constantly emitting light and heat like in other universes. Nor were there any planets capable of nurturing life, creating intelligence and living things. The entire world seemed like a void, devoid of all existence. And Gao Xianzhen's figure suddenly appeared in this world, bringing a touch of vitality and life. It needs some transformation, as Gao Xianzhen thought. the entire empty world began to rapidly transform. From nothing, special stone slabs appeared out of thin air. And at Goshai Anzen's command, a massive structure rapidly rose up within the void. Rumble. It felt as if the entire pocket universe was shaking. After an unknown amount of time, an arena, vaster than a planet, rose from the ground. Let's call this the Daoji. As the founder of this pocket universe, Goshai Anzen named it the Daoji without hesitation. And now, it's time to find competitors for this Daoji. Goshai Anzen's face was filled with intense excitement. Before transcending the universe, his only interest was watching people fight each other, enjoying its unique thrill. He had never imagined that after leaving the universe, he would have the opportunity to witness the strongest beings from every universe fighting each other. Although there were some hidden motives involved, he still felt immense anticipation for the exciting scene to come. The next moment, Goshai Anzen closed his eyes again, feeling the mark he had left on other universes. Amidst the infinite void of the multiverse, a glint of light, as brilliant as a star, suddenly shone from a barrier on a hexagonal universe. The next moment, this light instantly transformed into a beam of light, enveloping a figure on Earth. As the beam of light dissipated, the figure vanished with it. Where is this place? Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared within the previously empty pocket universe. They were men and women. Some even bore striking resemblances, as if they were the same person from different eras. Everyone, welcome to the fighting world I personally created. From now on, you will engage in spectacular battles. Unfortunately, everyone here is a contestant. Most importantly, if you are defeated in battle, you will pay an immense price, and that price will be the entire universe you inhabit. The immense shadow of the Supreme Lord practically enveloped the entire pocket universe. Looking down at the disbelieving crowd, his oppressive voice, like a god, made it difficult for anyone to raise a finger to resist. What the hell is going on? Countless people looked at each other, then simultaneously at the Supreme Lord in the void, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 130, The First Battle in the Fighting Realm, Magneto rubbing the black hole. At this moment, dozens of figures filled the pocket universe. Each one represented the most powerful being in a single universe. Their strength was enough to easily destroy planets. Some were even just one step away from breaking through the cosmic barriers and transcending the reality of their own universe. Yet, now, they had been transported unknowingly to this unknown pocket universe. And now, they were forced to fight against others according to certain rules. More importantly, according to the figure above, if they failed, not only would they be destroyed, but also their own universe. Damn it! Who can tell me who this brazen fellow is? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but point at the shadowy figure in the air and demanded. HMPH, whoever he is, he dares to manipulate me. Let's kill him first. A white-haired, elderly Thor, wielding a silver Mjolnir, was furious. Without hesitation, he swung his hammer at the figure in the sky. Whoosh! Thor's hammer swiftly sliced through the sky, its immense force and immense speed transforming it into a dazzling streak of golden light. Like a golden arrow, it pierced through the newly formed, yet not yet fully solidified, void of the pocket universe. Crack! A golden thunderbolt boomed in the sky. Golden lightning swirled around the hammer as it thundered towards the figure covering the entire void. Is this Thor? So powerful, the eyes of the surrounding crowd were drawn to the aging Thor's bold attack. Many of them knew, even recognized, the Thor of their universe. However, the Thor they knew was vastly different from the Thor now an elderly Thor, fully mastering Odin's power. Haha, this is a good opportunity for this reckless fellow to test that person first. Of course, some knew Thor and were friends, while others had a more casual relationship with him, or even swore vengeance. They watched the aging Thor's actions with cold eyes, using him as a pawn to test the power of the Supreme Lord. Boom. In short, under the gazes of nearly everyone, Thor's hammer, shrouded in golden light, shot like a sharp arrow through the void, instantly piercing towards Goshai Anzen's figure in the sky. However, despite this incredibly fast attack, Goshai Anzen simply raised a finger and tapped the air. The next moment, the entire pocket universe was instantly filled with a dazzling glow like stars. Threads emerged between the countless stars, connecting them together like a beautiful star map. Instantly, everything in the entire universe came to a halt. Even Thor's hammer, hurtling towards Goshai Anzen, was frozen in the void, as if the entire universe, along with time, had completely frozen. How is this possible? Is this mysterious person so powerful? At this moment, as the reality of the entire pocket universe froze, everyone within it felt a powerful, oppressive force sweeping over them. The terrifying force seemed to crush their bodies. At that moment, they were overcome with an overwhelming sense of fear and a shattering sense of powerlessness. Only their own consciousness, still intact, could still sense the surroundings. No, this power is simply impossible to resist. From that moment on, they could barely muster the slightest desire to resist. Haha, now you should all understand my rules. A star map, formed by the interconnected stars of the universe, lingered behind Gao Xianzhen. With his head reaching the edge of the universe and his feet planted on the earth, he seemed like a god towering over the cosmos. The next moment, Gao Xianzhen lightly tapped the thunder hammer, pinned in the void. Instantly, the star map behind him flickered, and with a terrifying force, the thunder hammer instantly shattered, completely dispersing throughout the universe. You dare attack me? I'll destroy your weapon as a small punishment. Gao Xianzhen's eyes were cold, as if he was furious at the daring act of attacking him. In 1 hour, 2 of you will be randomly selected to duel. The winner will be released. As for the loser, I'm sorry, you will be completely destroyed along with your universe. Then, accompanied by a majestic voice, the star map behind Gao Xianzhen slowly disappeared in the starry sky of the universe, and his figure also dissipated. At the same time, the entire Daoji universe returned to normal. Puff. After regaining his freedom, the old Thor instantly spat out a mouthful of golden blood because his weapon was destroyed. Fuck. I'll fight you. The intense anger caused by the destruction of his most beloved weapon in his life almost made the old Thor lose his mind. He was about to rush into the sky and fight to the death with a mysterious figure. Wait, man, suddenly, a figure blocked Thor's way and stopped his impulse. Tony? No, you are not the Tony I know. He died countless years ago. Thor looked at the figure blocking his way in surprise, his eyes full of memories. Get out of the way. But the next moment, the memories on his face turned into intense anger again, and he was ready to break free from Tony's obstruction and rush into the void. Hey, Thor, although you are not the Thor I know, we must calm down now. Tony did not move aside, still blocking the old Thor. Everyone just felt that the strength of that mysterious man is incredibly powerful. It is impossible to defeat him alone, Tony persuaded the old Thor in a serious tone. Damn it, the old Thor looked at the figure in the sky angrily, but in the end, reason overcame anger. The situation just now naturally made him feel the huge gap in strength between them. Everyone, you all heard what that guy just said. Perhaps, each of us here is the best in our respective universes, but now, we have no power to resist that mysterious man. Perhaps, our only chance to overcome this predicament is to cooperate. After persuading Thor to calm down, Tony said slowly to everyone around him with a serious expression. Tony is right. Now we must unite to have a chance to escape from this damn place. As Tony finished speaking, a figure echoed. Steve. Tony looked over and saw a familiar figure wearing a helmet with a golden star shining on the helmet. Yes, it's me. Oh, sorry, Steve, I didn't expect you to be here. Everyone present who knew the captain couldn't help but cast curious glances at him. After all, although the captain is the spiritual leader of the superhero team, but his strength is really hard to describe. Haha, I didn't expect me to be here. Captain America, wearing a Nova Corps helmet, also smiled and said slowly. Okay, now, we should discuss how to unite and escape from this damn place. Captain, do you have any good ideas? Every universe has a completely different reality, and at this moment, they can only accept everything they don't understand. Haha, you guys are really a bunch of cowards. Actually, isn't it easy to leave here? Just defeat the next opponent, that's the easiest way. A young and very handsome figure seemed to be full of confidence in victory in the upcoming battle. Professor X, you, Charles, you're here too. Looking at the figure who suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention, several people couldn't help but shout in surprise. Huh? It seems you have the wrong person. But since you know me, you should also know mutants. Sorry, I'm not Professor X or Charles you're talking about. My name is Apocalypse, the ancestor of all mutants. The guy with the appearance of a young Professor X said words that made some people's faces change instantly. Apocalypse? Damn, I didn't expect it to be you. Magneto, from another universe, glared at Apocalypse with rage, almost ready to attack. Alright, everyone, this isn't the time for civil unrest. Someone intervened, unwilling to provoke a civil war. HMPH. Now is definitely not the best time to start a fight. I hope we'll be placed in the same group for the duel later. Apocalypse snorted, his eyes filled with fighting intent. I think Apocalypse is right. Why rack our brains just to escape? As long as we're strong enough and win the upcoming duel, won't it be easy to leave? However, while the situation remained harmonious for the time being, not all of the people from different universes were powerful superheroes. There were also powerful villains like Apocalypse, yet they were all selfish and self-serving. And at this moment, most of them agreed with Apocalypse. As long as they were strong enough, they had nothing to fear from the upcoming duel. You're so eager to unite with others to escape here. Aren't you lacking confidence in your own abilities? Seeing someone agreeing with him, Apocalypse couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile on his face. Fuck, do you want to try the power of my god killer armor? Being ridiculed, Tony couldn't help but feel a little angry, and a set of armor instantly emerged from his body, wrapping his whole body. At the same time, everyone suddenly felt as if their heads were shrouded by some huge shadow, and they couldn't help but look up slowly. What is that? In the shocked eyes of everyone, a huge metal giant was standing in the sky. Enough, everyone calm down. Captain America, wearing a Nova helmet, slowly floated up, and a strong light burst out, forming a golden barrier, isolating the two parties with different ideas. Since our ideas are different, let's each go our separate ways. In the end, because everyone had their own concerns, no real battle took place. Instead, they reached an agreement and divided into two factions based on their own ideas. One was the united faction that united together, made an escape plan, and looked for opportunities to get away from here. The other was the confident faction that was very confident in their own strength and had no worries about the upcoming battle. Of course, there were also people who were watching and did not take any other actions for the time being. In short, at this moment, with everyone either nervous or expectant, an hour passed slowly. Suddenly, the figure of Goshai Anzan once again appeared above the universe. Everyone, we meet again. I hope you are ready. Unfortunately, even if you are not ready, the first showdown will not be delayed because of this. Well, without further ado, let us witness the first exciting showdown in the fighting world together. Now, please welcome Apocalypse from universe number 748 and Magneto from universe No. 1146 to bring us a wonderful showdown feast. The universe number is made up, Goshai Anzan said slowly with excitement and expectation, and his majestic voice resounded throughout the fighting world. The next moment, two figures suddenly appeared on the fighting arena, which was larger than the planet. They were the two people just mentioned by Goshai Anzan. Unfortunately, your luck seems not so good, you actually ran into me. Looking at each other from a distance, Apocalypse's face showed an expression full of excitement and sarcasm. No, in fact, I'm very lucky. However, Magneto looked at Apocalypse calmly, his face full of uncontrollable anger. Huh? Strictly speaking, you are also my descendant. How dare you disrespect your ancestor so much? The ground beneath Apocalypse's feet suddenly turned into yellow sand, almost instantly covering half of the arena. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the vast desert, forming yellow tornadoes, like yellow dragons. One of them carried Apocalypse and slowly floated above the void, while the others revolved around Apocalypse, full of oppression, looking down at Magneto and said viciously. There is no point in saying more, let's speak with strength. Magneto was not to be outdone, and a special power slowly spread from his body. The next moment, he suddenly floated up. At the same time, he raised his hands and stood in the void with his palms facing each other. The next moment, a bright silver light slowly emerged between his hands. Then, a powerful gravitational force suddenly appeared in his hands. In just a short moment, a small black hole was formed. Can Magneto's power be used like this? At this moment, everyone outside the ring couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when they saw Magneto rubbing the black hole with his hands. After all, they had never seen Magneto in their own universe display such a powerful force. Electromagnetic force is also one of the four fundamental forces. Strictly speaking, it is still possible to rub a black hole with your hands, but it requires extremely strong control. Tony, a top student, confirmed that this situation is possible. At the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised and admire Magneto's amazing performance. Sure enough, the infinite universe has infinite possibilities, and the outstanding people in every universe are not ordinary people. At this moment, looking at the mighty figures on the ring, almost everyone was shocked by the wonderful reality of the infinite universe. Chapter 131 The first battle ends, crushing the opponent. At this moment, not only in the stands, but also among the powerful beings from countless universes, were astonished by the immense power Magneto displayed. Even Apocalypse, Magneto's rival and the self-proclaimed first mutant, could not help but stare in astonishment at him, clutching the black hole. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could your mutant powers reach such a level? Apocalypse was in disbelief. Even though he had, over thousands of years, used his powerful mind-transferring abilities to acquire nearly dozens of powerful mutant powers, and even successfully ruled the entire Earth in his universe, he had never seen a mutant so powerful. The Magneto he had met before was merely an alpha-level mutant, filled with rage against the world, whose mutant power was to manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. However, the Magneto he faced now displayed a power comparable to that of an Omega-level mutant. His strength could easily destroy an entire planet. Haha, you'll never understand how to develop mutant powers to their full potential. Magneto gripped a rapidly spinning black hole filled with powerful gravity in one hand, his calm face tinged with a hint of intense hatred. In his own universe, he had also met Apocalypse, the self-proclaimed founder of mutantkind. He had even followed him for a time, and his mutant abilities were partly due to him. Unfortunately, like every other Apocalypse in his universe, his Apocalypse recruited and empowered him to help him rule the world. Ultimately, due to ideological differences in Apocalypse's desire to possess the body of his best friend, Professor X, Magneto came to his senses at the last moment. He united with other mutants and successfully defeated Apocalypse. Unfortunately, their battle ultimately led to Professor X's psychic powers losing control during the possession of his body, resulting in his death. This left Magneto with a lifelong regret. For the next several decades, he completely abandoned the war between humans and mutants, instead madly developing his own mutant abilities. This frenzied development ultimately pushed him beyond the limits of his own abilities, allowing them to evolve further, reaching a power surpassing even that of an Omega-level mutant. Now, witnessing Apocalypse successfully possessing Professor X's body, even though they were not from the same universe, Magneto's intense hatred was unleashed. This time, he vowed to personally confront this man. HMPH, so what? I belong to all mutants. After shock, he was overcome with intense anger. As the original mutant, he never wanted to see a mutant surpass him in strength. However, before his angry words could utter a word, Magneto, facing him, had already taken action, unhesitatingly hurling the miniature black hole in his hand. Whoosh! The instant the black hole escaped Magneto's control, its immense tearing power was unleashed. The land, once a desert, was now torn apart by the immense gravity. Countless dust and sand flew through the sky. Like a massive tornado, it swirled around the black hole and was sucked into it. The black hole's volume rapidly expanded in an instant, reaching a diameter of several meters in a mere moment. The immense force tore and distorted even light and space-time. The arena, vaster than the surface of a planet, was nearly shattered by this immense force. This is unbelievable. Is Magneto really that powerful? On the stage, many fellow Omega-level mutants gazed in disbelief. Although they were all Omega-level, the sheer force of the moment made them sigh in awe. Magneto's power was among the best among Omega-level mutants. Damn it! Feeling the immense force of the black hole, Apocalypse's face darkened. Several of the giant yellow dragons dancing around him could no longer withstand the strain and were torn into wisps of yellow sand before being sucked into the black hole. But Apocalypse wouldn't surrender. Facing the growing black hole, he opened his arms and slowly lifted them upward. Rumble. Instantly, countless yellow sands rapidly converged on the desert's ground, forming massive barriers like golden ore that rose from the ground with a thunderous bang. The immense barriers gradually coalesced into a massive pyramid structure, enveloping Apocalypse layer by layer. Huh? Are you acting like a coward? From the air, Magneto watched Apocalypse securely shield himself within the pyramid. His eyes grew cold, and he thrust his hands through the air. The next moment, the black hole, which had been slowly advancing through the air, suddenly accelerated and, with terrifying force, crashed down upon the massive pyramid. Boom! The black hole, now tens of meters in diameter, suddenly slammed into the pyramid's summit. The entire, incredibly solid pyramid structure instantly caved in from the top. Simultaneously, layer upon layer of the pyramid's shielding was torn apart, destroyed, and absorbed by the black hole. In a mere moment, the entire pyramid, along with the immense arena itself, was completely ripped apart by the black hole. The terrifying force nearly destroyed the arena, larger than a planet. The moment the Earth and the black hole collided, a terrifying roar erupted. Light was shredded, making it nearly impossible to see the scene within the arena. A battle of this magnitude, the horror is enough to instantly destroy the entire Earth. At that moment, countless people in the stands opened their eyes wide, expressions of disbelief on their faces. Although they were all capable of destroying a planet, it was difficult for them to do so with such ease. That Apocalypse is dead, some couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that if they were in his place, they would hardly have survived such a terrifying attack. Perhaps not. Yes, if that guy were dead, the duel would have been declared over long ago. However, someone noticed that the duel was still going on. This meant that Apocalypse had not perished under such a terrifying attack. As expected, as the silence of the arena slowly returned to normal, a faint golden light suddenly appeared behind Magneto. Amidst the shimmering golden light, Apocalypse's body suddenly reshaped, as if from beneath a grain of sand. In a moment, clad in a golden battlesuit, Apocalypse appeared, seemingly ripping through space and time. The moment his form emerged, an invisible and powerful psychic force erupted from his body. This powerful psychic force rapidly spread towards Magneto. Not good. As everyone watched in shock, the psychic force instantly engulfed Magneto's body. Haha, after all these years, you still can't escape your fate of being controlled. The powerful psychic force emanating from this body instantly controlled Magneto's consciousness. The next moment, without hesitation, he prepared to directly understand Magneto's life. Golden spears suddenly materialized around him, slowly approaching Magneto's body, as if piercing his heart. Unfortunately, before I took over this body, I saw his most trusted friend, you. As the golden spears were about to pierce Magneto's body, Apocalypse taunted with confidence. Damn you! But the next moment, Magneto's face was suddenly filled with intense anger. Impossible. You're not under my control. Apocalypse was shocked. He had clearly manipulated Magneto's consciousness. HMPH, how do you know I can't resist the power of the mind? Magneto's face was icy. After decades of intensive development of his abilities, he had long since developed methods to counter the invasion of the mind's power. No, this is impossible. Apocalypse's face was filled with disbelief. The next moment, his body suddenly transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, and he tried to escape. Crack! But the next moment, the sand-like Apocalypse seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. The sand transformed back into his body, and his face was filled with shock. Damn it! Cursing angrily, Apocalypse swung his hand, and his palm transformed into a blade capable of tearing through space, instantly slashing a rift in space. Then, without hesitation, he plunged into it. But the next moment, Apocalypse's figure reappeared in the same place, as if time had reversed. No, what on earth is going on? Apocalypse was in disbelief, filled with anxiety. You'll never know how powerful mutant powers become when they're developed to their full potential. Reaching Omega level, Magneto's form slowly drifted towards Apocalypse, a powerful pressure building within him. Damn it, this is impossible. My mutant powers are countless times greater than yours. Apocalypse's face was filled with resentment. In his quest to become even more powerful, he'd undergone countless reincarnations, transformed into dozens of bodies, and acquired dozens of powerful mutant powers. But now, facing Magneto, who possessed only one power, he was crushed. This filled him with deep resentment. The next moment, overcome by intense resentment and anger, his eyes slowly turned crimson. Then, two powerful beams of red energy erupted from the alternate dimension, piercing Magneto's body. Is this Scott Cyclops? Damn Apocalypse! In the stands, a cold, beautiful woman in a red dress, with a cold and glaring expression, gazed at Apocalypse, her face erupting with intense anger. Zzz. However, the powerful energy beam seemed to be instantly deflected by some powerful force before Magneto, rendering it completely useless. Impossible! Apocalypse, in disbelief, raised his hands. From them, a blazing pillar of flame suddenly ignited, gushing directly towards Magneto. However, just like Cyclops before, it was quickly deflected by the powerful force, posing no threat. No, Apocalypse, without hesitation, transformed his power once again. The crimson flames gushing from his hands transformed into blue ice, forming a crystalline pillar of ice in the void. However, the result remained unchanged. The pillar of ice suddenly collapsed as Magneto approached. Then, the crumbling pillar of ice transformed into locusts, fluttering towards Magneto. However, no matter which direction the plague-filled locusts rushed towards Magneto, They were repelled by a powerful repulsive force, unable to get even close to him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, countless locusts, like bombs, exploded around Magneto, creating a dazzling ball of fire. But the next moment, Magneto's form emerged intact from the flames, still charging towards Apocalypse. Like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, he was unstoppable. In mere seconds, Apocalypse unleashed every mutant power he could muster. Yet, none could stop Magneto's advance. Even retreating was impossible. It was as if the very space he was in was completely sealed off by some powerful force. No matter how he tore through space, used teleportation abilities, or even used his speed, he could not escape. He could only watch helplessly as Magneto approached like the Grim Reaper of Death. Until Magneto's figure reached him. Go to hell, Apocalypse, filled with intense resentment and fear, was filled with rage. His right hand suddenly transformed into a golden spear, and without hesitation, he thrust it at Magneto's body. Poof, did it work? Even Apocalypse was surprised to see the golden spear pierce Magneto's body, seemingly unimpeded. But the next moment, his spear seemed to be compressed by some powerful force, instantly collapsing. And, along with his body, a powerful light suddenly emanated from the mountainside. A surge of violent energy seemed to emerge from his body, crushing him completely. Apocalypse attempted to transform into sand to resist the force, but he found that even as sand, he was still gradually crushed by the overwhelming force. Finally, his body was crushed to a size smaller than an atom, completely dissipating into the world. Even if he possessed the ability to regenerate molecules, he could not regenerate. Thank you both for giving us such a wonderful duel, and congratulations to Magneto from Universe 1146 for winning his first cosmic battle. Let us all applaud him. With the duel over, the figure of Goshai Anzan suddenly appeared above the universe, announcing the result with a beaming smile and personally applauding. However, the crowd in the stands seemed devoid of any excitement or cheering. They waited solemnly for what would happen next. Because, according to what the Supreme Lord had said before, with the conclusion of the duel, the losing side's universe would be destroyed along with the loser. And this was precisely what everyone must be mindful of. Because, with the end of the first duel, they suddenly felt that their proud strength might not be considered strong in the infinite universe. At least, few among them could believe that they could defeat Magneto in this state. This also meant that if they met an opponent in the next duel, they would likely crush them just like Magneto did. More importantly, their failure would not only mean their own demise, but also the destruction of their universe. Chapter 132, The Destruction of the Universe. With the conclusion of the first cosmic battle, watched by countless powerful beings from other universes, the Supreme Lord waved his hand. Everything on the arena returned to normal, as if the battle had never happened. A portal then appeared before the victorious Magneto. Magneto gazed at the crowd in the distant stands, then, without hesitation, stepped through the portal and disappeared into the Dower Realm. Now that the first decisive battle has concluded, I will also present a special and exciting program for everyone. As Magneto emerged victorious and departed, the Void Supreme Lord seemed still incredibly excited. His voice shook the entire Dower Realm as he spoke slowly. The next moment, the darkness shrouding the Dower Realm slowly emanated streaks of starlight, as if countless stars were suspended in the night sky. Then, as everyone watched, the Supreme Lord raised his hand, as if transcending time and space, and from the endless galaxy, he plucked a star gleaming with a faint red light. I'm sure you're curious about what this represents, the massive figure of the Supreme Lord said slowly to the crowd, toying with a reddish star in one hand. But you'll find out soon. A brilliant smile spread across the Supreme Lord's face. The entire Doji sky suddenly shifted dramatically, as if transformed into a vast panoramic screen. Everyone watched the galaxy rapidly zoom in. Gradually, they could clearly see each glittering star within the endless galaxy. These weren't the distant stars they'd seen in their native universe. Instead, they were hexagonal spheres emitting a faint reddish glow. This is a single universe. As the hexagonal sphere appeared, some in the audience couldn't contain their surprise and exclaimed, recognizing its meaning. Damn! Is this madman really going to destroy the defeated universe? Tony's expression was grim. Destroying a universe, he knew, would be no easy task. At first, everyone present still harbored a glimmer of hope. They thought the man was exaggerating his power, that his talk of destroying the loser's universe was just a ploy to frighten them and entice them into fighting with all their might. But the current situation seemed to confirm that the words of this madman, who had appeared from nowhere, were true. Indeed, this represents this very universe, as I told you before. Now, in front of all of you, I will destroy it with my own hands. Holding the star plucked from the endless galaxy in one hand, Goshai Anzen's face was filled with excitement, as if he was eagerly anticipating the impending destruction. However, in contrast, almost everyone in the audience watched with a solemn expression. They wanted to prevent this from happening. After all, every universe held billions of innocent lives. However, their power and strength ultimately did not allow them to do so. Feel the aura of destruction carefully. Goshai Anzen's gaze swept across the expressions of those in the doujin, seeing a variety of emotions on their faces: anger, excitement, and unwillingness. Yet, it was precisely these emotions that fueled Goshai Anzen, who already lacked a passion or affection. The next moment, a dazzling light emanated from his figure. Like a god, towering over the heavens and treading upon the earth, he slowly raised the star representing the universe. Then, amidst the resentful gazes of the crowd, he exerted his strength. Crack! A shattering sound echoed in everyone's ears. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed. In the distant sky, the real universe had actually, with this cosmic shattering sound, appeared on its surface. A clearly visible crack appeared. Impossible, everyone was in disbelief. But everything before them, the irrefutable facts, proved that everything was real. Crack! Accompanied by the increasingly clear, continuous sound of shattering glass, everyone saw that the hexagonal sphere representing the entire universe in the sky was gradually covered with cracks. In a mere instant, the massive crack spread across its entire surface. Boom! Finally, with a frenzied look on his face, the void-high celestial venerable suddenly exerted force once more. At that moment, the cracked universe exploded. Perhaps, in the entire multiverse, few had ever witnessed the shocking destruction of a universe. And yet, those present were among the lucky few who had witnessed the destruction of a universe. Damn it, this madman, damn it! However, if given a choice, many of them would likely not want to be such a lucky few. The image of the universe's collapse and explosion was etched deeply in their minds, unforgettable. The destruction of a universe also meant that, like that spectacular fireworks display, the billions of lives within it would vanish from the multiverse. Most importantly, this was only the beginning, not the end. And who knows how many more universes would be destroyed by that madman, just as they were now. Haha, great. This is fantastic. I love the feeling of destroying everything. However, not everyone sympathized with the fate of the destroyed universe. Some people, watching this mad and shocking scene, even smiled with equally deranged smiles. You damned fellow, don't you understand what this means? Some couldn't help but glare at him, condemning this contempt for life. HMPH, it's just the destruction of an insignificant universe. What's there to sympathize with? Didn't you see that endless starry sky just now contained countless universes? It's just one less, nothing to worry about. Yet, faced with a condemnation, this fellow showed no remorse, instead sneering once more. Damn it, okay, now, let's find a way out of here as soon as possible. If we continue to be trapped here, I'm afraid half of our universes will be destroyed just like we just did. Captain America, who had absorbed the heart of the universe and become a rising star, was equally shocked by the shock of the universe's destruction. But at this moment, he remained remarkably calm, hoping they could quickly find a way to escape safely. Otherwise, as he had said, half of the universe would be destroyed just like they had just been. Haha, I'm sure you've all seen the wonderful show I put on. I wonder if you're satisfied with it. As the universe shattered, Goshai Anzen spoke to the crowd with a smile. However, without giving anyone a chance to speak, Goshai Anzen continued. Unfortunately, wonderful shows are always short-lived. Now, it's time for our even more exciting showdown. I declare that the second exciting showdown will begin in 1 hour. Please prepare yourself. Goshai Anzen finished speaking, and his huge figure disappeared again in the sky above the doujin. Damn it, the second showdown is going on so soon. Tony's face turned grim. He had expected a long wait after the destruction of a universe, but he hadn't expected a mere hour. This means we don't have much time left. Captain America's face was also solemn. There were less than 100 people present. If a showdown lasted an hour, destroying the loser's universe, then, in just 2 days, half of those present would be dead, and their universe, along with them, completely destroyed. Now, time is of the essence. I hope everyone can truly unite and discuss a plan for escape. Of course, I believe some among us are confident in their own abilities and feel they can prevail in the upcoming duel. If you choose not to participate, I won't force you. However, if you dare to disrupt our plan," Captain America's eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity as he spoke. "Then don't blame us for treating you as our enemy." Captain America spoke each word with measured emphasis, as if anyone who dared to stand in his way would bear his most severe blow. "That's right. Anyone who dared to stand in our way, don't blame us for our brutality," Tony, standing beside Captain America, said solemnly. "Me too." Following Captain America's lead, many others, unwilling to accept this, who knew and shared his ideals in their universes, stood by him without hesitation. "Ahem, since we've united, how about a resounding name?" Tony, after a moment of seriousness, spoke with anticipation. "Avengers? Defenders? Illuminati? Justice League? No, since we're protecting our respective universes, let's call ourselves Defenders of the Universe." Meanwhile, Goshianzen, who had just destroyed an entire universe, had left the Dower realm and returned to the endless void of the multiverse. However, he didn't look as powerful as he had just appeared in the Dower realm. His figure seemed considerably weaker, as if he had exhausted too much energy. Damn, destroying a multiverse is really not easy, even for a multiverse-level powerhouse. Destroying an entire single universe like he just did wasn't easy. Goshianzen, to maintain his image of strength, could only hide the weakness he felt after unleashing his energy from everyone. But it was all worth it. The next moment, the weakened Goshianzen darted through the multiverse's void. Almost instantly, he arrived before the universe he had just destroyed. At that moment, as he had just seen, that universe had completely collapsed. The fragments of the cosmic explosion were everywhere. Countless cosmic storms swept across the side of the cosmic destruction, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. The primordial energy of the universe, such a precious thing. However, Goshianzen, who had arrived here, smiled uncontrollably. He raised his hands, his weakness fading. A dazzling light emanated from them. Gradually, illuminated and drawn by this energy, a gray aura was drawn from the cosmic ruins, slowly drifting towards him. "Alice, you have a more important purpose." This gray aura filled Goshianzen with desire, wishing to instantly devour it. However, thinking of the aura's even more important purpose, Goshianzen ultimately resisted the urge to devour it. Enveloped in this aura, he instantly vanished from the cosmic ruins. Shortly thereafter, Goshianzen reappeared outside a hexagon representing the reality of a single universe. Of course, if each individual universe wasn't so difficult to distinguish from the outside, someone would have known that the reality this universe represented was the very universe he had forcibly expelled after suffering a setback and having his consciousness destroyed. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Gazing at this universe, which Goshianzen considered quite unique, he slowly pushed the cosmic energy he had brought with him toward it. A grayish aura enveloped the universe. Next, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed across the surface of the previously pale red hexagon. As if stimulated by something, the red light continued to blaze. The grayish aura gradually absorbed it. Gradually, the grayish aura was completely consumed. And the previously dim universe now glowed with a deep red luminescence. It was as if from this moment on, the entire barrier of the universe had become more solid and resilient. It was as if the entire universe had been renewed, radiating with a more vibrant vitality. Why do I feel something's off? As the universe began to shift, Peter, within it, instantly felt this unique sensation. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to become clearer, like a display screen, its frames jumping from dozens to hundreds. What on earth is going on? This unique sensation filled Peter with curiosity. He also sensed that the barrier of the universe seemed even stronger and more difficult to break through than before. However, for him, breaking through the barrier was still not a difficult task. Just as he was about to break through the barrier and journey into the void beyond to investigate what was happening, his expression suddenly changed. Then, he instantly vanished. Finally, "I'm back," a figure suddenly appeared on a street in New York City. He gazed at the towering buildings around him, a smile on his face. "Superman protecting Earth? Wait, this doesn't seem like the universe I was in before." However, as he observed, he discovered something that shocked him. "Who are you? Why did you come to this universe?" Just as he was filled with shock, a figure suddenly appeared before him and questioned him. "Are you Superman?" He stared at the figure that suddenly appeared before him, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 133 appearing one after another. Yes, I am Superman. Who are you? Why did you intrude into my universe? Peter asked slowly, gazing at the familiar figure before him. How is this possible? Why am I here? In reality, Magneto was equally shocked and confused. He should have returned to his own universe. Wait, did the damn guy trip me? Magneto instantly thought of the mysterious figure who had gathered them. He'd promised to send the victor back, only to discover it was a complete deception, sending him to a universe that didn't belong to him. Fuck. Damn you. Don't let me see you again. At this thought, Magneto's heart was filled with rage. He was furious at being deceived and sent to an unfamiliar universe. In his fury, the immense power within him erupted uncontrollably. Instantly, everything around him was affected by this terrifying force, and countless objects were distorted. Rumble. The entire earth began to shake violently. From beneath the ground, it felt as if something was about to break free. The entire earth, centered on him, cracked like a spider web, stretching across an area hundreds of meters in radius. The cracks continued to spread outward. Magneto's body, unconsciously, gradually drifted into the air. If you don't calm down, I won't mind using my fists to calm you down. As Magneto's rage grew, unleashing such terrifying destructive power, Peter gazed at him with a cold gaze and spoke slowly. Peter's voice instantly sobered Magneto from his rage. Seeing the situation he had caused, he slowly withdrew his power, restoring everything to calm. Even the cracked ground began to close again. While it wasn't as if everything had returned to normal, at least no irreparable damage had been done. No, I can't be trapped here. I must find a way back to my original universe as soon as possible. However, as everything was restored, Magneto flew away at a rapid speed. At this moment, he naturally didn't want to be trapped in this unfamiliar universe. He needed to find a way back to his original universe as quickly as possible. However, just as Magneto was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of him as if by teleportation. Magneto looked closely and saw without a doubt, it was Peter, who had just appeared. I don't have time to waste on you. If you have any sense, please get out of my way, or I won't blame you. Magneto had never been a good man. On the contrary, the number of people killed by him could be as low as tens of thousands. Of course, Magneto was not a butcher who slaughtered innocent people. All he killed were to fulfill his grand plan to establish a mutant presence on Earth. And now, facing the man standing in his way, even if this man was said to be Superman from the comics, Magneto would not hesitate. You can try. Peter's eyes, calm yet filled with pressure, met Magneto's gaze. The next moment, before Magneto could launch an attack, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Peter's body. The violent aura enveloped Magneto's body, causing his expression to change drastically. Impossible. At that moment, Magneto felt such a terrifying aura for the first time. It felt as if the entire universe would instantly shatter under its terrifying force. Without exaggeration, this aura even surpassed that of the mysterious being who had transported him to this strange universe. How could such a powerful being exist in this universe? Feeling the terrifying aura envelop him, even with all his might, Magneto could only barely withstand it, his face filled with disbelief. HMPH, nothing is impossible. With Peter's cold snort, Magneto plummeted from the void to the ground. Boom. The entire Earth felt like it had been struck by a meteorite, instantly creating a massive crater. Within the crater, Magneto knelt on one knee, his expression utterly grim. He tried to resist Peter's aura and stand up. Boom. However, with another burst of terrifying power, massive cracks rapidly spread outward from his center. Magneto was pinned to the ground, completely unable to move. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Who are you? Why have you entered my universe? Peter asked calmly, slowly descending to the ground. Tens of minutes later, in a conference room within the space station, Peter and Magneto faced each other. By this point, the arrogance on Magneto's face had vanished. As the saying goes, only those with stronger fists have the right to engage in peaceful dialogue. Ultimately, Magneto was subdued by Peter's forceful tactics. I'm Eric Lancher, and everyone else calls me Magneto. Actually, I had no intention of entering your universe. I was deceived. If possible, I also want to return to my original universe as soon as possible. He revealed his identity and the reason for his arrival in this universe. It's Magneto. I never thought that in a universe without mutants, two Magnetos from different timelines would coexist. Listening to Magneto's self-introduction, Peter was completely certain of his identity. His suspicions were correct. After all, the man before him, though his age was somewhere between that of the older and younger Magneto, and his appearance wasn't exactly the same as the Magneto Peter was familiar with, there were some similarities. It was just that he hadn't been completely certain before. After all, this Magneto seemed countless times more powerful than the Magneto he knew. He was even at the level of a single universe, destroying a planet with a wave of his hand. Are you saying that a mysterious person has gathered powerful beings from different universes into a special universe called the Fighting Realm, and forced you to fight each other, only to choose the winner, and then, as a reward, they'll be sent back to their own universe, but in reality, they've sent you to my universe, and the loser will be completely destroyed, along with his own universe? Are you sure you're not lying? If Magneto wasn't sincere, and the mysterious person he was talking about wasn't so simple, it's very possible that he was the one he had encountered not long ago, the one who had trespassed into his universe without permission and was forcibly expelled. Peter might ask Magneto, "Do you believe I'm OAA, the creator god of the Marvel Universe?" "I swear, everything I say is true," Magneto promised with a genuine assurance. "If possible, I hope you can help me return to my original universe. I'd be grateful." Then, looking at Peter lost in thought, Magneto couldn't help but ask with anticipation, "Let's talk about this later. Is that mysterious person you mentioned hatching some terrifying plan?" Peter didn't immediately agree to Magneto's request. Instead, he wondered if the mysterious person who created the Dower Realm was planning something major. After all, in the comics Peter knew, there was indeed a special universe called the Dower Realm. However, the creator of the Dower Realm seemed to be a transcendent. Could that mysterious person be a transcendent? Impossible. If you were a transcendent, how could I defeat him so easily? However, Peter immediately dismissed his suspicions. A transcendent couldn't possibly be as weak as the one he'd encountered last time. Huh? Another one. Unconsciously, over an hour had passed since Magneto's arrival. Suddenly, Peter sensed once again the profound transformation taking place within his universe. At the same time, he sensed a figure reappear within his universe. It was still a secluded street in New York City, though the location was different from the last time Magneto appeared. A figure suddenly appeared above Earth. "Great! I'm finally back." Seeing the familiar tall buildings around them, the figure's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wait, this doesn't seem like my previous universe? What's going on?" However, as he observed more closely, he quickly realized something difficult to accept. The universe he was in wasn't actually his original one. Who is it? Suddenly, he sensed someone appear behind him. Their entire body instantly transformed into an icy blue, like a frozen figure. They simultaneously turned, raised their hands, and released two streams of icy air at the figure behind them. Crack! The chill he unleashed, colder than liquid nitrogen, instantly froze the entire space into ice. It spread rapidly toward two figures nearby. Reckless fellow, facing the onslaught of ice, Peter remained calm. He slowly raised one hand, clenched his fist, and swung it out. Crack! With a sound like a shattering ice sculpture, the frozen space shattered under Peter's punch, scattering into icy shards. "This guy is incredibly powerful." Feeling the opponent's immense power, Iceman's expression changed drastically, and he prepared to unleash even more powerful ice. "Wait, are you Robert?" However, Magneto recognized the man in that brief moment. He was Professor X's former subordinate, a mutant with the ability to manipulate ice. "You are?" "The Magneto who won the previous battle." As Magneto spoke, Iceman finally recognized him, his face filled with disbelief. "Why are you here too?" He retracted his mutant powers and then asked Magneto with a look of surprise. "It seems we've all been tricked by that damned fellow." Magneto's face was filled with immense rage, a desire to tear the damned fellow into pieces. "What? How is that even possible?" Iceman still found it in disbelief. "So, you were also sent here after winning a duel?" Peter asked Iceman, who had just arrived, in the space station. Through Iceman's description, Peter finally confirmed that Magneto's and Iceman's stories were largely consistent, suggesting he wasn't deceiving him. "Robert, who was your opponent? How did you achieve victory? After all, from what I understand, your mutant level seems..." As Peter lost himself in thought, Magneto asked Iceman curiously. After all, the Iceman he had known before, while considered one of the strongest mutants, was probably not strong enough to achieve victory in a battle like that. "Seems weak, huh, Mr. Magneto? You should know that you're not the only one capable of developing your mutant powers to their full potential, becoming an Omega-level mutant. In fact, once I've mastered my freezing abilities, I can even freeze space and time." Despite Magneto's doubts, Iceman's face brimmed with confidence. Even though the Magneto before him was powerful, Iceman believed he was no weakling. In his own universe, he had once used his abilities to freeze the entire Earth's space and time. Freeze space and time? Is that really possible? Magneto stared at Iceman in surprise, still seeming somewhat skeptical. How about a sparring match? Iceman was eager to try. Previously, in the Dow realm, he had encountered a mutant who could adapt to any harsh environment, even capable of transforming himself into particles to evade attack. Unfortunately, he encountered himself, and his freezing abilities were his nemesis. At absolute zero, the movement of all molecules is completely frozen. Okay, you have some time. Why don't you think carefully about what hasn't been mentioned in your previous experiences? Peter interrupted. He wanted to resolve this troublesome matter as quickly as possible. After all, no one could tolerate the periodic sudden appearance of someone capable of easily destroying the Earth and their universe. Not everyone was as easy to communicate with as Iceman. If someone who could easily destroy the Earth appeared one day, accidents would inevitably occur. Right, there are some situations that haven't been mentioned. After Peter's reminder, Iceman seemed to suddenly remember something. What is it? Including Magneto, the two of them couldn't help but look at Iceman with curiosity. That was before I went into battle. Captain America and Iron Man, from other universes, led a cosmic defense organization and discussed how to escape that fighting realm. After discussion, they planned to concentrate all their power on one person, break through the cosmic barrier of that pocket universe, and escape. However, before they could fully discuss the plan, I was chosen to fight, so I didn't learn the more complete plan. I wonder if this will be of any help, Iceman said with regret. Escape plan? Maybe it will. Peter's face lit up with joy at hearing Iceman's introduction. If there was a massive energy fluctuation capable of shaking the cosmic barrier, he would have a chance to sense the location of that universe in the endless void of the universe. Huh? Again? So soon this time, but just as Peter was excited, he suddenly felt another powerful burst of energy. Chapter 134, the troops split into two groups, and Wanda arrived. According to their previous experience, each battle in the Dowji realm lasted an hour. But now, with the Iceman's arrival, it had been less than 10 minutes. The sudden energy explosion piqued Peter's curiosity. Without hesitation, he led the two men directly to the source of the energy explosion. This time, the energy explosion occurred in a remote town. Near the town, a garden filled with birdsong and flowers bloomed. And on the ground in the garden, a mysterious blue seed suddenly began to take root and sprout rapidly. As if nourished by some powerful energy, it instantly expanded like a rapidly inflating balloon. In a split second, it broke free from the park's confines and was exposed to everyone. Oh my god! What the hell is that? How terrifying! Countless people in the garden were drawn to this sudden, peculiar object. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they gazed at this bizarre scene. No, everyone, run! However, some people instantly sensed danger. The rapidly expanding energy was devouring everything around it. Instantly, as the ball of energy rapidly expanded, engulfing everything around it, the people in the park fled frantically. Behind them, the blue energy surged like a surging flood, consuming everything around them. Houses and cars were swept away by its rapid expansion. Swoosh! As countless people desperately fled, three figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Don't they look like they were from another universe? Gazing at the rapidly expanding energy ball below, which resembled a viscous liquid, the three of them looked surprised and puzzled. Stop it from expanding first. Looking at the scene before him, Peter instantly understood the cause of this sudden energy explosion. It was undoubtedly caused by Ego, the self-proclaimed god from the life-bearing planet in the universe. Let me do it. The Iceman understood the urgency of the situation. If the energy ball continued to expand, the entire town would be completely engulfed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful blast of ice at the rapidly expanding energy ball. Sizzle! Ice instantly enveloped the energy ball. With a sharp, creaking sound, the surface of the energy ball instantly solidified into ice. Great! We're saved. Soon, fleeing civilians noticed the strange energy ball being frozen in place, and cheered at the figure high in the sky. Some of the surviving relatives hugged each other, celebrating their escape. Get out of here quickly. It's still unsafe around here. However, Iceman, having successfully frozen the energy ball, showed no joy at all. Instead, he looked solemn. What's going on? Is this so difficult? Didn't you say you could even freeze space-time? Magneto stared at Iceman in surprise, a hint of suspicion rising. This guy had just claimed to be so powerful that he could freeze space-time. How could he be unable to handle even a single energy ball? Damn, there's something strange about this energy. Normally, even energy would instantly cease all movement after being frozen by my ice, but this energy seems to draw power from an unknown dimension. My ice can only prevent its expansion, but it can completely solidify it. Iceman's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to encounter such a thorny situation just as he was about to demonstrate his strength. It seems there's nothing wrong with this energy itself, but the unknown source that powers it. Magneto didn't doubt Iceman's words. After a moment of contemplation, he instantly grasped the problem. Okay, I know the real reason behind all this. Peter naturally understood the true cause of all this. You know? What's going on? Their gazes were instantly drawn to Peter, and they looked at him with curiosity. A planet with intelligent life? There's such a thing in the universe? It's incredible. After listening to Peter's description of ego, they both remarked that anything could happen in the universe. But even if we know the root cause of the problem, there's no way to solve it. After all, the universe is so vast. Trying to find a planet in the vastness of space is like searching for a grain of sand in the desert. However, the two then realized the difficulty of solving the problem. Magneto is right. Even if I can temporarily freeze this ball energy, as long as its source continuously supplies it with power, it will eventually break through my ice and erupt with a terrifying force capable of instantly destroying the entire Earth. Iceman's face was grim. He could stop the energy temporarily, but not forever. Don't worry. While I don't know where that creature is hiding in the universe, someone definitely knows. Peter's face remained calm, even a hint of a confident smile. Soon after, they left Iceman to continue to stop the rapid expansion of the energy ball. Peter and Magneto arrived at their new home of Asgard in Norway. The reason they came here was simply because Yondu and the rest of the crew were temporarily staying there. After all, on Earth, the only people who could possibly accept aliens like them were the Asgardians, their own kind. Hey, Captain, how come you have time to come visit us today? Captain, are you planning to continue your cosmic conquests? Yondu, having received notification of Peter's arrival, hurried over to greet him. Upon seeing Peter, he bared his yellow teeth and asked with an expectant smile. While life on Earth offered him a long-lost sense of peace and tranquility, as a cosmic plunderer, his ultimate quest lay in the vast sea of stars. Furthermore, his crew members weren't content to settle down. Not really. Peter's words froze Yondu's eager expression. Then, Captain, what instructions do you have for me? But for a split second, Yondu's smile returned and he inquired. You should know where Star-Lord's father is. Star-Lord's father? Captain, how do you know him? Upon hearing Peter's question, Yondu's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Peter in surprise. Just tell me if you know. Of course I do, but that guy's identity is very mysterious. If at all possible, we'd better not. Okay, Captain, you're the boss. Yondu was about to persuade Peter. After all, the mystery surrounding Star-Lord's father was no less than that of the collector they plundered before. But seeing Peter's calm, unwavering expression, Yondu changed his tune. Captain, let's go. I'll take you to him. Yondu walked towards his ship without hesitation, ready to take Peter and Magneto into space to find Star-Lord's biological father. Wait, I won't go with you. Let him go. However, Peter didn't move to enter the ship. Instead, he pointed at Magneto next to him and said to Yondu. Him? Can he do it? It's no wonder Yondu looked down on Magneto. After all, at this moment, when Magneto wasn't displaying his powers, he acted like an ordinary human. Don't worry, this should be enough to deal with ego. Peter acknowledged Magneto's strength. Although he'd been crushed upon arriving in this universe, if given the chance, he could easily destroy Earth. Well, you're the captain, you have the final say. Yondu had no choice but to trust Peter and Magneto. Soon, Magneto, Yondu, and the others boarded the spaceship under Peter's gaze, preparing to launch and head into space to find Ego. Mr. Superman, I hope you remember our agreement, Magneto said before departing. Don't worry, once you've resolved this, I'll definitely help you find a way back to your universe. Magneto was no kind-hearted person. The only reason he allowed him to travel to space and resolve the cosmic crisis brought on by ego was because of their agreement. Crack! Just as the spaceship was about to launch and depart Earth, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted in the sky. The next moment, Thor, Stormbreaker in hand, suddenly appeared in the sky. "Hey, Yondu, where are you guys going? Take me with you." Thor had become quite familiar with Yondu and the others over the past few days, often touring Earth with him. "Captain," Yondu looked at Peter, as if awaiting his approval. "Thor might as well come along." Peter didn't hesitate. While this Magneto from another universe was powerful enough, his opponent was the god Ego after all, so taking Thor with him was a safer option. Besides, Thor was a completely free thug, so why not choose him? "Wait, I suddenly don't want to go anymore." Thor's gaze shifted between the others, suddenly feeling as if he'd been dragged into something special. Too bad, it's too late to regret now. Ultimately, Thor joined them and headed into the universe. As for why Peter didn't choose to go with them to find Ego, besides Ego's strength, which meant he could be defeated without his intervention, there was another more important reason: the next winner was likely to be sent to their universe soon. Furthermore, Peter wanted to gain more information about the Daoji and the mysterious figure. Then, he'd head to the Daoji in person to meet that mysterious figure and see what conspiracy he was plotting. As Peter waited, the time quickly passed, about an hour before the Icemen's arrival. "Here they come." Peter instantly sensed the shift in the universe, and upon Earth, another intruder had appeared. The next moment, his figure vanished. This doesn't seem to be my original universe. That guy was lying. A sexy woman in a red dress, crowned with a crimson energy crown, suddenly appeared on Earth. "Haha, your observation skills are much better than those two who came before." A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, a hint of admiration in her tone. "Of course, because I'm familiar with the reality of my original universe." The woman in the red dress slowly turned, seemingly unsurprised by Peter's appearance. However, a hint of surprise escaped her gaze. "Oh? So, you've altered the reality of your original universe quite a bit?" Peter, gazing at the beautiful and voluptuous woman before him, instantly recognized her identity. A woman capable of altering the universe's reality at will, known as the Scarlet Witch, possesses the power of chaos. You mean the mutants I wiped out, and you seem to know me well." Maxime Wanda gazed at the figure before him, his eyes filled with curiosity. This person seemed to have heard his story. "Not really, just a few of your stories." Peter could only be considered familiar with the Scarlet Witch. However, from the few words he had just exchanged, he quickly understood that she was the ruthless individual who created the famous comic book scene, declaring, "There will be no more mutants." "In that case, could you please explain the current situation to me?" Wanda quickly turned, taking in this unfamiliar universe, smiling at Peter. "Actually, I don't know much. I just know that we seem to be caught up in a unique crisis, transcending the universe. However, I need to know about the circumstances before you were transported to this universe," Peter said slowly, briefly introducing himself, before turning to Wanda. "What happened?" "Just a battle with an unknown opponent, then wiping them from the universe, and then being transported here." "Nothing much to say." Wanda thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I mean, have you finalized that escape plan you made earlier?" Peter was stunned, then explained what he really wanted to know. "Are you asking about that silly plan those people made? Maybe it's already been implemented. After all, they say they've discovered that mysterious man's weakness. It seems that after each universe he destroys, he's in a period of weakness, making it the perfect time to start the plan." After hearing Peter's explanation, Wanda seemed to have a thought and spoke slowly. "What? Already implemented?" Peter was a little surprised, then he threw a punch into the void in front of him. Crack! As Wanda watched in shock, Peter's punch easily shattered the cosmic barrier, and the next moment, Peter's figure vanished from the universe. "This guy, is he so strong?" Wanda looked at Peter's figure, who had already left the universe, and a look of disbelief crossed her face for the first time. Meanwhile, Peter, who had already reached the outer reaches of the universe, was carefully sensing the infinite multiverse. Finally, he sensed a terrifying burst of energy erupting from somewhere beyond the distant void of the universe. Chapter 135, Devour Star-Lord and Become Eternity. As Peter journeyed beyond the universe, searching for that special universe, a spaceship rapidly streaked through the starry sky. Buzz! After dozens of space-time jumps, the ship finally emerged from the wormhole and suddenly appeared near a planet. "We're here," Relieved of the dizziness and nausea from the space-time jump, Yondu pointed to the beautiful, ethereal planet ahead and spoke slowly. Is that Ego the one on this planet? Thor's unusual physique left him unaffected by the ship's traversal. On the way there, he briefly learned the target of this space mission, a mysterious figure named Ego, possessing immense power. It should be here. I sense a powerful presence from here. Meanwhile, Magneto's gaze also darted toward the planet beyond the ship, a solemn expression as if sensing something. In that case, let's hurry down. Let's finish this and get back as soon as possible. Thor gripped his battle axe, seeming eager to meet the man called Ego. The next moment, the spaceship began accelerating towards the planet's surface. Soon, the ship entered the planet's atmosphere. Be careful, that Ego is no ordinary person. He's one of the most mysterious people I've ever met, Yondu said seriously to Magneto and Thor. Why, you won't be coming down with us? Thor looked at Yondu with a strange expression, as if mocking his cowardice. No, I'll stay here. I can guarantee I can pick you up at any time. Although Yondu was a cosmic plunderer, there were few things he wouldn't dare do. But being a cosmic plunderer was more important than knowing what to participate in and what not to participate in. For example, in this case, if Peter hadn't told him to, he wouldn't have taken the risk. HMPH, coward. It's better for you to stay here. It saves us the trouble of protecting you. Magneto glared at Yondu with disdain before leaping from the spaceship 100 meters above the ground. Hey, wait for us. Thor clenched his axe, smiled at Yondu, and then leaped down without hesitation. Damn, am I really overthinking this? On the planet, Rocket and Drax were accompanying the girl, boredly touring the planet. However, compared to Drax's enthusiasm, Rocket seemed somewhat absent-minded. They had been on the planet for several days. However, after some exploration, Rocket had discovered no particular purpose for the man claiming to be Star-Lord's father. Furthermore, Rocket was incredibly attentive to Star-Lord, practically never leaving his side, as if trying to make up for decades of lost kinship. Meanwhile, Star-Lord seemed to have temporarily accepted his suddenly reappearing father, accompanying him throughout the planet's beautiful surroundings. Until today, the two seemed to have something more personal to discuss. That still doesn't make sense. Quill was born on Earth, far away from here. Why would this guy travel so far to meet Star-Lord's mother? Suddenly, Rocket realized something was amiss. No, I have to tell Quill about this. As a friend, Rocket really didn't want Star-Lord to be deceived, especially by his father, whom he hadn't met since childhood. Hey, look what that is. Suddenly, just as Rocket was about to confront Star-Lord and share his concerns, Drax, looking up at the sky with curiosity, exclaimed in surprise. Who is that? Jumping from that high, are they trying to kill themselves? Rocket, looking up at the sky himself, was stunned. Two figures were falling from the sky. Boom. One of them, just a few meters from the ground, suddenly opened its arms, and as if lifted by some force, its entire body slowed down. It then landed on the planet's surface, its entire posture graceful. The other figure, however, didn't slow down at all, instead crashing directly into the ground with a thud, creating a massive crater in the grass. Then, the figure slowly rose from its impressive landing, clutching a silver battle axe, and looked at Rocket, who looked surprised. Hey, Bunny, do you know where Ego is? Bunny? Big idiot, are you calling me? Rocket pointed at himself, a little puzzled. Of course I'm calling you. Do you know a guy named Ego? Thor continued, looking at Rocket, who was barely taller than his thigh. Shit, you're the bunny. Rocket, visibly furious after being called a bunny twice, pulled out his energy cannon and aimed it at Thor. Alright, don't bother with that little rat. I found a guy. Magneto carefully sensed the powerful energy and interrupted the two men's impending fight. Then, the figure floated up, rapidly flying off into the distance. HMPH, little bunny, I won't argue with you. Thor ignored Rocket's fury and leaped into the air. With a resounding roar of thunder, he followed Magneto into the distance. Who are these two guys? They seem to possess immense power. Drax approached Rocket, his eyes fixed on the receding figures. They look like they're coming for Ego. Something's wrong. Hurry and catch up. Rocket finally remembered Thor was asking about Ego, but his expression suddenly changed, and he anxiously chased after them. On the planet, in a unique hall, such overwhelming power is filling my entire being. Star-Lord's body floated in the void, radiating an incredibly dazzling light. An immensely powerful force filled him. Below him, The white-haired ego raised his hands, two azure beams of light condensing from them. Like ropes, they connected to Star-Lord's body in the air. The same terrifying power as that within Star-Lord also permeated Ego's body, filling him with an immense excitement. "Son, what do you see now?" The two, bound together by a powerful force, their pupils brimming with potent energy, radiating a dazzling blue light. "I seem to see infinite universes and eternity." Star-Lord's eyes seemed to penetrate the entire universe, reaching beyond it. As if from a third-person perspective, he shuttled between countless universes. Suddenly, a human-like figure swiftly passed through his field of vision, stirring his curiosity. But the next moment, he was captivated by an even more shocking scene. It was as if, within the boundless void, he beheld a figure of immense, almost indescribable terror. Countless universes were enveloped within its body, its very existence seeming to represent the eternity of the universe. "Yes, son, this is the power we should strive for. If we unite, we will completely control the entire universe, and even eternity beyond it." Ego's face was filled with excitement. From the moment his consciousness emerged, he had awaited this moment, waiting for the seeds he had planted to blossom and bear fruit throughout the universe. His power would eventually, through endless expansion, devour the entire universe. Then, he would be the most powerful being in the entire universe. No, not just this universe. It would be the closest thing to eternity in the infinite multiverse. Surpass the universe, reach eternity? You're really dreaming. Suddenly, a voice reached Ego's ears, his excited expression instantly changing. The next moment, a massive axe suddenly smashed through the ceiling of the hall. Then, as Ego stared in shock, it violently severed the energy connecting Star-Lord and Ego. Bang! Star-Lord fell to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion, as if he had not yet recovered from the experience. "Who are you, you bastards? How dare you ruin my plans? You deserve to die." Ego's face was utterly grim. Through the punctured ceiling, he gazed at the two floating figures in the void. A moment later, Ego's fury flared. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying blue energy burst forth from the ground, nearly destroying the entire hall as it barreled towards the two figures in the sky. "This guy is truly quite powerful." A solemn expression crossed Thor and Magneto's faces as they watched the terrifying explosion of power. The next moment, Magneto waved his hand. Immediately, an invisible force enveloped the two men. Boom! A terrifying column of blue energy, like a pillar of magma erupting from the ground, roared towards them. But it was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. "Good job, my friend. Next, watch me," Thor praised Magneto. Then, he charged directly into the hall, summoning his battle axe back into his grasp. He then grasped his battle axe and charged at Ego. Die! Facing Thor's attack, Ego raised his hands, and a beam of incredibly violent energy erupted from them. "Ah!" Thor roared, raising his battle axe in both hands and slashing directly at the beam. Sizzle! Under Thor's immense force, even the energy was split in two. There was no stopping Thor, like the god of thunder. Crack! With a sudden burst of thunder, Thor slashed through Ego's energies, and the battle axe struck Ego's head, cleaving him in two. So easy, watching Ego's body, split in half by his own hands, slowly dissolve into a pool of blue liquid, seeping into the ground, Thor seemed to feel incredibly relaxed. "No. Father," Star-Lord, standing nearby, watched in disbelief, his eyes filled with sadness and anger. "Fuck, what have you done?" An enraged Star-Lord whipped out his energy gun and launched a direct attack at Thor. However, the blast was blocked by an invisible force. Magneto, meanwhile, slowly descended, paying no attention to the enraged Star-Lord, simply staring at the spot where Ego's body had been. "Something's wrong. This guy can't be so easily, ha ha ha." Sure enough, before Magneto could finish his words, a laughter resounding across the entire planet suddenly rang out. "Child, I didn't expect you to grieve for me. In that case, let's merge completely, conquer the universe together, and become eternal." With a sudden, planet-shattering sound, the entire hall floor suddenly cracked with countless cracks. The next moment, a terrifying blue energy erupted from the ground. Boom! The entire hall instantly exploded. The terrifying energy completely engulfed the three people inside. "No, Father, what are you doing?" Thor and Magneto were still unsure of their fate, but countless energy beams pierced Star-Lord's body. Star-Lord, with a look of disbelief on his face, pulled him through the cracked ground and into the depths. "Don't resist, kid. I'm doing what we're supposed to do. Ego's voice was filled with persuasion. This guy, truly, isn't that easy to take down. Two figures burst forth from the raging energy, floating in the sky. They gazed down at the entire planet below, seemingly alive, their faces filled with astonishment. After all, his essence is this entire planet. Naturally, he won't be so easily killed. Magneto's face was solemn. After a brief test, he realized his opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. HMPH, a whole planet, so what? I'll still blow it up. Thor, however, looked excited, as if pleased by his opponent's strength. The next moment, he raised his battle axe. Instantly, thick black clouds enveloped the entire sky, and terrifying thunder brewed within. Fuck. Quickly, raise the ship higher. These guys are so terrifying. However, seeing such a terrifying momentum, Yondu, who was waiting in the air for support, shouted in shock. He seemed terrified that the ensuing battle would affect innocent people like them. If only this were that easy. This fellow's power is rapidly growing. However, facing Thor, filled with fighting spirit, Magneto's expression grew increasingly solemn. He sensed that even greater power was brewing within the planet below, harboring life. Far beyond the universe, a colossal figure enveloped the boundless cosmos, as if the entire universe were merely a fraction of its vast bulk. You actually want to become my incarnation? Interesting, but there seems to be something even more intriguing besides this. His gaze traversed the boundless void of the universe, gazing into a tiny pocket universe. There, too, a deeply fascinating battle was unfolding. And, within the boundless void of the universe, a figure was rapidly moving towards it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, United, the Universe Rips. Not long ago, within the Dow Realm, the Scarlet Witch, clad in a red dress, emerged victorious in the third duel. Afterward, the Supreme Lord appeared and transported her to Peter's universe. Once again, with terrifying force, he single-handedly crushed her opponent's universe. After destroying the universe, he collected the remaining primordial energy and integrated it into Peter's universe, strengthening the cosmic barrier. However, while the Supreme Lord was busy with this, he was unaware that within the Dow Realm universe he had created, numerous powerful beings from various universes had already reached a true alliance. Can we really succeed this time? Within the Dow Realm, dozens of powerful beings from various universes gathered, ready to begin their plan. However, before the actual start of the plan, a wave of worry lingered within them. Don't worry, with so many of us together, we can unleash a terrifying power far beyond imagination, Tony spoke confidently, standing at the front of the crowd. He was the one chosen to bear the combined power of everyone. The reason he was chosen was simply because no one present was more suited to absorbing everyone's power and unleashing it instantly than his God-killer armor. Everyone, I hope we can work together and do our best to complete our previously laid out plan. Everything was ready, and everyone stood behind Tony. Captain America, standing in the center, gazed at the crowd and spoke slowly with a determined expression. He then turned and gave Tony instructions. Tony, are you ready? From now on, it's all up to you. Don't worry, everyone, we will succeed. Although Tony had been incredibly confident, with everyone's eyes fixed on him, he couldn't help but feel a strong pressure. However, Tony clenched his fists and spoke without flinching. God-killer armor, prepare to deploy. Tony slowly turned and looked up at the sky. The next moment, a massive metal mecha, as huge as a giant, suddenly appeared in the void above him. It towered over the void like a god, towering over the heavens. Even though the light in his eyes was dim, as if lifeless, it still held an overwhelming sense of oppression. Just looking at him could instill a sense of danger. I never thought I'd possess the ability to summon and control the God-killer armor at will. Tony gazed skyward, his undeniably strongest suit. He couldn't help but feel a surge of amazement. He wondered if the rules of this universe were unique. The massive suit, once an external piece of equipment, could now appear within Tony's universe. Furthermore, it seemed to be completely fused with him, capable of being summoned at will. Perhaps only Tony, wearing the God-killer armor, was truly worthy of battling these cheating cosmic powerhouses. However, this also grants me the power to truly control the God-killer armor. Tony Stark, hailing from a unique universe, unexpectedly acquired the armor known as the God-Killer. True to its name, it possessed immense power, capable of slaying even gods. Thus, the God-Killer was born. However, in previous battles, Tony had been unable to unleash the true power of the suit. But now, the unique laws of the universe gave Tony the ability to truly pilot it and conquer the universe. I will never let you down. With a furious roar, Tony soared into the sky, swiftly reaching the chest area of the God-Killer suit. Simultaneously, as if in sync with his will, the God-Killer suit's control room slowly opened, enveloping Tony completely within. Buzz! The next moment, as the cockpit closed, the God-Killer suit's eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, a halo swirling within them, as if from that moment on, from inanimate matter, it truly came to life. The God-Killer suit activated. Is it finally about to begin? On the ground, countless people gazed at the God-Killer suit, which seemed to have breathed life into it. Their eyes revealed an unconcealable excitement. Everyone, the real action is about to begin. Get ready. Captain America, possessing leadership skills, spoke slowly, his resolute gaze moving across the room. The next moment, everyone's eyes turned toward the God-Slayer armor in the sky. Then, waves of terrifying power erupted from everyone's bodies. At this moment, dozens of powerful beings from every universe unleashed their full might for the first time. The resulting force even caused the entire universe to slightly tremble. Rumbles and cracks. Though no dark clouds gathered in the sky, terrifying thunder continued to explode. The overwhelming force even caused the very space around them to warp. Everyone, don't hold back. Unleash all your energy towards Tony. Captain America, who was gathering energy with the others, shouted without hesitation the moment he sensed everyone's momentum reaching its peak. He raised both hands and aimed them at Tony, clad in the God-Slayer armor, high in the void. The next moment, a dazzling golden energy suddenly erupted from the Nova helmet atop his head, flowing down his arms. Chi-chi-chi. With Captain America's shout, almost everyone, having concentrated their energy to the utmost, simultaneously directed their energy at Tony, who was in the void, and released it. Dozens of cosmic-level powerhouses, capable of easily destroying planets, unleashed their energy simultaneously. Rumble. Even the entire universe shook violently. Space twisted drastically, as if on the verge of collapse. Instantly, countless energies converged on Tony's God-Killer armor. And it lived up to expectations. Despite such a massive concentration of energy, it showed no signs of collapse. In fact, an incredibly dazzling golden light erupted from the entire armor. Like a star hanging in the sky, it was difficult to look directly at. Wow, this feeling of power is incredible, and the one feeling it most deeply at that moment was undoubtedly Tony himself, the manipulator of the God-Killer armor. He could clearly feel the immense and violent force suddenly converge within his body. At that moment, he felt as if he could shatter the entire universe with a single punch. The overwhelming power captivated him. Tony, don't lose yourself in the overwhelming force. Don't forget, our goal is to break down the barriers of this universe and allow everyone to escape. The energy converged for over 10 seconds. Only then did the crowd on the ground slowly stop. Captain America, having unleashed almost his full strength, barely had time to feel the weakness as he frantically shouted to Tony in the sky. At that moment, everyone's fate, like the energy they released, was focused solely on Tony. Can they really succeed? At that moment, even those not involved in this plan stared into the void with anticipation. For everyone, in the air, even without Captain America's call, Tony would not lose himself in the power. He gazed into the void, feeling the immense force of everyone's faith. His eyes were filled with solemnity. This time, he would not allow himself to fail. Damn it. What the hell did those guys do? Beyond the cosmic void, Goshianzen, who had just integrated the cosmic energy he had collected into Peter's universe, instantly felt a powerful vibration emanating from the pocket universe he had created. His face drastically changed, and he vanished in an instant, hastening back to his own pocket universe. Are they crazy? How dare they do this? However, upon returning to his pocket universe, he gazed upon everything with a look of shock. He had never imagined that these beings, who hadn't transcended the universe, would dare to do such a thing. He had never even imagined that, after witnessing him single-handedly crush an entire universe, they would dare to defy him. It was like a group of ants daring to defy the rule of a god. It was unbelievable. No, a group of ants. I will never let you succeed. The next moment, Goshianzen's face was filled with rage, and a colossal figure, nearly obscuring the entire Daoji universe, suddenly appeared in the void. Damn it! This guy's back so quickly. Seeing Gao Xianzhen's sudden appearance at such a crucial moment, everyone present was overcome with fear. We must succeed. Everyone looked nervously into the void, praying. Tony, in the void, also had a solemn expression. However, he had no time to consider anything else. At this moment, he had already gathered all his energy, preparing to launch a devastating, universe-shattering attack. A dazzling light continuously converged on the Godslayer armor's chest, emitting an extreme radiance even brighter than a star. Under the immense energy, even the Godslayer armor began to vibrate, as if it could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. As the energy reached its peak, Tony roared in unspeakable pain. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged from the armor's chest, shooting straight into the sky, as if it was about to pierce the entire universe. The entire Dao realm was violently shaken by this violent energy. Rumbles and cracks. The space above the sky continued to collapse, splitting and opening visible cracks. Could it really be successful? Everyone watched with utter nervousness as the energy pierced the void, ripping it apart, feeling immense excitement. Victory seemed to be right before their eyes. No. I will stop you. Feeling this terrifying energy, Gao Xianzhen instantly realized that the Daoji cosmic barrier he had created was no match for such a terrifying energy bombardment. However, he remained undaunted. He was present here. As Gao Xianzhen's rage grew, countless glittering stars suddenly appeared across the Daoji sky. Their light was incredibly bright, and they were quickly linked together by rays, forming a mysterious star map. The instant the star map formed, the universe, which had been on the verge of collapse due to the immense energy, gradually stabilized. No, impossible. Tony stared at the cosmic space, stabilized by the mysterious star map in just a moment, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and persevered, unleashing the terrifying energy gathered within his armor with even greater force. Crack! His action seemed to have once again worked. The space, temporarily stabilized by the star map, began to crumble once more. Such a powerful force even dimmed the star map that enveloped the universe. It looked as if the entire Daoji was about to be pierced by this terrifying energy, creating a massive black hole that would lead to the outer universe. HMPH, suddenly, the colossal figure of Gao Xianzhen vanished, transforming into countless points of light that dissipated into the universe. What's going on? Everyone stared at the scene before them, their hearts filled with confusion. Did that guy give up? Some couldn't help but speculate, but it was hard to believe. After all, there was no way this guy could be defeated so easily. Look at the star map. It seems to be getting even brighter, a voice filled with shock followed. Everyone saw that the star map, which had been dimmed by the terrifying energy, suddenly became even brighter after the starlight was absorbed into it. Not good. Everyone understood what this meant. Before their eyes, the cosmic black hole that had been pierced was being repaired at a visible speed under the dazzling star map. No, we can't go on like this. Let's all work together and focus more energy on Tony. In the face of danger, Captain America spoke without hesitation. The moment he spoke, he once again forcibly gathered the energy within his body and, without hesitation, channeled it towards the Godslayer armor in the air. The others knew this was their only chance. So, upon hearing Captain America's words, they too, without hesitation, gathered their own energy and released it towards Tony in the air. Even those who had previously been skeptical of their plan and hadn't participated joined in, channeling even more energy. This is the power of others. Tony, already weakening amidst the stalemate with the merged star map of the Supreme Lord, suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy converge upon him. His eyes brimmed with excitement. The next moment, his excitement gave way to rage. He unleashed the power of the Godslayer armor to its fullest. The terrifying force once again shattered the gradually closing cosmic barriers, leaving a deep black hole in the universe. Impossible. The Supreme Lord, hidden within the star map, gazed in disbelief at the unprecedented unity of the crowd, his face filled with incredulity. However, misfortunes only worsened. Just as he was struggling to hold his ground against the forces of the crowd, he was struck by another threat. A figure suddenly appeared from outside this universe. It seems I've arrived just in time. Chapter 137 A Chance for a Few to Escape. Sensing the terrifying surge of energy within the Daoji universe, Peter quickly traversed the cosmic void, arriving outside the Daoji universe. I've arrived at the right time. Their battle is reaching a crucial moment. Through the cosmic barrier, Peter clearly saw everything unfolding within the Daoji universe. However, he didn't rush into the Daoji universe, instead observing the clash with interest. That armor, hundreds of meters long, is it really not from the Pacific Rim? Almost instantly, Peter's attention was drawn to the unique armor, hundreds of meters tall, resembling a god. If he hadn't been absolutely certain he was still within the Marvel universe, he might have suspected he'd strayed into the Pacific Rim. And the pilot of this armor is Tony from another universe. Seeing the pilot was Tony from another universe, even Peter couldn't help but sigh in awe. Truly, a mortal being could rival the power of a god. Indeed, Tony, now clad in the Godslayer armor, was truly formidable. While Peter didn't believe it was powerful enough to kill a true multiverse-level god, it was more than enough to confront a cosmic god like Thor Odin. Especially now, with everyone's combined strength, they were able to easily break through the cosmic barrier with their overwhelming power. They had already broken through the constraints of a single universe. It's just a pity, this mysterious figure across from them seems even more powerful. If the mysterious figure who created the Daoji hadn't intervened, this tiny pocket universe would have been easily crushed by Tony, wearing his god-killer armor. However, with the mysterious figure's power now added to it, the cosmic barrier of this universe was even more resilient and difficult to break than any other true cosmic barrier. Even with everyone's combined strength, it would still be difficult to maintain a stable cosmic passage, preventing them from successfully escaping this universe. Still, this guy is indeed capable. He was able to find so many cosmic-level experts in the infinite universe and gather them together. Peter observed that there were still dozens of powerful figures from various universes within the Daoji. Besides familiar heroes like Captain America, Tony Stark, and Thor, who possessed powers far greater than those found in the ordinary universe, there are many whom Peter has never actually met. For example, Jean, who has fused the power of the Phoenix, and Sentinel, who boasts the power of 1,000,000 stars. He can only vaguely guess their identities based on their attire. Some, even Peter finds it difficult to truly identify. Unfortunately, although they are unrivaled in each universe, they are ultimately no match for that mysterious being, even if they unite. In the less than a minute Peter observed, the situation within the Daoji universe suddenly reversed. Even if so many powerful beings united, concentrating their full power within the Godslayer armor, allowing Tony, now clad in it, to unleash power beyond the universe, the concentrated, transformed power is ultimately not truly transcendental. Furthermore, the one they faced was no mere figure. He was a true multiverse-level powerhouse, capable of creating pocket universes with his own power and even forcibly destroying entire single universes. At this moment, within the Daoji universe, as Gao Xianzhen's figure vanished into the star map, a barrier enveloped the entire Daoji universe. Despite everyone's efforts to channel their own energy into the Godslayer armor, it proved ineffective. The powerful surge of energy had indeed blasted a massive black hole into the Daoji universe's barrier. Unfortunately, under the influence of the star map, it was rapidly repaired. Almost as soon as a hole was breached, it was repaired and closed again within seconds. Moreover, the repaired barrier was even more resilient than before, making it even harder to break, requiring even greater energy consumption. No, we can't keep going like this. That guy is clearly waiting for our energy to run out, preparing to strike us head-on. By this moment, some of the people below were already weakened from constantly channeling energy into the Godslayer armor. Captain America, also feeling somewhat drained, persisted in channeling energy, but he realized that this was no longer a solution. The mysterious figure was simply using this method to continuously drain their internal strength. If they continued, not only would they fail to truly break through the cosmic barrier, but they themselves would likely lose all power and become vulnerable. Then what should we do? The passage we've broken can only hold for a few seconds, barely enough for everyone to pass through. However, even with this understanding, they had no other options. The passage, barely broken, would be restored in a matter of seconds. Even if they escaped during this brief window, only a few people could escape. More importantly, if even a few escaped, those remaining in this universe would completely lose their chance to escape. Do we have to abandon the majority and only send a few out? At this moment, everyone seemed faced with a crucial decision. Send a few out, leaving the majority behind? Or continue to concentrate everyone's strength and create a passage large enough for everyone to escape? Of course, given the choice, the second option would undoubtedly win everyone's approval. Unfortunately, as their energy continued to deplete, they remained unable to open a passage large enough for everyone to successfully pass through. We have to make a decision quickly, or we'll all be trapped here. Up in the air, Tony, who was continuously releasing energy in an attempt to open a larger passage through the cosmic barrier, heard the others' worries and couldn't help but speak anxiously. Damn it, it looks like we have no choice. Someone escaping is better than all of us staying here. Ultimately, Captain America had no choice but to accept the situation and prepare to launch his final plan. Tony, get ready. We'll all concentrate all our remaining energy into your suit in a moment. Remember, you must exert all your strength to instantly release it, and strive to open a larger passage through the cosmic barrier. After a brief moment of deliberation, Captain America finally decided to concentrate everyone's remaining strength and make a desperate move. Perhaps they could open a larger passage, hold it open for a few more seconds, and allow a few more people to escape. Understood, Captain, don't worry, Tony responded without hesitation upon hearing Captain America's plan. As for the rest of you, you must exert all your remaining energy into your suits. Of course, remember to leave enough energy to escape this universe, Captain America then said to the others. Don't worry, Captain, everyone responded without hesitation. But their inner thoughts were ultimately known only to themselves. After all, not everyone here was a selfless superhero. They knew the passageway that would open next wouldn't be enough for everyone to pass through. Saving a bit of energy meant they had a better chance of successfully leaving this universe. However, if everyone thought this way, the passageway that opened next might not even be as good as the one that had already been opened. Good luck, everyone. Everyone present was well aware of this situation, and Captain America was certainly no exception. However, facing such diverse thoughts, Captain America held his own convictions, and no matter what others did, he wouldn't complain. Furthermore, he had already mentally prepared himself to unleash his full energy without reservation, even if that meant losing his only chance of escape. Following his inner thoughts, Captain America began to mobilize his energy without reservation. A vast amount of energy slowly gathered in his hands, radiating a dazzling golden light like the sun, illuminating everyone present. The crowd, bathed in golden light, seemed to be infected by Captain America's spirit, their eyes gradually becoming resolute. Some, like Captain America, unleashed their full energy without reservation. At the cost of their own escape, they created more opportunities for others to escape. Zzz! Incredibly vast energy converged in the air, creating a multicolored beam of light, like a beautiful rainbow suspended in the sky. It thundered into the massive armor in the air. Instantly, the God-Slayer armor, which had been somewhat dimmed, suddenly glowed with a dazzling brilliance. Like a god radiating intense divine power, it towered in the void. Gradually, the colossal figure slowly turned and gazed upon the crowd on the ground, absorbing the final strength from everyone. Bang! Captain America, having unleashed all his energy, was the first to lose it. He couldn't even stand up, so he fell to one knee, supporting himself with his hands. Immediately, several more people released their full energy, and like Captain America, they were unable to maintain their balance. Of course, some were faking it, actually having enough strength left to power themselves through the cosmic tunnel. Gradually, everyone's remaining strength was channeled into the God-Slayer armor in the air. A few could barely stand, while the majority retained a sliver of strength to escape. However, this was understandable. Tony, this is all up to you. Captain America, having just regained some strength, forced himself to stand, addressing Tony, who radiated a powerful aura. Don't worry, Captain, I won't let you down. Tony fully appreciated the sacrifices of Captain America and the others, knowing that they, along with others, had created a greater opportunity for the others to escape. At this moment, his gaze also revealed a fierce determination. He, too, was willing to sacrifice for his companions, even if, at this point, they had only just met and couldn't yet be considered allies. As Tony's gaze grew firmer, a dazzling light slowly emanated from the surface of the God-Slayer armor. Intense aura and immense energy flowed through the armor, gradually converging in his right hand. Zzz! Instantly, as all energy converged on the suit's right hand, a beam of energy, radiating golden light, suddenly erupted from it. However, unlike the previous burst of energy, it wasn't unleashed in its entirety, shooting out into the universe. Instead, it was like a lightsaber of energy, confined to a specific area, held in the suit's hand. Now, with a roar, Tony, holding the lightsaber, faced the crowd and swiftly streaked through the cosmic space ahead. The dazzling lightsaber pierced the void, leaving behind a visible shadow. No, not a shadow, but a vast, visible crack. A rift leading to the void beyond. A terrifying storm of energy erupted from within the universe, like a plane suddenly depressurized after its hatch opened at high altitude. Meanwhile, the people on the ground, at the moment the cosmic crack appeared, relied on their remaining energy to rush towards it. In this moment, it was like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. If they could only pass through the crack, they would be reborn. You're just a bunch of ants. Don't even think about escaping my grasp. However, as everyone rushed towards the rift, Goshianzen, hidden within the cosmic star map, enveloping the entire universe, wore a cold expression. He had already noticed everything and had already devised a response plan. The next moment, the dazzling star map instantly spread over the cosmic rift. Powerful energy rapidly repaired the crack opened by the Godslayer armor. In a short moment, the hundreds-meter-long crack was reduced to only about 100 meters. Moreover, the edges of the crack were gradually moving towards the center, as if it would soon close. I'm Iron Man. Faced with a fading rift, Tony was originally the closest and most likely to escape. But he didn't. Without hesitation, he instantly unleashed all his remaining strength. The Godslayer armor raised its massive hands and thrust them directly into the crack. Then, it seized the rapidly closing edge and tore it apart. Great! I finally escaped. Tony, clad in his God-killer armor, sacrificed his own chance to escape by reopening the closing rift. Finally, a figure took advantage of the opportunity to swiftly pass through the rift and escape this unique universe first. The moment they escaped, they felt a powerful pull. Then, with disbelief in their eyes, they were drawn by the overwhelming force and suddenly transported through the endless void, falling into the reality of another universe. I'm back. When his consciousness returned, he found himself back in his original universe. And beyond the endless cosmic void, an indescribable figure, enveloping the entire universe, slowly curved its finger and flicked it towards the other individual who had just broken through the cosmic rift. Chapter 138 Phoenix Nirvana, Reborn from the Ashes? Is this the manifestation of the rules of the universe? At this moment, Peter, also outside the universe, sensed a strange energy fluctuation. It was this unique energy fluctuation that had sucked the powerful individual who had first escaped the Daoji universe back into their original universe. However, Peter could sense that this strange energy fluctuation belonged to no one, as if it were the rules of the universe itself. It seems that the rules of the universe won't allow anyone who isn't powerful enough to truly break through the barriers of the universe to remain in the void beyond the universe. At this moment, Peter's understanding of the rules of the universe deepened. Without truly breaking through the limitations of the universe, it would be impossible to remain in the void of the universe for long. However, perhaps there is some special method that can block the perception of the rules of the universe. Of course, this might not be absolute. After all, the rules of the universe are like a unique consciousness and perception. If they could be blocked in some way, perhaps the rules could be broken. However, for those who haven't broken through the barriers of the universe, surviving in the void of the universe is generally very difficult. In a sense, these rules of the universe are also a special protection for the creatures of the universe. Just as Peter was pondering the rules of the universe, he exclaimed. Several more figures followed the narrow cosmic rift, bursting out of the Daoji universe. However, they too were naturally not recognized by the cosmic rules. The moment they emerged from Daoji, they were instantly kicked back into their original universe by the energy fluctuations manifested by the cosmic rules. Damn you! However, as several people successfully escaped the Daoji universe, Goshianzen finally became completely furious. The next moment, under Peter's gaze, he saw the cosmic star map, which had once enveloped the entire Daoji universe, shining with dazzling light and interconnected, rapidly shrinking towards the area where the rift had occurred. In a mere moment, billions of stars converged around the rift, instantly bursting into an incomparably dazzling brilliance. Fuck. Get out. I can't hold on any longer. As countless stars erupted with dazzling light and energy, the one who felt it most directly was Tony, who was forcibly forcing the cosmic rift open with his bare hands. At this moment, even clad in his most powerful Godslayer armor, he possessed power comparable to that of a god. But ultimately, they were unable to withstand the terrifying might of the Supreme Lord. Billions of stars converged, like countless powerful energy cannons, rapidly gathering terrifying energy. Boom! A violent burst of energy erupted, blasting through the rift and into the universe. Oh no! Everyone, get out of the way! Several individuals, who had already reached the rift, a single step away from escaping the universe's constraints, saw the sudden onslaught of terrifying energy and their faces drastically changed. They gave up on continuing through the rift and dodged to the side. While they narrowly avoided the energy's impact, they must remember that a massive figure was now bracing the rift with its hands. Damn it! That attack was meant for me. Under normal circumstances, even Tony, clad in the massive, seemingly unwieldy God-Slayer armor, would have been able to nimbly dodge the energy attack. However, now, straining to open the rift with all his might, he could only watch helplessly as the terrifying energy suddenly struck his chest. Boom! A violent explosion of energy suddenly erupted in his chest. The terrifying force instantly sent his massive body, hundreds of meters long, flying backward. Countless figures around him were also affected, their speed slowing down as they rushed towards the cosmic rift. It's over. With Tony's support gun, and the energy of countless stars gathering, the cosmic rift began to recover at an incredibly fast pace, accompanied by the continuous burst of light and energy from the stars. In a mere moment, it had shrunk to less than 1/10 of its previous size. The rift, which once could accommodate several people, could now only accommodate 1 or 2 people. Damn it, it seems this is all we can do. However, due to the impact of the recent explosion, even the closest to the rift was now tens of meters away. With their strength, a distance of tens of meters would have been traversed in a flash. But now, this violent swell seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm. Is this all we can do? On the ground, Captain America, having unleashed all his energy to create a chance for the others to escape, exclaimed. Gazing at the rapidly closing rift in the void, their eyes were filled with disappointment and regret. Although several figures had managed to escape in the previous moment, dozens more remained in this universe. This was a stark difference from their expectations. Captain America and the others found it unacceptable. Clang. Huh? Where's that bird chirping? Just as everyone was lamenting the outcome, Captain America and the others on the ground suddenly heard a clear chirping sound nearby. It sounded like a bird, yet also like the crisp sound of metal striking metal. In short, almost everyone was captivated by the sudden sound. However, before they could turn to see what was causing such a strange sound, they saw a crimson figure blasting from the ground into the sky. Its speed was so fast that it left a crimson afterimage in the air. Like a flaming meteor hurtling backwards from the ground into the universe, it was a striking sight. The crimson figure moved with incredible speed, seemingly surpassing everyone's understanding. It wasn't until it reached the closing rift in the void that everyone finally saw its true form. Is this a giant flaming bird? Countless people stared at the sky in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock at the sight of a giant bird ablaze with crimson flames. This is the Phoenix Force. It's Jean Grey. However, not everyone failed to recognize the figure's true identity. Some still recognized the crimson figure as Jean, imbued with the Phoenix Force. However, their thoughts raced through their minds. The Phoenix Phantom had already successfully emerged from the rapidly closing rift. Wait, what's she doing? Why isn't she just charging out? However, the Phoenix Phantom only pushed the front half of its body through the rift. The back half had every chance of escaping the rift before it completely closed, but it chose not to. Instead, it used its body as a support to prevent the rift from closing completely. She's creating new opportunities for everyone. At that moment, everyone understood the reason behind her actions. Among the powerful beings gathered from countless universes, Tony and Captain America weren't the only ones willing to sacrifice themselves to create a chance for everyone to escape. Many of them were superheroes capable of selfless sacrifice, bravely facing danger and sacrificing themselves. HMPH, someone else is showing off. Do you really think you're the one from that special universe who has fully integrated the Phoenix Force? However, Tony's previous selflessness had momentarily caught Goshai Anzan off guard, allowing some to escape the universe he had created. This had already infuriated Goshai Anzan immensely. He hadn't expected that after Tony, someone else would dare to step forward and attempt to prevent the rift from closing. I'll show you how it feels to be shattered to pieces. Enraged, Goshai Anzan emerged from the fading universe without hesitation. His massive form enveloped the entire starry sky, instantly unleashing even greater power. He slowly raised one hand, his fingers gradually closing. Clang clang. As Goshai Anzan moved, the stars surrounding the rift erupted with even more dazzling light and energy than before. The Phoenix Phantom, trapped within the rift, instantly let out a piercing wail. Her wings seemed to be crushed by an immense force, and she could no longer fly. The immense force of the rift pressed against her body, causing it to shrink continuously, as if severing it in half. Don't hold on any longer. Get out of that rift. Watching the irresistible crack shrink and the phoenix's mournful wail, everyone's faces were filled with resentment. Although they wanted to leave, they couldn't accept such a cruel scene unfolding before their eyes. Clang. The phoenix's mournful wail echoed continuously. Crimson flames, like blood, painted the entire void. Countless people suppressed their intense anger and grief, but were unable to help. They could only watch the tragedy unfold. After all, they had to combine their combined strength to barely break the cosmic barrier. They were completely powerless against a mysterious figure. Yet, even with a phoenix force, one of the most powerful forces in the universe, the mere incarnation of the phoenix was powerless against the supreme being capable of both creating and destroying universes. Crack. HMPH, I'll show you what happens if you resist me. Goshai Anzen's voice echoed throughout the cosmic reality. He vowed to use brutal means to make everyone realize his own power and cruelty. Anyone who dared to defy his existence would ultimately meet true destruction. The next moment, Goshai Anzen's fingers suddenly snapped together, just as he had previously crushed a universe with a single hand. Under his immense power, the crack that pierced the cosmic barrier instantly closed. With a swish, the phoenix phantom trapped within it shattered instantly as the crack closed. Countless blood-red flames, like bursting fireworks, scatter rapidly. Like a shower of flaming meteors, they shone a brilliant, fleeting light across the void. The crimson glow suffused the entire sky, like the setting sun piercing through white clouds, completely ablaze. The seemingly beautiful scene filled everyone present with sorrow. Ha ha ha, you saw it. This is what dares you wait. What's going on? Goshai Anzen, who enveloped the entire void, laughed heartily, his laughter filled with mockery and barely concealed anger. However, even as he laughed, a crimson flame seemed to ignite again above the sky, which had completely lost its color. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Kin isn't dead? At this moment, not only Goshai Anzen was shocked. Even the people, who had been grieving, were astonished. Staring at the tiny, almost imperceptible flame that suddenly burst forth in the sky, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. It's just an ant that hasn't fully integrated the Phoenix Force fragment. How could it possibly withstand my power and survive? I can even destroy the entire universe. Goshai Anzen's face was filled with shock. With the power to destroy the entire universe, there was no way he couldn't kill a host of the Phoenix Force. And a host that hadn't fully integrated the Phoenix Force fragment. Unfortunately, no matter how shocked and incredulous Goshai Anzen was, the crimson flame, under his gaze, rapidly expanded. In a mere moment, it enveloped the entire sky. It was as if the very void had burst into flames, transforming into a sea of crimson inferno. Clang. Suddenly, a phoenix cry rang out, shaking the entire universe. The next moment, a phoenix's shadow fluttered its wings and soared out from the sea of flames. Like a soaring phoenix, its image reflected in the void. The phoenix's form rapidly expanded. In a short moment, it resembled the figure of the Supreme Lord, rapidly expanding to vastness that enveloped the entire universe. Clang. Accompanied by an even clearer cry, its immense presence seemed to overwhelm the Supreme Lord's own. Is this the ancient Chinese mythology depicting the phoenix's rebirth from the ashes? At this moment, a powerful figure familiar with ancient Chinese mythology suddenly recalled a story about a phoenix reborn from flames. Shocked, he gazed into the void, a phoenix figure appearing even more majestic and solid than before. No, this is impossible. Goshai Anzen shuddered in disbelief. The star map behind him shielded him, radiating a dazzling light. Like billions of stars blooming behind him. Terrifying power and aura clashed with a phoenix's shadow in the void. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to be suddenly split apart, one side a fiery crimson, the other a dazzling golden glow. The two forces clashed and battled. At the intersection of the two forces, the cosmic space was shaken and collapsed by the overwhelming force. It seemed as if the entire universe would split apart from the center. No, that's not right. You are not the host of that Phoenix Force. Suddenly, Goshai Anzen, who enveloped the entire universe, seemed to have discovered something. His gaze was filled with shock, and he gazed beyond the universe, as if he could see through the endless void and see a figure beyond. Well, you finally discovered it. With a somewhat helpless voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the Dalji. Chapter 139 The universe transforms into stars. It's you? How is that possible? Goshai Anzen's eyes were filled with shock as he watched the familiar figure gradually emerge from the void. Sure enough, the one confronting him wasn't the ordinary Phoenix Force host from earlier. Instead, he was a powerful being from another universe, a being he'd once encountered. How on earth did you find this place? Goshai Anzen was incredulous, wondering how this being had even found his universe. After all, amidst the boundless void, the universe was as tiny as a single star amidst a dazzling galaxy. Finding a universe without special means of marking it was infinitesimally more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Haha, you don't need to know that. Peter didn't waste time on such frivolous conversation, instead staring intently at the figure before him that enveloped the entire universe. I have to say, this being's strength truly exceeds my imagination. Even Peter couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise at the powerful aura emanating from Goshai Anzen. Even though he'd easily expelled Goshai Anzen's consciousness from his universe before, now facing Goshai Anzen's true form was a different story. Yet, he could still vividly sense the immense power emanating from his body. This power had already transcended the boundaries of the universe. It was probably rare in the entire multiverse. It was even more powerful than the observers he had previously encountered. No wonder, then, that this being was able to reach such unbridled recklessness throughout the universe, not only creating the universe known as the Fighting Realm, but also kidnapping powerful individuals from countless other universes for his own enjoyment. He could even completely destroy the defeated universe with a single wave of his hand. But I'm also curious. You possess such immense power, yet you gather them here. Why? Is it simply to satisfy your strange quirk, or perhaps you have some ulterior motive, and everything you do is part of a special plan you have in mind? Peter spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the other person's figure. He believed he had some hidden agenda behind his actions. However, from the other person's impassive expression, Peter could hardly discern any useful information. Why should I explain my actions to you? Besides, I haven't settled the score with you for expelling my clone last time, and yet, you come to destroy the Daoji universe I painstakingly built. Ha. Since you've come to my door, let's settle the old score. Although Goshai Anzen was shocked to see that Peter had a hidden agenda in creating the Daoji universe, he remained calm. While angrily rebuking Peter for his previous actions, he seemed infuriated by Peter's presence. He then said no more. The figure that enveloped the entire universe slowly raised its hands and gestured towards Peter in the distance. Instantly, terrifying power erupted from its body, merging into the glittering stars behind it. The next moment, the starry sky behind it grew even brighter, like a continuously flowing river of brilliant stars. The violent energy suddenly transformed into a galactic waterfall, surging towards the half of the sky ablaze with flames. Haha, whatever terrifying plans you harbor, the fact that you're here is enough. Peter had no burning desire to discover the mysterious figure's plans. Besides, if he could eliminate the man before him, whatever his plans might be would ultimately come to nothing. Peter, more than anyone else, believed that power reigned supreme. All schemes and tricks paled in the face of true power. Then, his equally massive figure slowly clenched his fist. Crimson flames, staining half the sky, gathered rapidly towards his palm, as if drawn by a powerful force. The terrifying power coalesced into a blood-red sun in the sky. How could another being so powerful appear? Everyone else in the universe stared into the void in shock. On one side, it was like a silent night sky, countless brilliant stars rapidly falling like the Milky Way. On the other side, it was like a blood-red moon, its crimson flames blazing across the sky, imbued with an eerie aura. Do you think that guy who comes last can win? Tony, who had already flown back to the group from afar in his God-Slayer suit, spoke slowly, staring into the void. Everyone was no fool, and they could see that these two powerful beings seemed to have a long-standing hatred for each other. With this fierce clash, it was unclear who would emerge victorious. I don't know who will win, but I'll pray for the one who comes last. Without a doubt, almost all of those abducted by the Supreme Lord supported the powerful figure who appeared last. HMPH, that damned guy will be utterly annihilated, buried with my beloved weapon, especially the elderly Thor, who had long been filled with anger towards the Supreme Lord, even having his weapon destroyed by him, cursed him openly. Everyone, I think no matter who wins, we're likely to face a disastrous end. Do you think we can survive a battle between two such powerful beings? However, while those still hesitating over who'd win, Some were already concerned about their own safety. Indeed, if these two powerful beings were to engage in a full-scale battle, this universe would likely be annihilated and cease to exist. Captain America stared into the stark void, his eyes filled with worry. "Are we just going to wait here for death?" Tony asked with a hint of resignation as he redisappeared the God-Killer armor into the void and returned to Captain America's side. "Unfortunately, with our remaining strength, even if we were to unite again, we might not be enough to break through the barriers of this universe." Captain America's eyes also shone with resignation, but after a moment's hesitation, he could only state the reality they faced. "Fuck, since we can't leave, then we'll stay here and watch that guy die before our own eyes." Even though Thor was old, the fierce fighting spirit within him hadn't been eroded by time. Facing certain death, he seemed unfazed. "Perhaps, we're not completely without a chance." Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. "What do you think?" Captain America asked, looking at him with some surprise. "The aftermath of their battle will indeed easily destroy the reality of this universe, but it won't, as that mysterious figure demonstrated earlier, crush the entire universe in an instant." "You mean, we can use the energy released during the battle to break through the barriers of this universe and escape?" Upon hearing each other's words, Tony and Captain America's eyes lit up, and they instantly came up with a plan. "Really? We still have the chance to escape here. No one would want to die if they could survive." "Of course, but even if we had a chance, we'd probably face severe danger in the process of escaping the universe. After all, the terrifying power of those two powerful men. Even the energy released by the aftermath of their battle is not something we can easily resist." Captain America spoke, a hint of worry in his eyes, looking at the void, which was already on the verge of collapse due to the ravages of the two violent energies. "If we want to escape this universe safely before it's completely destroyed, we might need to concentrate all our energy to construct a barrier strong enough to withstand the spatial storm." Gazing into the void, the two powerful energies collided, creating extreme chaos, unleashing intense spatial turbulence and even a violent spatial storm. Everyone knew their escape plan would be far from easy. Peter focused his energy into his fist. Like a brilliant red sun, he unhesitatingly blasted the starry sky across from him. Instantly, boundless flames transformed into a raging sea of inferno, like a blazing phoenix of fire, instantly charging towards the radiant, falling Milky Way. Boom! In an instant, it felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The falling stars were annihilated by the phantom of the flaming phoenix Peter had blasted out. In a moment, the radiance of the flames spread across the void, even enveloping the void occupied by Goshianzen. The star map behind him began to incinerate in the sea of flames. Endless stars vanished into the void, the shattered stars becoming fuel for the sea of fire. One by one, they were devoured by the flames. Damn it! This guy's power is completely on a different level than the previous host of the Phoenix Force. Facing the crimson sea of fire that continuously engulfed him, even Goshianzen couldn't help but sigh. How could two hosts of the Phoenix Force, both from the same universe, display such a disparity in strength? The previous host had been easily destroyed by him. But now, this guy was not only able to hold his own, but even overpowered him in strength. It was as if he wasn't just the host of a fragment of the Phoenix Force, but the host of the entire force. HMPH, even though he's more powerful than the other hosts, I'm not so easily defeated. Of course, if the other party truly was the host of the full Phoenix Force, even someone as powerful as Goshianzen would flee. Legend has it that the full Phoenix Force could incinerate the entire multiverse. It was simply beyond his reach. But right now, he didn't sense a force powerful enough to crush him. Moreover, he hadn't yet given it his all. "Show me my true strength." The next moment, Goshianzen's expression was solemn. The stars behind him surged, quickly forming a circle around his body, then began to spin rapidly. A powerful force erupted from the stars, forming a visible golden barrier amidst the rapid rotation. Peter's sea of fire, unleashed upon it, was slowly dissipated by the barrier created by the swirling stars. It seemed impossible to penetrate the barrier and threaten Goshianzen's body. More importantly, Peter, gazing at Goshianzen, his eyes closed, towering in the void, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Is this guy about to unleash his ultimate power? At that moment, Peter's heart suddenly became wary. After all, Goshianzen was a powerhouse like himself, transcending the universe. Naturally, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. But I don't know if you haven't exerted your full strength. But the next moment, Peter's eyes once again revealed a fierce confidence. It wasn't just Goshai Anzen who wasn't exerting his full strength, Peter was too. Otherwise, this hastily created pocket universe would have been completely destroyed in an instant. However, while Peter wasn't afraid of Goshai Anzen's ultimate attack, he wasn't prepared to let him unleash it with ease. Powerful energy transformed into an endless sea of fire, pressing against Goshai Anzen's body. In a brief moment, the sudden surge of energy output overwhelmed Goshai Anzen with unstoppable pressure. Some of the countless stars swirling around him could no longer withstand the flames and began to shatter. The dwindling number of stars dimmed the seemingly indestructible barrier. HMPH, I'll let you show off your might for a moment. At this crucial moment, while gathering his ultimate attack, Goshai Anzen didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, he slowly shrank his shadow. The cosmic void it occupied gradually shrank, and more of it was occupied by Peter's figure. It was as if, from this moment on, the Daoji universe created by Goshai Anzen was gradually being taken over by Peter. It seems this guy is incredibly confident in his next ultimate move. Seeing Goshai Anzen willingly shrink himself rather than stop unleashing his ultimate move, Peter couldn't help but anticipate what would come next. I hope you won't disappoint. And so, with Peter's continued pressure, Goshai Anzen's figure, which previously occupied half the universe, gradually shrank infinitesimally. Finally, nearly all of the sky was covered in crimson flames. Endless flames surrounded a figure the size of a bright moon, burning relentlessly. Finally, having shrunk to such a tiny size, Goshai Anzen finally opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce the endless void, gazing at the enormous figure of Peter, filled with rage. Let me show you my true stellar power. The next moment, the dozen or so rapidly spinning stars surrounding him suddenly blazed brightly. Instantly, from the distant void, dozens of hexagons representing the universe vanished. Then, as if transcending endless time and space, they suddenly merged into the brilliantly radiant stars surrounding the Supreme Lord. Instantly, as the universe transformed into stars, the terrifying power representing the universe surged with extreme force. The entire Daoji universe began to tremble. Creaking, the sound of impending shattering echoed throughout the entire cosmic reality. It was as if the entire universe was being crushed by a powerful force, about to collapse and shatter. Now, gazing at the visible cracks in the cosmic barrier, Captain America and the others stood together in a unique way, releasing all the energy they had just recovered. The next moment, energy connected with each person's body, suddenly forming a special polygonal barrier. Crack! At the same moment, the Daoji universe they were in, unable to withstand the crushing pressure of dozens of universes, shattered with a loud bang. Chapter 140 The Eternal God appears. The moment the Dao realm collapsed, countless spatial turbulences surged. The terrifying force instantly destroyed everything in the universe. Continents crumbled, space shattered, and the entire world seemed to be crushed to smithereens. At that moment, Goshai Anzen no longer cared about the people he had abducted and brought to the Dao realm, leaving them to perish in the shattered Dao realm universe. However, he probably never imagined that, amidst such a terrifying crisis of cosmic destruction, those people would not be swallowed up by the violent spatial turbulence. Amidst a rapidly collapsing cosmic reality and the extremely chaotic and constantly turbulent spatial turbulence, a seemingly tiny circular barrier emitting a faint golden light protected everyone. Damn it, everyone, hold on. In the center of the crowd, a middle-aged mage, draped in a dark robe and with no hair on his head, struggled to maintain a strange posture. The gathered energy of the crowd, through his arrangement, was connected into a unique defensive formation. The magic circle enveloped everyone, swaying like fallen leaves amidst the terrifying spatial turbulence. However, its defensive capabilities seemed remarkably resilient. Even as it dimmed, it remained intact. Gradually, relying on the magic circle, they drifted through the turbulent currents of cosmic destruction for an incalculable amount of time. Great! Everyone, hold on. We're almost out. Feeling the fading cosmic storm and turbulence, the mage who constructed the magic circle shouted to the crowd with excitement. Great! Once we break through the center of the cosmic destruction, the laws of the universe will send us back to our own universes. Hearing his words, the others were equally thrilled, continuously increasing their energy release. For a moment, the magic circle, which had been gradually dimming under the ravages of countless turbulent currents and the dazzling brilliance, suddenly shone with a dazzling brilliance. However, perhaps due to excessive joy, sorrow followed. Just as everyone was about to leave the center of the cosmic storm, A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the center. The terrifying energy impact was even more terrifying than the one that had just destroyed the entire universe. Damn it. Everyone, prepare for the impact. A terrifying light, accompanied by an immensely violent energy, swept from the center of the cosmic destruction. Whatever lingered in the cosmic reality was completely obliterated by this energy shockwave. Even though everyone had braced themselves for the impact, even though everyone had unleashed their full energy to the limit, the magic circle even radiated a dazzling golden light. Swish. Snap. But as the terrifying impact swept through, it still shattered like fragile glass. Fuck. We can't withstand it. In this critical moment, the mage constructing the magic circle at the center unhesitatingly opened the alternate dimension. Instantly, a spatial rift appeared before everyone, blocking the shattered protective shield. Hey, before the rift to the alternate dimension fully opened, a terrifying, demonic laugh emanated from it. Supreme Mage King, you summoned me here to receive the demon god's gift. Suddenly, a pair of hands, only a skeletal remains, suddenly emerged from the crack. The next moment, they abruptly opened the crack, revealing a massive head. The head alone was as large as the magic circle they had constructed. 2 long horns sprouted from its skull, and only the skull remained, ablaze with crimson hellfire. It looked indistinguishable from the legendary demons. Damn it! Where is this? Such a terrifying aura. Damn Supreme Mage. You've tricked me. However, as the demon's upper body emerged from the crack, it suddenly sensed an incredibly terrifying aura and a terrifying energy. Without hesitation, it retreated back into hell. After all, it cared more about its own life than striking a deal with a human Supreme Mage. Come out, however, faced with the demon's attempt to retreat back into the hell dimension, without hesitation, the portly mage swung out a long-prepared magic whip, then exerted a sudden force, pulling the demon directly out of the rift. The next moment, before the demon could react, several more magic whips wrapped around it. He then manipulated his massive body to block every one. The entire process took a split second. Even so, the magic circle they were supporting was nearly shattered by the powerful energy impact. No. You damned mage, let me go. However, their magic circle temporarily escaped destruction. But the demon, forcibly blocked in front of them, a massive body comparable to Tony in his Godslayer armor, bore the brunt of the terrifying energy that could destroy the entire universe. No, I don't want to die here. He held out for just a few seconds before the massive demon, ablaze with hellfire, gradually dissipated under the terrifying energy impact. It was as if it were made of sand and pebbles, then blown away by the wind. Even the legendary eternal hellfire was instantly dispelled. Damn it, it's not enough. The demon's massive form was instantly crushed by the energy. Everyone present was filled with shock and dismay. Good luck, everyone. Everything happened so quickly that the mage only had time to cast a magical shield. The already struggling formation collapsed completely under the aftermath of the energy shockwave. Those protected by the shield were blown away like pebbles in a tornado. It was unclear how many would survive. The 2 men standing at the center of the cosmic destruction took no notice of the distant scene. At that moment, the Supreme Celestial Venerable summoned a dozen real universes from the distant void. They slowly floated behind him, like glittering stars, protecting him and rotating around him. Each universe exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. The sheer force of pressure instantly obliterated a doujie he had recently created. Under the true universe, a pocket universe with imperfect rules was little more than a fragile bubble. Haha, you're about to experience my power. Countless universes swirled behind him, and Goshai Anzan glared fiercely at the figure before him. The next moment, he suddenly raised his hand, and a star behind him, representing the universe, suddenly emanated a dazzling light and momentum, blasting towards Peter. Using an entire universe to hit someone, this guy is really capable. Peter's eyes flickered slightly at the universe hurtling towards him, but he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist, as if willing to confront the power of an entire universe with his own body. HMPH, before, I could shatter a planet with a single punch, then I can also shatter an entire universe with a single punch. Peter's power had reached another level since defeating Thanos. This was the very reason he stood up to Goshai Anzan without fear. Haha. You dare to imagine that you can fight the power of the entire universe with your own strength? You're really overestimating yourself. Goshai Anzan couldn't help but smile mockingly at Peter's audacity to charge towards the universe with his fist. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't forcibly destroy an entire universe with his physical strength. The shocking scene of him single-handedly crushing the universe was actually the result of him using most of his own energy to penetrate a vulnerable point in the cosmic barrier. The sudden explosion then caused the entire universe to shatter. While he could indeed destroy an entire universe, it would also leave him weakened. And the thought of destroying the universe with his physical body was probably a pipe dream. The next moment, his eyes widened. The scene before him filled him with intense shock and utter disbelief. Bang! Peter's fist slammed into the universe. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted. Crack! In a single instant, the cosmic barrier enveloping the entire universe's reality shattered like countless cracks, like fragile glass. Then, amidst a silent tremor, the endless void of the universe seemed to suddenly fall into absolute silence. As cracks spread across the entire cosmic barrier, boom! The next moment, a sphere representing a universe shattered with a bang. The shattering of a true universe erupted with a roar even more terrifying than the recent destruction of the Dalgi. Even within the boundless void, a violent cosmic turbulence erupted. Light and energy, brighter than the combined explosion of billions of stars, rapidly swept outward, spreading through the endless void, its end unknown. Even the other universes swept by were shaken by the powerful impact. The mighty sound seemed to reverberate throughout a multiverse. Within the boundless cosmic void, billions of spheres of light, representing universes, slowly shone like stars in the sky. Impossible. Goshai Anzen's face was filled with shock and disbelief, staring at Peter, who had destroyed the entire universe with a single punch. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. If he could destroy the universe with a single punch, then surely he could also destroy Peter's body with a single punch. No, he can't be that powerful. Following the fear was utter rage. While denying Peter's power, Goshai Anzen once again manipulated the universes behind him, charging towards Peter. This time, he wasn't just testing a single universe as he had just done. Instead, he simultaneously thrust dozens of them towards Peter in the distance. HMPH, even if you could truly destroy one universe, you couldn't possibly destroy dozens in a row. At that moment, Goshai Anzen seemed to regain his confidence. Even if that guy could destroy one, so what? He couldn't possibly destroy dozens in a row. However, just as dozens of universes, like a rapid-fire cannon, rushed towards Peter's body, just as Peter was about to unleash all his energy, unleashing the full force of the Phoenix, incinerating countless universes with his Phoenix body, the entire multiverse was suddenly swept by an inexplicable force. The next moment, the entire multiverse fell silent. It was as if the entire multiverse had ceased functioning in an instant. Everything was utterly still. Wait, that's eternity? How is that even possible? Goshai Anzen suddenly realized that the universes, shimmering in the endless void, seemed to form a vague, enormous figure. That figure seemed like the incarnation of a true god, possessing the entire multiverse. Its presence enveloped the entire multiverse, the endless universes seemingly a mere drop in the ocean. No, Goshai Anzen was shocked to find himself fixed in the gaze of the enormous figure. A sense of death lurked within him, instantly wiping him out. The overwhelming power and aura made him dare not even raise a thought of resistance. The next moment, the figure slowly raised its right hand, extended a finger, and snapped it toward Goshai Anzen. Instantly, Goshai Anzen's body vanished from its spot, as if completely annihilated by the multiverse. Then, as if drawn by some law of order, the countless universes it had previously controlled and attacked Peter were likewise drawn by some law of order. They suddenly traversed space and vanished in the blink of an eye. Then, they reappeared in the distant void, returning to their original region. It was as if nothing had happened. The figure, representing eternity, had accomplished all this, as if it had merely performed a trivial act. The figure that enveloped the entire multiverse slowly faded into the endless void, as if it had never existed. The endless universe slowly dimmed, and everything seemed a dream. Just before it completely vanished into nothingness, Peter seemed to sense its gaze, fixed upon him. Is that eternity? One of Marvel's abstract gods, staring at the now vanished figure, Peter's expression remained calm, yet within him he was almost certain of its existence. Such a powerful figure, as if the very laws of the multiverse were incarnated. There was no doubt it was one of Marvel's 5 abstract gods, the embodiment of eternity. Its power was beyond anyone's imagination. Never mind. That level is beyond my reach. Powers beyond the cosmic level could already traverse the entire multiverse. But compared to God embodied by the laws of the universe, they were ultimately inferior. After all, eternity represented the existence of the entire multiverse. But it's only eternity. One day, I'll be able to face it all. Peter gazed into the endless void once more, then his figure flashed, rapidly traveling through the universe. The next moment, he returned to his own universe. I don't know what that guy is trying to do. Until the very end, Peter never learned the guy's true plan. However, looking at the universe with a more solid color, Peter could sense that his own universe seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Compared to other universes, the cosmic barriers were much more resilient. Perhaps, this is a good thing. Peter stopped sighing and traveled through the cosmic barriers back to his own universe. Meanwhile, in the starry sky of his universe, a terrifying battle was taking place on a planet. Crack! Countless thunders enveloped the entire planet, striking down continuously, leaving it in tatters. But the next moment, an incredibly terrifying force erupted from that planet. Damn, why is this guy so tough? Chapter 141, Ego, I'm cracked. Endless thunder raged in the skies above the planet. Dazzling lightning, carrying a violent force of destruction, crackled and pulverized the planet's surface. Crack! With a burst of lightning, a magnificent building on the planet was instantly shattered into ash. Crack! Another bolt of thunder exploded in the air, completely cleaving a lush, ancient tree from top to bottom. Even the lush grass beneath it was instantly reduced to a charred black mass by the violent lightning. In just a few minutes, the once beautiful and breathtaking environment of the planet was ravaged beyond recognition. Even the towering mountains were flattened by the violent lightning. Countless bottomless pits appeared on the once flat ground. The entire planet seemed completely devastated. Yet, even amidst such violent thunder and lightning, the planet still emanated a strong aura of life, as if the entire planet had come alive. Dazzling blue energy continuously erupted from beneath the surface, like surging magma, repairing the thunder-ravaged surface. It also surged upwards into the void. Some even transformed into blue tentacles, reaching into the clouds above, stirring the dense, dark clouds. Even more energy transformed into long, blue whips, lashing fiercely at the two men in the air. This planet is truly resilient. Even this won't destroy it. Thor casually chopped off the tentacles spreading from the ground with an axe, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His power wasn't yet enough to easily destroy a planet, but under the raging thunder, any normal planet would have been completely wiped out long ago. After all, the lightning he unleashed contained a powerful destructive force. This planet isn't normal. It seems to harbor a unique energy source. Magneto's surface seemed to be covered by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard the whip of blue energy lashed at him, it couldn't harm him. It was stopped within a meter, even rebounding back, shattering. It seems we'll need a powerful enough energy to instantly destroy the entire planet, otherwise it will continue to repair itself. Gazing at the planet repairing itself below, Magneto pondered for a moment before continuing. HMPH, whatever it is, let me split it in half with my battle axe. Perhaps because he hadn't yet dealt with this unique planet, Thor grew a little angry. He then called to Magneto, who was not far away, stay away, or I might accidentally injure you. Without hesitation, he began to summon even greater power. Ignoring the blue tentacles that continued to whip at him, he raised his battle axe. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Crack! Instantly, Thor's actions unleashed the thunderbolts. The clouds that enveloped the entire planet, the entire void, began to shrink rapidly. In a split second, they converged above Thor's head. Countless lightning flashes, as dazzling as silver snakes, crackled and crackled within the clouds. The clouds grew thicker, completely enveloping the entire void, even blocking out the sunlight. Darkness enveloped the earth, and within the oppressive gloom, only the lightning lingering around Thor and the lightning flashes that continuously crackled within the clouds. An ordinary person facing this apocalyptic scene would have been terrified. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Crack! Accompanied by the terrifying thunder that had been brewing within the clouds, a roar of deafening force erupted. Thousands of lightning bolts pierced the void, radiating a dazzling light so dazzling it was impossible to look directly at. Like a funnel, they all converged upon Thor's raised battle axe. At that moment, the entire world seemed enveloped in thunder. Thousands of bolts of lightning illuminated the world, like the brightest light of dawn amidst the darkness. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning converged around Thor, causing him to erupt with an unparalleled, violent aura. Is this the god of thunder from this world? Even more powerful than Storm in our universe, the terrifying thunder forced even Magneto to distance himself from Thor. Even so, he could sense the immense impact of the endless thunder, distorting the surrounding magnetic field. Fortunately, he had already developed his abilities to the utmost, and this minor issue couldn't truly affect him. In that case, let him try first. If that doesn't work, I'll take action. Seeing Thor's incredibly violent and powerful aura, Magneto prepared to let him continue his attempt to truly destroy the planet. Of course, if that still didn't work, he would have to do it himself. Boom. As Thor radiated his terrifying aura, the planet below, representing Ego's life, seemed to sense Thor's power. With a loud bang, the ground was instantly ripped apart. The next moment, a massive burst of blue energy suddenly erupted from deep beneath the earth. Like a column of blue water rising into the sky, it surged towards Thor in the void. Furthermore, as the blue energy gushed out, it seemed to be controlled by some force, constantly twisting and shifting within the void. Gradually, it transformed into a massive hand, fingers spread wide, and grasped Thor in the air. HMPH, watch me cleave you completely. By this point, Thor had absorbed a sufficient amount of thunder power. Lightning flashed throughout his body, seemingly tearing space apart. As if sensing the powerful energy coming from below, he faced the giant hand without hesitation. Then, he clenched his battle axe. With a deafening roar, he hurled the axe downward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Carrying all the power of Thor's concentrated thunder, the storm axe whirled and darted through the void. Dazzling flashes of lightning seemed to pierce the air. The lightning enshrouded axe slammed down on the massive blue hand that soared into the sky. With a swish, like slicing through rags, the blue hand was completely unable to stop the axe's raging force. It was instantly shattered and vanished into thin air. But the axe, undeterred, suddenly spun and slammed into the earth. Puff! Another burst of blue energy erupted from the ground. It didn't transform into a massive hand as before, but into a circular barrier. Like a shield, it enveloped the ground, attempting to stop the axe's fall. Crack! The next moment, the axe struck the barrier, shattering like glass struck by a stone. The axe, undeterred, slammed directly into the earth. Puff! Energy erupted from the ground once more. This time, however, there was no time to stop the falling axe. Bang! The axe suddenly crashed to the ground. The sharp blade struck the ground perfectly, leaving the entire axe standing upright. However, everything seemed to stop at that moment. The axe remained suspended in the earth, seemingly causing no damage. However, anyone on the far side of the planet would have seen a brilliant flash of light erupt from the ground, flashing and disappearing. High above, Yondu and his companions, watching closely from their spaceship, had somehow managed to transmit the battle situation to their own screens. Did it fail? Confusion and suspicion filled their eyes as they watched the axe, standing on the ground but causing no damage. No, look, the ground seems to be cracking. Suddenly, a voice filled with disbelief echoed, drawing everyone's gaze back to the screens. Really cracked? Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Above the planet, the ground struck by the axe. Crack! A crack actually appeared. A massive crack, piercing the entire planet's interior and surface. A boom. As the crack spread across the planet, a deafening roar erupted from beneath the ground, as if the very earth were wailing. The entire surface, along the crack that pierced the planet, was suddenly torn in two. It actually split open. Everyone was filled with shock at this moment. Magneto couldn't help but glance at Thor in the sky, exclaiming, "This guy's strength rivals my own from a few years ago." Although Magneto was incredibly proud, he couldn't help but be impressed by Thor's strength. Crack! The ground continued to crack along the massive crack. In mere seconds, the crack transformed into a bottomless abyss. The entire earth seemed to collapse. From a cosmic perspective, the crack stretched across the entire surface, piercing through the front, back, and even the center. It could be said that at this moment, the planet had been completely split in two, literally and figuratively. That guy actually split this planet in two with a single axe. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship that had recently taken off, Rocket, Drax, and the other two stared in disbelief at the now completely split planet, exclaiming, "This guy is incredibly strong." Even Rocket, who never acknowledged anyone's strength, couldn't help but be astonished by Thor's terrifying power. Boom! The Earth continued to tremble as the two halves of the planet, their gravity disrupted, gradually separated. Well? Now we've completely destroyed it, huh? Thor casually recalled his axe, moved to Magneto's side, and said with a hint of pride. Unfortunately, it seems not yet. However, Magneto glanced at Thor, then looked down again at the separating halves of the planet, speaking with a solemn tone. What? Not yet? That's impossible. I've probably shattered the planet's core, Thor retorted in disbelief at Magneto's words. After all, in his view, destroying a planet's core meant it would be completely dead, a dead star. This is a living planet, it doesn't have a core, even if it does, it's not the core, but Ego's brain. It's just a pity your axe strike just now seemed a bit off-center, missing his head and brain. Magneto, through a special magnetic field, had sensed that within the shattered planet, Ego's brain remained intact, undamaged. How is that possible? I didn't hit his head. Thor's face was filled with surprise and a hint of resignation. Rumble. As the two men spoke, the planet, split in two, completely shattered. However, as it shattered, an even greater burst of blue energy erupted. Rapidly spreading, the rocks and earth of the entire planet were constantly annihilated and reborn. Gradually, in less than a minute, the two halves of the planet transformed into whole again. And not just one, but two. Isn't this a bit of a rip-off? Everyone watching this scene was incredulous. A single planet. Yet it had clones. What the hell is going on? Is this planet immortal? Even Thor was stunned, staring at the two identical halves, unsure how to proceed. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your help, sir. In return, let me devour you completely. Suddenly, the two planets began to vibrate violently, a piercing sound emanating from the grinding rock. Impossible. This damn thing. Let me chop it a few more times and see if I can kill it. This was undoubtedly a powerful provocation to Thor. Never mind, let me do it this time. Magneto's stern voice stopped Thor's attempt at another blow with his axe. Who knew if this strange, life-bearing planet would continue to split indefinitely? You? How did you do it? I can sense your ability to control magnetic fields. You're not trying to use it to force these two planets into collision, are you? Thor looked at Magneto with curiosity. Although Magneto hadn't made any significant moves just now, Thor, controlling the lightning, could still clearly sense his power, which seemed to involve magnetic field manipulation. However, even if his magnetic field could cover the entire planet, it wouldn't seem to be of much use. After all, magnetic fields can affect the surface of a planet, but affecting its interior is extremely difficult. HMPH, the power of magnetic field manipulation is unimaginable. You know, if this power is pushed to its limit, it could even destroy the universe, Magneto said solemnly, and slowly floated towards the two planets. Then he slowly extended his hands, pressing his palms together in front of him. Gradually, a pinprick of intense darkness appeared at the center of his hands. Simultaneously, a powerful gravitational force spread outward. Chapter 142, Star-Lord refuses to become a god. The moment the black dot appeared, an incredibly powerful gravitational pull suddenly emanated. The terrifying force tore at everything around it. The two nearest, newly split planets, were the first to feel the intense gravity. Soon, its gravitational pull surpassed that of the two other planets. The Earth above them, pulled by the even stronger gravitational pull, was lifted from the ground. Countless pieces of rubble and earth were yanked into the air by the powerful gravity. Meanwhile, the black dot of light continued to grow. In a short moment, it had grown to several meters in size. The extreme darkness seemed to pull even light against it, distorting it. Countless rays of light swirled around the extreme black dot. Everything within the black hole's event horizon, not even light, could escape, and would be completely devoured. Is this guy still human? In space, Yondu and the other crew members watched the horrific scene unfold on the screen, their hearts numb with shock. Just now, Thor had split a planet in half with a single axe, and they could have attributed it to his being a Proteus, possessing their immense power. But now, a seemingly ordinary human had conjured the most terrifying celestial object in the universe, a black hole. This completely transcended their understanding of humanity. Perhaps, from now on, a legend will spread throughout the universe: don't attack Earth, don't mess with humans. At this moment, Yondu and the others finally grasped the terrifying nature of Earth. Any random human possessed the terrifying power to destroy even the most powerful interstellar empires in the universe. Fuck. Is that a black hole? Launch your spaceship and get out of here. However, compared to Yondu and the others, they were still far enough away that they didn't have to worry about being trapped by the black hole's powerful gravity. Rocket and the others, floating nearby and observing the situation, immediately launched their spaceships and retreated as quickly as possible from the black hole's range. Damn it, Who the hell are those two guys? They even created a black hole. Rocket finally breathed a sigh of relief as he slowly maneuvered his spaceship out of the black hole's gravitational pull. He slowly stopped the spaceship, unable to help but exclaim with a sense of relief. Damn it, little bear. Quill's still in there. We forgot to bring him out. Suddenly, Drax, as if remembering something, called out to Rocket. Quill. Rocket froze at Drax's words, seemingly hesitant, not even noticing Drax calling him bear. What are we waiting for? Let's go back and save him, Drax shouted, about to take the controls and steer the spaceship back. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Your friend might be gone. At that moment, the silent girl with tentacles next to them slowly spoke, surprising them both. What? Quill's dead? That's impossible. Drax's face was filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why are you suddenly coming after Star-Lord? And that old man? Is he Star-Lord's biological father? Rocket, as if anticipating this, pulled out his energy cannon and pointed it at the girl, demanding with suppressed anger. No, impossible. You can't be that powerful. At this moment, as the black hole was created and unleashed its immense gravity, Ego, a planet-side being, naturally couldn't easily escape the black hole's gravitational pull. In a split second, his planetary form was ripped apart by the powerful gravity, shrinking by 1/10 its size. Meanwhile, the black hole, which was devouring his remains, was steadily growing larger as it devoured everything. Its diameter now reached tens of meters. A terrifying darkness enveloped the skies above both planets. Even the light from distant stars was pulled away by the immense gravity and swallowed by the black hole. At this moment, Ego undoubtedly faced the greatest crisis of his entire life. The planetary form that had once granted him near eternal life had become his greatest weakness. Because of his enormous size, he couldn't escape the black hole's ravages. One day, his body would be completely consumed by the black hole's force. Unless he gave up the planet that gave him such immense power, and his eternal life and power. No, I absolutely cannot give up my power and life. I have found the heir who inherited my power. If I devour it and merge it with me, my grand plan to devour the entire universe and become eternal will be complete. I absolutely cannot give up all this. At the center of a planet, Ego's brain beat like a heart. It was the source of his power and the core of his grand plan to devour the universe. If this brain were destroyed, everything he had would end. The planet's shell, encasing his brain, was his last line of defense. If the black hole's powerful gravity continued to devour him, and the planet's shell was completely consumed, his fragile brain would be exposed and utterly destroyed. No, I still have a chance. Given enough time, once I've completely devoured my unfilial son, I will no longer need the planet's shell to protect me. I am the true eternity. Suddenly, Ego realized he still had one chance, to quickly devour his child, the heir of his power, completely merging them with himself. Then, with the power of two gods, he could instantly devour all the planets in the universe where he'd planted the seeds of his power. And then, he would be free from all threats. With this thought, Ego instantly gathered his strength and manipulated his consciousness, transporting him to an illusory dimension. Surrounded by an endless sky, glittering stars loomed in the vast expanse. Before him stood Star-Lord, a look of shock and disbelief. My child, we should have a proper talk now. Fuck, what's going on? Where are we now? What just happened? And what about what you said before, about merging with me, ruling the universe together, and becoming eternal? Star-Lord's memory was still lingering on the sudden death of his father by an intruder. In the midst of his fury, he discovered that his father was not only alive, but was about to merge with him. However, as consciousness suddenly cleared, Star-Lord instantly realized that his father's reasons for finding him were not simple. My dear child, I have not yet told you my true identity. Ego looked at Star-Lord with a kind face, but his heart was already filled with anxiety. However, in order for Star-Lord to cooperate with him, accept his power, merge with him, and conquer the universe, he had to patiently explain everything to him. He believed that no one could refuse to become a true god, a supreme god who controlled the entire universe and possessed eternal life. Billions of years ago, this universe was just born, and I am an ancient existence that has existed since the birth of the universe. As the endless years passed in the universe, I gradually awakened to my self-awareness, but I found that I had no body. I myself was a planet that had existed for who knows how many years. However, I possess unparalleled potential and the most powerful force in the entire universe. I call it the power of God. Gradually, I took control of my divine power and created everything. I made the originally bare planet full of beautiful plants. I made the lifeless planet full of vigorous vitality. Until the end, I realized that this was not the true meaning of what I was pursuing. My divine power can do more things, make me stronger, and even control the entire universe. Having said that, Ego gradually concealed a strong excitement and ambition in his heart, forced himself to calm down, and continued. Until I met you, my child. You are truly fortunate. Over countless ages, I have planted my seeds on countless planets, but only you have truly taken root and sprouted, inheriting my divine power. Your existence will be the greatest aid in my control of the entire universe. Together, you and I, Father and Son, will become the masters of the universe, the eternal power of all. Join me, and together we will control the entire universe, become the most supreme God in the universe, and enjoy eternal life. With these words, Ego couldn't help but open his arms, as if to embrace the entire universe. He smiled at the stunned Star-Lord, waiting for him to excitedly throw himself into his arms. Becoming a god in a human body? Can I really do that? Star-Lord's voice trembled. This wasn't surprising. No one could resist the allure of becoming a god in eternal life. Moreover, Star-Lord was just an ordinary man, deprived of fatherly love since childhood, and wandering the universe for countless years, with no place to call home. Of course, as long as you agree to merge with me and share our power, then you will possess everything, becoming a true god, the master of all life. Seeing the unconcealed desire in Star-Lord's eyes, Ego seemed to foresee the moment he would fall into his arms. Is this the divine power you speak of? Star-Lord slowly raised his hands, and a stream of blue energy gushed out. Perhaps because he was now close enough to Ego's source of power, he easily controlled this powerful force. Within his grasp, the divine power, constantly twisting and shifting according to his thoughts, eventually transformed into the image he most vividly remembered, the most beautiful image of his mother as a child. Yes, that's it. Feel the power and unleash the hidden potential within you, then, accept me and merge with my power. Watching the divine power unleashed in Star-Lord's hands, Ego's excitement was unspeakable, unable to contain himself. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he would have completely lost control and lunged at Star-Lord. This power, it's as if I were the master of everything. It's truly fascinating. Star-Lord stared unblinkingly at the palm of his hand, more precisely, at the image of his mother, shaped by divine power. It's a pity, though, that this power, though powerful, can't bring back the one I love most. Star-Lord slowly dissipated the divine power from his palm, his face filled with regret. No, no. That's eternal power and life. Are you going to give up your right to become a god for that insignificant person? Watching Star-Lord dissipate the divine power, Ego's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke out of turn. Insignificant person? That's my mother, your once beloved. Now, you're calling her insignificant? Hearing Ego's words, Star-Lord instantly became furious, glaring at him. Well, we can discuss this later. The most important thing now is that we merge as quickly as possible. Ego hadn't expected Star-Lord's reaction. He smiled kindly again, trying to persuade him. Haha, these past few days, I've truly experienced a fatherly love from you that I've never known before. Unfortunately, it was all just a lie. Star-Lord looked at Ego calmly, his eyes no longer filled with the calmness he'd always shown when looking at a loved one. I'm sorry, but you didn't show any love for my mother in that look just now. Or rather, it was as if you were looking at a stranger. After countless lives, you've had countless partners. Perhaps you've become numb to it, and you, numb to love, continue to reproduce. Is your sole purpose so that among your countless offspring, someone lucky enough to inherit your divine power, like me? Suddenly, Star-Lord's gaze turned fierce, his tone growing increasingly harsh until it finally became a question. Ha, it seems my suspicions were correct. Your joy wasn't because you'd found your offspring, but because you'd found a descendant to inherit your power. Star-Lord suddenly burst into laughter, as if masking his inner sorrow. From the beginning, he hadn't fully believed this suddenly reappearing father. It wasn't until he saw his father's indifference at the side of his mother that he finally confirmed his innermost thoughts. I'm sorry. No matter what, I can't leave the future of the universe in the hands of someone as emotionless as you. No, you can't even be called a human. You're just a cold stone. Star-Lord's blunt words finally chilled Ego's expression. I should have let you die of cancer like your mother. What? Star-Lord had initially thought that the fact that this father didn't love his mother was unacceptable. But at that moment, the moment he learned the truth, his face was instantly filled with rage. Go to hell. The next moment, Star-Lord suddenly wanted to draw his weapon and personally kill the man who had killed his mother. Where's my gun? However, he quickly realized it had vanished. Haha, what a shame. This isn't reality. You can't hurt me at all. Ego looked at Star-Lord, a smile of excitement breaking across his face. You should accept your fate and merge completely with me. That way, you can at least survive and avoid the fate of your mother. However, before Ego could finish his words, he was suddenly pierced by a blue beam. Star-Lord, enraged, unleashed his divine power. Ha ha ha, the more your divine power awakens, the happier I am. Ego's body slowly dissipated, but his voice lingered in Star-Lord's ears like a spell. Since you refuse to merge with me and become the god who dominates the universe, then you will become the nourishment for my divine power and help me conquer the entire universe. The next moment, before Star-Lord could react, blue energy tentacles suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. Without him realizing it, they enveloped his entire body, spreading across it like rapidly growing vines. Oh no, Star-Lord roared in frustration, only to find that the scene before him had instantly changed. The surrounding starry sky had vanished. The reality around him was that he was being enveloped by streams of blue energy, and all around him was red magma that was constantly emitting hot steam. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Scarlet Witch Modifies Reality. Damn you, traitor. How dare you resist me? Powerful divine force enveloped Star-Lord's body, continuously devouring the divine power born within him. Ego's power, meanwhile, rapidly increased as it continued to devour. The most significant manifestation of this was a massive surge of energy that erupted across countless planets far and wide in the universe. Like a tsunami, the blue energy rapidly expanded, engulfing everything around it. After consuming countless objects, it in turn fed immense amounts of energy back into Ego's body. If this cycle continued, Ego's power would truly become immense. Countless planets were now engulfed by Ego's energy. Smaller planets had their entire surfaces completely engulfed by the surging energy, while larger planets had their surface area covered by nearly 1/10. Only Earth, thanks to Iceman's assistance, escaped further damage. Even as the energy continued to grow, it was frozen in the near absolute zero temperature, preventing it from spreading outward. By this time, the newly formed SWORD agency had already been notified to evacuate all residents in the vicinity of the energy source as quickly as possible to a sufficient distance. Only a few hundred SWORD agents remained on the scene, investigating the energy source and various characteristics. Director, everyone in the area has been evacuated. However, I feel, as the last specially designed spacecraft, carrying countless residents, successfully lifted off, Agent Hill approached the director to report. He seemed hesitant to speak. Nick Fury, now elected SWORD's first director, received the news and rushed over without hesitation. You're saying that if we don't address the root cause of this problem, no matter where we evacuate, we won't be able to escape this crisis, right? Nick Fury said gravely, his expression heavy as he gazed at the cocoon-like energy mass before him. That's right, Chief. After a simple measurement by the technical team, we've discovered that this energy ball possesses an immense amount of power. If that person hadn't frozen it with extremely low temperature ice, this energy would have erupted instantly, covering nearly 1/5 of the Earth's surface area. Agent Hill's face was filled with solemnity. If such a result were to occur, the entire planet would likely be unable to accept it. Hasn't a solution been found yet? Nick Fury's face darkened even further after hearing Hill's report, but he still asked in a deep voice. Unfortunately, our technical team was only recently established, and even with the assistance of advanced technology, we haven't yet fully grasped the situation. Furthermore, the source of this crisis doesn't seem to originate from Earth. It could be, Hill said slowly, gazing at the distant sky. Have you found the identity of that person? Nick Fury asked slowly, gazing into the sky, still releasing icy energy to prevent the figure from breaking through the ice barrier. We have, but his identity seems a little strange. Oh? How strange? Nick Fury couldn't help but feel curious. Our intelligent identification system has determined that he might be a member of the X-Men. codenamed Iceman, with a special ability to create ice and freeze everything. However, after we just contacted the X-Men, we discovered that their Iceman wasn't assigned to this mission. This guy, who looks and acts like Iceman, has a serious identity issue. As Agent Hill finished speaking, Nick Fury's face changed, but then he carefully observed Iceman's figure before slowly relaxing. Director, do you think he's a Skrull in disguise? Or perhaps an alien from Earth? Or perhaps someone from another universe? Agent Hill's experiences in the past year or so had opened her eyes. She no longer viewed everything through the lens of her previous Earthling perspective. Whoever he is, he's helping us now. Should we continue investigating his identity? Of course, let's keep an eye on this energy. Also, keep an eye on this energy. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Also, summon more technical team agents. We must find a solution to this problem as quickly as possible, Nick Fury said slowly. Chief, it looks like someone's coming again. Just as Hill was about to go down and arrange everything, he suddenly shouted in surprise, gazing into the distant sky. In the distance, two figures swooped down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were overhead. Look, it's Superman. Great, Superman's here. With Peter's return, all the agents on the ground erupted in excitement. Chief, let's get our men out first and leave this situation to them. It wasn't that Nick Fury was good at shirking responsibility, it was just that Superman was more suited to handle this kind of situation. Superman, you're finally back. Iceman, sensing Peter's return, relaxed a bit. Nearly an hour had passed since the energy ball suddenly expanded. If Iceman didn't possess the strength of an Omega-level mutant, he would have collapsed long ago, constantly releasing icy energy for such a long time. Haven't they solved this problem yet? Peter asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the energy ball before him. He had returned from beyond the universe, yet Magneto and Thor hadn't yet resolved this crisis. I don't know. Maybe they're having trouble. Iceman could sense that the energy seemed to have grown stronger recently, its momentum growing stronger. Perhaps there was some problem with the energy's source, but instead of disappearing, it had actually grown stronger. Superman, who's that next to you? Iceman seemed to notice that Peter hadn't returned alone, but with a woman in a red dress, seemingly imbued with powerful energy. You should know her. She's Wanda Maxim, a mutant like you, and Magneto's daughter. What? Magneto's daughter? That guy actually has such a beautiful daughter. Iceman gazed at Wanda's beautiful, yet somewhat eerie figure, seemingly unable to believe that Magneto actually had such a beautiful daughter. Alright, let's talk about these things later. For now, let's deal with this matter first. Peter looked at the energy ball on the ground, slowly pondering a solution. With his strength, he could easily destroy it. However, if the energy of the Phoenix Force came into contact with this energy ball, it might cause a violent explosion. Unless he completely envelopes the energy with a bioforce field. Let me do it. Consider it my rent for living in this universe from now on. Just as Peter was about to strike, Wanda suddenly flew out from beside him and said. As for the rent she mentioned, it was because before arriving, she had already decided to stay in this universe. According to her, she no longer had any attachment to the previous universe. Superman, can she do it? Iceman asked doubtfully, gazing at Wanda's figure. Of course, she's an Omega-level mutant like you. And her power is even greater, undoubtedly. The power of chaos, one of the three great energies of the Marvel Universe, capable of easily altering reality, couldn't be anything less than powerful. As Wanda floated alone above the energy, her red dress instantly fluttered without a breeze. Crimson energy coalesced around her, a powerful aura spreading outward. The surrounding space was warped by the overwhelming energy. The terrifying power was enough to draw one's gaze. Hill, record everything about this person. Not far away, Nick Fury and Hill stared at the sky, their eyes filled with shock. They had never imagined that a figure suddenly reappearing at this moment would possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Wanda slowly channeled the chaos force within her body. The powerful chaos force materialized into a crimson crown above her head. She looked like a queen from the underworld, her beauty, combined with her bewitching energy, imbued with a breathtaking aura. What exactly is this mutant power of hers? At that moment, Iceman could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from the woman before him. Even he felt an overwhelming fear at the power. Haha, we'll find out soon. Peter smiled without saying anything. This was also the first time he had seen Scarlet Witch wield her powers. As everyone watched in shock, Wanda slowly raised her hands. Crimson energy converged within them, shimmering in a dazzling crimson light that seemed to envelop the entire sky. The next moment, countless barriers shimmering with crimson light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping everything around the energy ball. Strange crimson runes shimmered on the barriers, drawing the gaze with a captivating aura. After enveloping everything to prevent any unforeseen incidents from spreading to the surrounding area, Wanda no longer hesitated. Disappear completely. With a soft purr from her red lips, a voice echoed throughout the shrouded world. Instantly, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Wanda's body. A visible crimson shockwave instantly swept around, enveloping everything within the small world in a moment. The next moment, all the energy balls caught in the crimson energy began to rapidly dissipate, vanishing into the universe without warning. Could this be her ability to alter reality? The Iceman stared in disbelief at the energy ball that had left him so helpless. With just a single word, it slowly vanished from this world. He spoke slowly, a hint of disbelief. However, regardless of whether he believed what he saw, after Wanda's words, the energy ball vanished rapidly from Earth. It was as if reality had been forcibly altered. Thank you for fulfilling your mission. Now, I can stay in your universe. As if doing something insignificant, Wanda retracted the powerful chaos force. Slowly flying back to Peter, a smile playing on her lips. Of course, at the same time, after the energy ball above Earth completely disappeared, Ego, countless light years away, also clearly felt that the energy seed he had left on Earth seemed to have suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Ego was full of confusion, unable to understand why this happened. Never mind, it's just one power seed that disappeared. As long as the other power seeds normally consume the planets they are on, I can still become an eternal god. However, he immediately dismissed it. The accident of a single power seed had no impact on his grand plan to devour the entire universe. My main concern now is to devour that rebellious child's power as quickly as possible. Damn it, he's unworthy of me. If Star-Lord hadn't fiercely resisted his devouring, he would have merged with him long ago. This only made Ego even more furious. Damn it, that guy up there is getting even more reckless. No, I have to stop him, or I'm afraid the black hole will devour my body before I can completely devour that rebellious child. As he continued to devour Star-Lord's divine power, the black hole created by Magneto was also devouring his body. In just a few minutes, about a third of his planet-sized body had been devoured. From the perspective of the universe, it looked like a round apple with a large bite taken out. Moreover, after this period of devouring, the black hole, originally only a few dozen meters in diameter, had grown to several thousand meters. While it still looked vastly different from Ego's enormous body, this gap did not mean that the planet would escape complete destruction. I sense something's amiss. This guy doesn't seem to be resisting. Do you think he's plotting something? Thor flew to Magneto's side, his expression slightly puzzled. It's certainly not normal. Magneto, naturally, wasn't one to ignore others' advice. Gazing at the two planets, unresponsive and rapidly being devoured by the black hole, he wondered if this guy truly had some hidden agenda. However, just as the two were wondering, and Thor was about to head for the two planets, nearly half devoured, finally showed some movement. A massive burst of blue energy erupted from the centers of the two planets, converging in the air. Then, a dazzling light rivaling that of a star, shone forth. Finally, before the two men's astonishment, a massive blue giant slowly emerged into the universe. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of space, Captain Yondu, there seems to be a spaceship approaching us. A spaceship? Let's go check it out. Upon hearing his men's report, Yondu's blue face pondered for a moment before speaking directly. They were cosmic plunderers, and they would never forget their mission. Chapter 144, Star-Lord is completely swallowed. Hey, got it, Captain. Amidst the crew's laughter, the ship instantly accelerated, flying towards another ship. Meanwhile, aboard Star-Lord's ship, Rocket and Drax finally learned everything from the girl's revelation. They also understood that Star-Lord's supposed biological father and his search for him had ulterior motives. Fuck, I knew there was something wrong with that old man, Rocket cursed angrily. Little bear, let's go and rescue Star-Lord? Drax's face was equally filled with rage, though even more impulsive than Rocket's. But we can't defeat Ego on our own, the girl said cautiously, knowing Ego's strength. In reality, she was also a victim, but her special abilities had saved her from Ego's brutal death and allowed her to survive. That's right, and there's a black hole there with a massive gravitational pull. With our ship's defenses and power, we'd probably be completely devoured by it before we even get close. Although Rocket also wanted to rescue Star-Lord, he was more aware of the dangers they faced. Damn, if only there was a bigger, more powerful ship, Rocket sighed with regret. If they chose to rescue Star-Lord now, they would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their deaths. Hey, look, is that ship big enough? Just as Rocket was feeling regretful, Drax's excited voice suddenly rang out. He pointed ahead, at a massive ship rapidly approaching them. Hey, listen up, ships ahead. You've been surrounded by the Great Reaver Legion. Lower your weapons and surrender immediately, or else. At that moment, a massive ship blocked their path, its massive energy cannons trained on their ship, seemingly churning with immense energy, ready to unleash. Soon after, aboard Yondu's ship, countless crew members stood beside him. Below, Rocket and his companions were being escorted over. After being robbed by Yondu and his men, they requested to see their commander. Let me introduce you, this is our second in command. A rather shabby-looking crew member pointed at Yondu and introduced him loudly. Hand over all your belongings immediately, or you'll become cosmic garbage. Hand them over. Hand them over. Countless crew members raised their various weapons and began to jeer. Everyone, be quiet. Seeing Yondu extend his hand and press down, the crew gradually quieted down, waiting for him to speak. Why are you here? As far as I know, the nearest intelligent planet is thousands of light years away, and I heard you have a strong desire to see me. What's the reason? After all was quiet, Yondu glanced carefully at Rocket and the others, then asked casually. Hey, blue guy, where's your captain? I need to speak to him. We have something important to tell him about the safety of the universe. Drax, seemingly oblivious to their current situation, shouted at Yondu. Our captain is very busy. If you have anything, just tell me. Yondu's expression changed, but he patiently asked again. That's right, don't be ungrateful. Our Vice Captain Yondu is giving you a chance, which is a great favor, the flattering crew member nearby also said in a pretentious tone. Well, what's your name? Yondu, Rocket asked in surprise upon discovering that the person before him was none other than Yondu. Oh? You've heard of me? Haha, it seems I'm quite famous in the universe. Hearing that this raccoon-like creature had heard of him, Yondu couldn't help but smile. Yondu, Star-Lord's former captain, of course I know you. Star-Lord? You know him? Tell me where that bastard is now. Hearing Star-Lord's name suddenly made Yondu so excited that he almost stood up from his seat, but he suppressed his excitement to avoid being noticed by the other crew members. Star-Lord? He's been captured by Ego. Rocket noticed Yondu's barely concealed excitement and suddenly realized the special relationship between Star-Lord and Yondu. Without hesitation, he told the truth. What? That brat was captured by his father? Damn it! Upon hearing the news that Star-Lord had been taken by Ego, Yondu could no longer conceal his worry, his face darkening. Soon after, as Rocket recounted their experiences, the imminent danger of the universe being devoured, and the plans to rescue Star-Lord, a sudden silence fell on the scene. Captain, you don't really believe what they were saying, do you? Captain, you must proceed with caution. That's right, Captain. Don't forget what the captain instructed us to do. Besides, even if the crisis sweeping the universe is real, don't we still have Mr. Thor and the others? If you're truly worried, we'll go back and inform the captain. With his strength, he can easily defeat that guy called Ego. Seeing the hesitation on Yondu's face, the crew members who had served him for many years, instantly reminded of his partiality towards Star-Lord, couldn't help but offer words of persuasion. Alright, stop talking. I have my own plans. With the crew's continued persuasion, Yondu's hesitant expression finally calmed down, and he spoke in a deep voice. Soon after, in the void, a small spaceship detached from Yondu's ship and sped toward the two planets and the black hole. Do you think Captain and the others can make it? Don't talk nonsense. Captain Yondu will definitely return safely. Inside the ship, the crew watched the ship depart, most of them with worry in their eyes. Meanwhile, between the planet and the black hole, a terrifying giant, tens of thousands of feet tall, suddenly appeared. Is this guy finally going all out? Gazing at the massive giant formed by the convergence of energy, Magneto and Thor's eyes flickered with eagerness. Ego, though seemingly constantly outmatched by them, they all knew it was due to his concerns, fearing fatal damage to his original form, which had prevented him from exerting his full strength. However, now, facing the imminent threat of being completely consumed by the black hole, Ego seemed finally compelled to exert his full might, harnessing immense energy to transform into a godlike giant, attempting to destroy the black hole. Hey, Magneto, you stay here and guard the black hole. I'll go check on this guy first. Is he just a show-off? Without giving Magneto a chance to retort, Thor, axe in hand, transformed into a streak of silver lightning, sprinting towards the massive giant in the distance. HMPH, let me show you my true power. Within the massive energy-conjured giant, Ego naturally possessed his own consciousness. Seeing Thor, a being countless times smaller than himself, so fearlessly charging towards him, he couldn't help but look at him with the contempt he'd shown him, as if he were looking at an ant. Then he raised his hand. His massive palm, like a palm leaf fan, slapped down on Thor's body like a mosquito. Bang! Despite Ego's enormous size, he possessed agility and speed that completely outshone him. Thor, careless for a moment, failed to dodge his attack and was struck directly. He transformed himself into a streak of lightning, soaring into the distant starry sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. HMPH, a mere ant, yet you dare defy the gods, Ego, sending Thor carelessly flying, buoyed his confidence. His massive body wandered through the starry sky, slowly approaching the black hole before him. He clenched his fist, the size of an asteroid, gathering immense energy. He prepared to blast the black hole with unstoppable force. However, just as Magneto was about to intervene to stop Ego's enlarged form, a brilliant streak of light suddenly appeared from the distant starry sky. The moment he saw it, he realized its true form was already before him. The next moment, Thor, having returned, hurled his battle axe at Ego's body with incredible speed. Crack! At that moment, the axe nearly surpassed the speed of light in the universe. Like a violent bolt of lightning, it streaked across the starry sky. The dazzling light was so intense it forced one to close his eyes. A swish. The next moment, it was as if space itself had been ripped apart by the violent lightning. Lightning pierced through Ego's outstretched arm. The entire universe seemed to have suddenly fallen silent. Suddenly, Ego's outstretched arm, near his body, abruptly severed. The front portion slowly dissipated into the starry sky, dissipating as starlight. Annoying fly, Ego's face was filled with rage. Facing Thor, who once again stood in his way, he swung his other arm. Simultaneously, a vast surge of divine power erupted from the planet, merging into his massive frame and slowly repairing the severed arm. Go for it. Thor's expression was filled with excitement. Finally, his opponent was no longer a formidable opponent. He could unleash his full power. In an instant, two figures, vastly different in appearance, charged towards each other. Boom! Instantly, terrifying roars echoed across the starry sky. The energy released from their battle shook the very void. Countless energies erupted into a cosmic storm, only to be absorbed by the black hole. As the two engaged in a passionate battle, a distant spaceship, under covert circumstances, landed on Ego's home planet. Little Raccoon, are you sure Star-Lord is actually on this planet? Yondu asked Rocket from aboard the ship. Don't worry. I saw from the beginning that the old man had ulterior motives, so I left a tracking device on Star-Lord. Rocket piloted the ship, carefully weaving through the rocky crevices of the planet. Well, little one, quite clever, huh? Yondu couldn't help but look at Rocket with a touch of admiration, then, forgetting the idiot Drax beside him, sighed. Of course, I'm the best, damn it. Rocket, so carried away by his pride, almost forgot to avoid the whirlwind of energy swirling around him, drawn by the black hole's pull. Fortunately, he managed to miraculously deflect the ship and avoid the oncoming boulder. No, flying this way is too slow. I don't know when we'll find that jerk Star-Lord. Their speed into the planet was hampered by the constant need to dodge the erratic flying rocks. It might take a long time to truly reach the planet's core and find Star-Lord trapped there. What should I do? I'm already the best spaceship pilot in the universe. Rocket looked perplexed. Even as the best pilot in the universe, he had to constantly watch out for the flying boulders and dodge them. HMPH, I naturally have a faster way. Yondu's face was filled with mystery. Then he paused and continued, listen to me. Allocate all the remaining energy in the ship to the defense systems and then initiate full power flight. What? Are you sure our ship won't be smashed to pieces? And us too. Rocket was a little incredulous at Yondu's suggestion. Don't worry, this isn't just any ship. It's a luxury mining vessel we stole from that idiot collector. It's made of material so strong it could pierce the skull of a god. Despite Rocket's concern, Yondu remained confident. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Rocket, convinced that Yondu wouldn't risk his life, no longer hesitated, channeling his remaining energy into the protective and power systems. Instantly, the immense energy generated tremendous momentum, and the ship's speed soared to its limit. Drax watched helplessly as a rock, even larger than the ship, crashed into it. The next moment, the ship seemed unaffected. It passed right through the boulder, leaving behind only a pierced, flaming rock. Yay, finally freed from the distraction of dodging the boulder, Rocket was filled with excitement. Recklessly, he charged in the direction of Star-Lord's locator. He glided past both the boulders and the surging lava with impunity. A journey that had previously been expected to take hours took less than 2 minutes. They had entered the planet's core. Finally, Rocket was delighted, but it was a shame for Drax, who was unprepared. Go find Star-Lord? The locator couldn't pinpoint Star-Lord's location, but it was within range. Without hesitation, Yondu disembarked from the spaceship, unzipped his spacesuit, and began searching for Star-Lord. Damn it, you damned bastards. You're resorting to schemes. Amidst the starry skies, Ego, battling Thor, suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked at Thor in front of him with immense fury and cursed. Ego undoubtedly mistook them for a single group. This was undoubtedly a classic tactic to lure the enemy away. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Let's keep fighting. Thor stared at Ego, who had suddenly stopped, with a puzzled expression, unsure of his reasoning. HMPH, even if it means my grand plan is thwarted, I won't let you damned bastards succeed. Suddenly, Ego erupted in fury. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from his body. At this moment, he no longer hesitated about whether he could fully absorb and master Star-Lord's power. Even if he couldn't devour the entire universe as planned and become an eternal god, he would. He would make those who dared to mock him feel the true wrath of a god. Oh no, suddenly, Yondu and his companions, searching for Star-Lord at the planet's core, heard a roar of unwillingness. Oh no. It's Star-Lord's voice. Rocket and Yondu sprinted towards the sound. Is that Star-Lord? However, they were still a step too late. Tentacles of energy, entwined like vines around Star-Lord's body, reached directly into his body. Countless visible energies surged through those tube-like tentacles. In a split second, Star-Lord's body was completely reduced to a mummy. Finally, only a skeleton remained. Then, the blue tentacles burrowed back into the ground. Star-Lord's skeletal body, instantly scattering to the ground, fell to the ground. Star-Lord? No. Yondu stared at the scattered bones in disbelief, his face filled with sorrow. Chapter 145, It's about to be eternal, the core is destroyed. How could this happen? Rocket, in disbelief, picked up Star-Lord's remains from the ground, only to find that even the bones had become as light as feathers, practically dispersing into dust. No, impossible, this must be fake. There's no way that bastard Star-Lord would die so easily. Yondu couldn't accept the tragic death of his adopted son, the one he'd filled with so much affection. He kept telling himself that everything he saw was fake. Overwhelmed with grief, Yondu nearly lost his mind. He searched around, desperately trying to find an unharmed Star-Lord. Stop. We all know what just happened was real. The death of his only companion before him once again brought back painful memories for Rocket. His face, once as fuzzy as a stuffed animal, suddenly turned cold. Why? Yondu finally accepted the reality of Star-Lord's death, shouting out a question. Well, in that case, let's get out of here. It looks like it's about to collapse. Drax, while equally saddened by Star-Lord's passing, had witnessed his loved ones die before his own eyes, and now, despite his grief, he still had a shred of rationality. Feeling the sudden and intense tremors and the collapsing rock around him following Star-Lord's death, he couldn't help but urge the two men. Leave. Rocket and Yondu looked up, their eyes growing firmer as they felt the growing tremors around them. You go first, I'll go. The two exchanged glances, their thoughts seemingly in agreement. Haha, in that case, let's go take down this damn guy together, you guys. Drax looked at the two men, now in agreement, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But then, a moment later, it gave way to determination. Since you won't leave, then neither will I. Let's go together to avenge Star-Lord. The three exchanged a smile and boarded the spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship took off, but instead of heading outwards, it flew deeper into the planet's core. Wang Difa, what on earth has this guy done? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Meanwhile, outside the planet, Thor stared at Ego in disbelief. He could hardly believe that in just a moment, this already formidable being before him had become countless times more powerful. Its body, once the size of an asteroid, had suddenly expanded immensely. It was as if an immense force suddenly infused its body, rendering it ethereal. It rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire starry sky. Then, before their astonished gazes, it gradually shrank, returning to its original size, seemingly even smaller than before. However, Thor did not let this cause him to underestimate the figure before him. He sensed an immensely powerful aura within this new figure, an aura as powerful as that of the ancient god he had once witnessed sitting in the shadows. Damn it! Let me see what's going on. Thor's opponent suddenly became countless times more powerful than before, but he didn't give in. The pride of being the god of thunder prevented him from retreating. He was ready to charge forward, axe in hand, to test the waters. Wait, Thor, there's something wrong with this guy. Suddenly, Magneto appeared beside Thor, gazing gravely at the strange figure before him. What do you see? Thor asked with an equally serious expression. It seems new powers are constantly emerging from within his body, and they're incredibly powerful. Magneto's expression darkened as he noticed that the power within this being called Ego was rapidly increasing with every passing moment. Now, it had reached a point beyond their reach. Ha, I did it. I finally succeeded. By devouring Star-Lord's body and integrating it with the other divine powers within him, Ego became immensely powerful. However, that wasn't the most important thing. As his divine power grew, the divine seeds he had long planted on countless planets instantly began to expand at an even faster rate. The overwhelming energy completely devoured small and medium-sized planets in an instant. Amidst the wailing and fleeing of countless intelligent beings, the vast energy, like a flood or tsunami, instantly swept across the entire surface of the planet. In a short moment, thousands of planets were destroyed, consumed by this overwhelming divine energy. Although some planets, like Earth, were protected by powerful beings and had preemptively eliminated the threat of the divine seeds, Ego had, over millions of years, traveled throughout the galaxy, leaving his divine seeds on countless planets. Now, as countless planets were instantly devoured, countless creatures and life essences were devoured and assimilated by his divine power, ultimately transforming into his own power. At this moment, although he did not instantly become the eternal master of the entire universe as he had planned, he could sense that he had broken free from the constraints of the entire universe. Given more time, he could even break through the universe and face the true eternity beyond the infinite universe. From this moment on, the entire universe will be mine. Obsessed with his ever-increasing power, Ego seemed to foresee the moment when he would completely control the universe and become the supreme being. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sky, a vast cloud of luck seemed to drift aimlessly through the boundless cosmos. Suddenly, the drifting nebula paused. The next moment, the entire cloud was swiftly hurtling off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the starry sky and arrived in front of a planet. Who is it? How dare you steal my food? However, as he gazed upon the scene before him, completely engulfed by a massive energy, completely devouring all life on the planet's surface, a faint, cosmic sound emanated from the nebula. And the next moment, it seemed to sense something. The vast nebula once again streaked through the boundless cosmic sky, rapidly heading in a certain direction. Damn it, Thor. Let's retreat. This guy is beyond our control. Magneto gazed at Ego's figure, sensing his growing aura. Ultimately, he and Thor decided to leave for now. Their strength was no longer enough to stop Ego. HMPH, an Asgardian warrior will never retreat, even in the face of a formidable foe. As Thor, axe raised, spoke with heroic confidence, Ego, who had closed his eyes, feeling the growing power, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the black hole, which was unleashing its immense gravity. Instantly, a powerful divine force erupted from his finger. Crack! A powerful beam of energy seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space. The violent force shattered the black hole, already tens of thousands of meters in diameter. As the black hole extinguished itself, its terrifying energy caused the very space-time within it to rapidly collapse. It was as if the very walls of the universe were about to shatter. Well, Magneto, I think you're right. We should get out of here first and conserve our strength. Thor, watching the shocking scene before him, didn't hesitate. He, along with Magneto, sped off into the distance. HMPH, trying to escape now? Too late. Although Ego was fascinated by his ultimate power, he was already filled with rage at the two who had dared to harm his true form. Had he not been trying to stall for time and try to convince Star-Lord to merge with him, he would have likely been unable to resist completely destroying them, albeit with some difficulty. Now, with his overwhelming power, which now practically dominated the universe, destroying them was effortless. A short while ago, within the interior of a planet, a spaceship was speeding through it. Ignoring the violently shaking planet, the swirling clouds, and the boulders blocking its path, the ship hurtled towards the planet's true core. Little Raccoon, are you sure that destroying this planet's core will ensure that Ego dies with Star-Lord? Yondu asked Rocket uncertainly, gazing at the planet's interior, whose structure was rapidly changing and whose very essence seemed to be rapidly evolving. Of course, I've long since discovered the true nature of this planet. It's actually a living planet, and the source of its energy is something resembling a biological brain within its core. If we can destroy it, Ego will completely lose its energy source. Rocket, as the most intelligent and perfect being in the universe, naturally understood Ego's true nature. But how can we destroy its brain? I'm sure something so important must be protected by something. Drax's sudden words made the two of them look pale. Damn it, you big fool, you crow's mouth. Sure enough, not long after, when they reached the outside of the true core brain, they discovered that beyond it lay layers of tough rock. This special rock surpassed most other materials in the universe. Even energy cannons could barely leave a clear mark on it. Well, I'm just curious. Something this important wouldn't be so easily. Shut up, big idiot. Rocket couldn't help but roar angrily at Drax. He then began to think about how to break through the layers of tough rock and destroy the brain. Damn, there are some cracks, but with our bodies, we can't get through. After some exploration, Rocket did not come up empty-handed. He detected a neural network-like characteristic within the layers of special rock. Unfortunately, the gaps between the interwoven networks were too small for their bodies to penetrate. Only someone smaller could get through. Rocket looked unwilling. If he were 10 times smaller, perhaps he could get through. Never mind, I have a plan. He gazed at the tough rock before him, and the brain within, pulsing and radiating powerful energy. Yondu's expression gradually grew firmer, as if he had made an important decision. Yondu, you wouldn't be. Rocket instantly understood Yondu's current thoughts, somewhat incredulously. Long ago, it was Ego who had me kidnap children from every planet and bring them to him, but I never imagined he would do such a cruel thing to his own son. At this moment, Yondu finally understood Ego's reason for doing what he did. But the price he paid was that Star-Lord, whom he had adopted, suffered at Ego's hands. If I get the chance, I'll tell that bred in person that Ego isn't worthy of being his father, Yondu said as he walked towards the ship. This mining ship can penetrate even the skull of a celestial being, so it should be enough to penetrate these layers of solid rock. However, if we get close to his brain, he'll definitely notice us, so we have to rush in and destroy his core at a speed he can't stop. If someone has to sacrifice, then let me do it. At least I can avenge that child myself. Kill that son of a bitch. Yondu walked into the ship without hesitation, throwing 2 spacecraft to Rocket and Drax. I'll launch the attack in 3 minutes. Good luck. With a final glance at Rocket and the others, Yondu slowly closed the hatch of the spaceship. Yondu, Rocket observed Yondu's resolute figure, ultimately not stopping him. Actually, Star-Lord has a good father. With a sigh, Rocket and Drax loaded the spacecraft onto themselves, slowly started it up, and flew out. 3 minutes passed quickly. Watch out, kid. Yondu's eyes were determined as he slowly pressed the start button. The next moment, accompanied by a fierce tail of flame from the engines, the spaceship instantly crashed into the layered brain core. A crackle. The surrounding rock, energized by the power it had just devoured from other planets, had begun to evolve, becoming even harder than before. But this mining ship, worthy of being a collector's item, was made of a tougher material. He had actually managed to drill a massive hole through it, piercing through the layers of rock that resembled a neural network. Damn, those clowns, how dare they do this? As Yondu approached a brain core, he was spotted by Ego in the starry sky. But at that moment, he had no time to stop it. Go to hell. Finally catching sight of the brain, radiating a blue glow and beating like a heart, Yondu could no longer endure and pressed the button to fire the energy cannon. Instantly, all his energy converged within the cannon, unleashing a brilliant beam. Boom. The beam precisely struck the brain, the source of Ego's power, and a powerful roar erupted. The entire planet shattered and collapsed from the powerful explosion. It seemed as if the planet was about to be completely annihilated. He did it. Before the planet completely shattered, Rocket and Drax flew out, gazing at the shattered planet with a hint of sadness in their eyes. Because it had come at the cost of Yondu himself. Chapter 146 The stars turn into eyes, and the universe turns into body. As Yondu, disregarding his own safety, detonated the entire planet representing the core of Ego's divine power, Ego seemed to be profoundly affected, and without hesitation abandoned his pursuit of Thor and Magneto, who were fleeing. His massive body instantly returned to the crumbling planet. What happened? Thor and Magneto, equally aware of the unexpected situation, watched Ego retreat with a hint of hesitation in their eyes. It looks like he's been significantly affected. Should we seize this opportunity? Watching Ego's fading aura, the two exchanged a glance, each eager to take action. Oh no. This guy doesn't seem to have completely lost all his power. Has Yondu failed? However, Rocket, closer to Ego, noticed that while the aura emanating from his body was rapidly fading, it was significantly different from what they had expected, a sudden loss of all power following the destruction of his divine power source. It seemed that he had indeed been affected, but not fatally. As expected, as Ego's body returned to its source of power, upon the rapidly crumbling planet, Ego was no longer in the mood to care about anything else. You damn dense. I'll crush you with my own hands and transform you into nourishment for the universe. Furious, Ego's massive body transformed into vast blue divine power. Like nectar falling from the sky, this divine power continuously watered the crumbling earth, nourishing the planet on the verge of complete collapse. The energy merged into the planet, and the planet, previously crumbling and collapsing, was now slowly restrained by this influx of energy. The collapsing earth, enveloped by the immense energy, halted its further collapse. Simultaneously, even greater energy emanated from the planet's core. Like erupting magma, this energy flowed deep underground, clearing away the rubble and repairing the collapsed subsurface structure. More importantly, as the energy continued to wash over it, the entire planet was undergoing a rapid transformation. Under the combined force of immense energies, both from within and from the outside, the planet was rapidly undergoing repairs. Less than a minute passed. The planet, seemingly on the verge of complete collapse, revived, its subsurface structure even stronger than before. Deep blue energy continuously gushed from the ground. A powerful healing force repaired the ground, 1/3 of which had been devoured by the black hole. Soon, two intact planets of equal size reappeared in the cosmic sky. However, the sensation of these new planets was profoundly different. It was as if from this moment on, these two planets were no longer inanimate objects, but rather possessed life and consciousness, teeming with unique living beings. A dazzling blue light, as brilliant as that of stars, shone from both planets, illuminating the entire sky and glittering across the universe. Soon, the dazzling light slowly faded. Suddenly, two vast cracks stretched across the surface of the two planets. The next moment, something truly horrifying occurred. Within the vast cracks, strange organs resembling the eyes of living creatures emerged. Its dark pupils gleamed with a star-like brilliance, like a god from beyond the cosmos, peering through the cracks of the universe to see the things within. Almost instantly, these eyes turned to the distance, towards Thor and Magneto, who had not yet completely left. Within those star-like eyes, intense anger and hatred shone, as if it wanted to tear the two men apart with its fierce gaze. What a shame, this guy managed to survive. Thor looked at the new planet before him and the strange eyes that stared back at him, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He could sense that his divine power might no longer be able to split the planet in two as easily as before. More than that, this creature's very nature has undergone a tremendous transformation. If before, he was just a lucky planet that had awakened to self-awareness, now, he's become a unique species truly endowed with life, or perhaps, a newly born god. Magneto turned his gaze to Thor, the meaning in his eyes clear. HMPH, this ugly creature will never become a true god like me. Thor didn't want to be compared to this ugly creature. Perhaps out of anger, or perhaps because he knew they had no chance of escaping safely, Thor gripped his battle axe and charged at the two eyes radiating a star-like depth. To have encountered such a troublesome situation, Magneto sighed. Before arriving, he had thought it was a simple matter that could be easily resolved. But he had never imagined it would escalate into such an unforeseen situation. He knew, even more than Thor, that Ego was completely different, a profound transformation. Transformed by the mighty divine power, The planets had undergone a drastic transformation. The tough, neural network-like layer that once enveloped the brain within their cores had spread to the entire surface. Its material was even tougher than before. From this moment on, everything on these two planets was assimilated by Ego's divine power. Previously, only the biological brain within their cores had been the source of Ego's power. But now, both planets had become the core of Ego's divine power, continuously supplying him with terrifying power. Unless both planets were instantly annihilated, Ego could not be killed. Warriors of Asgard, never fear, please, gods of Valhalla, grant me supreme power. I will let the glory of the gods of Asgard shine across the 9 realms and dispel all darkness. Soaring into the air, Thor gripped his battle axe, his resolute voice echoing across the universe. At that moment, he knew that with his current strength, he could not defeat the enemy before him. As a descendant of the Asgardian gods, he possessed unique abilities beyond comprehension and imagination. The once dim space suddenly blazed with a golden glow. It was as if a narrow rift had suddenly opened in a world shrouded in darkness, as if his plea had been answered by the gods. Dazzling golden light pierced through the narrow crack, illuminating Thor's body. Instantly, enveloped in golden light, Thor resembled a god baptized by holy light. His aura soared, divine power surged within him. At that moment, Thor seemed blessed by the magic of the gods. Golden divine power enveloped him, illuminating the silver armor he had transformed into golden hue, as if cast from gold. The silver battle axe he held in his hand also shone golden. Silver lightning flashed and surged above it. The golden lightning seemed to pierce the void, causing visible distortion and ripples in the surrounding space. Thank you, my ancestors. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Thor couldn't help but feel as if the entire universe had become incredibly fragile. It was as if he could, with a single wave of his axe, carve a dimensional rift through the void. This overwhelming power also restored Thor's confidence. Facing those two star-like eyes, he no longer felt any fear. His figure transformed into a stream of golden light. Like a golden spear, he pierced through the cosmic void, charging towards the two eyes that towered over the universe. HMPH, an ant is still an ant. You can't even imagine the magnitude of my power right now. At that moment, Ego's consciousness returned to his body, and he realized just how powerful he had become after devouring countless planets. The abominable individual who had attempted to destroy his brain had barely caused any damage to his divine core. In a mere instant, the damage he had sustained was repaired by the endless flow of divine power, restoring him to his former self. He also seized this opportunity to completely assimilate the entire planet. Following the previously evolved organs, such as his divine brain and neural network, he also developed true eyes. More importantly, he could sense that as he devoured more planets and gained greater divine power, he would truly evolve into a perfect body. Stars became eyes, galaxies became limbs, the universe became a body. Until, having completely devoured and assimilated the entire universe, he would become the new eternity within the infinite universe. Gazing at the godlike Thor swiftly traversing the starry sky, Ego's eyes flickered with a hint of human disdain. The next moment, he fixed his gaze on Thor's incoming form. With a snort, his gaze transformed into a tangible beam of energy, piercing the void and blasting towards Thor. The Azure beam, like the most terrifying gamma ray burst in the universe, barreled towards Thor, now a golden god of war. Crack! The two powerful beams collided instantly. The terrifying force shattered the surrounding void. The vast expanse of space was ravaged by the powerful energy, transforming into a terrifying cosmic storm. Countless spatial cracks permeated the void. However, the dazzling blue energy beam failed to completely destroy the golden spear-like stream of light. Instead, the golden light, ignoring the beam's obstruction, pierced through the void like a sharp arrow, piercing through the beam of light. In an instant, it struck one of the two star eyes. Boom! The golden light instantly pierced through the star's eye, and dazzling light suddenly burst from it. Like the afterglow of the setting sun, it illuminated the entire starry sky. After passing through the eye, the golden light slowly stopped, and Thor's figure returned. However, the golden armor on his body was now somewhat tattered, and Thor's aura was no longer as sharp as before, but slightly weakened. Clearly, even if Thor had successfully defeated the Star Eye, it wouldn't be an easy task for him. Ancestors of the gods, I haven't let you down. Thor looked up into the void, as if his ancestors were watching him through the void. Boom! Behind Thor, the Star Eye, blazing with golden light, exploded at that moment. The entire star transformed into endless dust, swirling in all directions. Ha ha ha, is this the power you're so proud of? Suddenly, as the star eye shattered, a faint voice echoed through the universe. How is this possible? Thor, hearing the voice, didn't have time to bask in the glory of victory. He hurriedly turned around. He saw that the star eye, which he had just pierced and exploded in the universe, was now as if it were reversing time. The dust, rapidly swirling in all directions, seemed to be drawn backwards by some force. Crunch! Under Thor's incredulous gaze, it regrouped into a brand new star. The next moment, another massive crack opened in the direction facing Thor. Its star-like, deep gaze glared at Thor in disbelief, as if mocking him. Unfortunately, the so-called Asgardian gods are merely false gods. Only I am the true god, dominating the entire universe. Ego's voice echoed throughout the universe. The next moment, a beam of energy even more powerful than the last erupted, piercing the void and striking Thor. Impossible. Thor only had time to block with his battle axe before the powerful beam of light blasted him away. Even so, his already battered golden armor was completely shattered. Countless divine powers dissipated, transforming into starlight and dissipating into the universe. As the beam of light dissipated, only a scarred figure remained. The Asgardian gods, capable of withstanding the energy of a neutron star, had now suffered damage they could not withstand. Die, suddenly, just as Ego was about to finish off Thor, the false god. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared beside him. Crack! Although the barrier was quickly defeated, Thor's body also disappeared into the void along with the barrier. Huh? Want to run? How can I let you do that? Ego's star angrily scanned the quiet universe. The next moment, a divine power gushed out again, and it actually pierced through a space-time wormhole in the void. Then, both star eyes entered it. In the distant starry sky, two figures were rapidly shuttling through the universe. Suddenly, two planets suddenly appeared and blocked the two people. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run. Ego's voice echoed in the universe, making people feel endless fear. However, the next moment, a voice came from the distant universe. They didn't run away, they just lured you here. Chapter 147, Double Eyes Become One Eye. What? Who is that? Hearing the sudden voice, Ego's face was filled with horror. His eyes, transformed from stars, darted rapidly, scanning the dark sky, trying to locate the source of the voice. Luckily, he arrived just in time. Meanwhile, Magneto, upon hearing the voice, stopped running and instantly relaxed. Although he hadn't witnessed this man's power firsthand, he had felt its might from the moment he arrived in this universe. He couldn't easily defeat the star-powered being before him, but at least he could hold his own against it. Thanks for your hard work. Just as Magneto's expression began to relax, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Mr. Superman, you're finally here. Supporting the heavily injured Thor, Magneto slowly spoke to Peter, who had arrived at their side. Take Thor home first. I'll take care of this guy next. Peter glanced at Thor's injuries, realizing they weren't fatal. Without further ado, he allowed Magneto to take him away. Mr. Superman, be careful with this guy. His power comes from a strange source, Magneto warned Peter before leaving. Don't worry. Seeing Peter's confidence, Magneto didn't linger any longer. He knew that staying here wouldn't only be of no use to Peter, but might even become a burden. The next moment, Magneto, carrying the injured Thor, transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distant starry sky, where Yondu's ship awaited their arrival. Meanwhile, Ego's starry eyes had no time to consider Magneto and his companions' escape. The moment Peter appeared, he sensed a powerful force within him that even he, at this moment, had to be cautious. If Thor and Magneto's power were mere ants to Ego, then the figure that suddenly appeared was the brilliant moon shining in the night sky. No, the brilliant moon doesn't even begin to describe its power. The terrifying energy within him rivals even the stars that illuminate an entire galaxy. Who are you? I don't remember anyone as powerful as you in the universe. At that moment, even Ego, who boasted of power comparable to that of a cosmic god, had to be cautious of Peter. What further puzzled Ego was that, in his endless life, he had wandered the universe's various intelligent planets, yet he had never heard of such a powerful being. Haha, haven't you heard that the truly powerful always appear last? Peter replied slowly, gazing at the planet like Ego. Of course, Peter wasn't waiting to appear last and defeat Ego just to show off. In reality, his presence here was due to the recent return of Yondu's ship to Earth, bringing news that surprised Peter. To save his adopted son, Yondu, disregarding his own safety, journeyed to Ego's planet's core to rescue Star-Lord. Although Yondu's special fondness for Star-Lord made his crew jealous, they decided to return to Earth to inform their captain of the news, hoping that Peter, as captain, would rescue Yondu and the others. Peter had no reason to hesitate. He'd been wondering why Magneto and Thor hadn't resolved the matter yet. He decided to come and see for himself what had happened. After dozens of space jumps, Peter finally arrived. Unexpectedly, the unfolding events were even more unexpected than Peter had anticipated. I never thought Ego, who in the original storyline had failed to complete his plan to devour countless planets, would actually achieve this in this universe. Looking at Ego, whose eyes were as sharp as a pair of eyes, cautiously gazing at him. Even Peter couldn't help but sigh. The infinite universe truly held infinite possibilities. Ego, the ancient cosmic god, had been destined for annihilation after his encounter with Star-Lord, the true father killer. Yet, he had broken his curse, not only successfully devouring Star-Lord's inherited divine power but also devouring countless planets, elevating his power to a level comparable to that of a god. Ego, by this point, had already transcended the limitations of a single universe, if not for his desire to dominate and devour the entire universe. Forged from the universe, he would have likely already broken through the cosmic barriers and journeyed into the endless multiverse. Could it be that the reason for all this is because I killed Thanos prematurely, thus rendering Star-Lord no longer the destiny of the universe, but rather an insignificant figure? Peter couldn't allow himself to indulge in such fantasies. After all, in the original storyline, wasn't Star-Lord's most glorious feat the three-punch stunt that brought forth the Avengers? A truly powerful being, Ego's human-like, star-like eyes fixed on Peter, yet he seemed hesitant. His thoughts were swirling. Damn. This guy may look like an ant you can easily crush, but the power within him shone like a star. I have to be cautious. In fact, Ego's ability to survive from the dawn of the universe to the present day was due not only to his own growing divine power, but also to his cautious nature. He could even wait millions of years just to complete his grand plan to devour the universe and become eternal. And now, even if his plan had succeeded, his own strength would have greatly increased. Yet, facing Peter, his inner caution made him unwilling to make an enemy. At least, now wasn't the time. That's right. Just give me some time to fully absorb and control the powerful divine power gained from devouring countless planets. Then, I'll be able to crush this despicable creature with a flick of my wrist. Finally, Ego made up his mind. He was now in a much better position to continue absorbing and controlling his hard-earned divine power. By then, with complete control of the divine power, he would be countless times more powerful than he was now, and the entire universe would be his private property. Crushing such an ant-like creature would be effortless. HMPH, since you're the one who's doing this, I'll let those despicable creatures off and spare their lives, but if your people dare to disturb me again, don't blame me for being merciless, a voice echoed through the universe. Though powerful, it sounded somewhat weak. And as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around, flashing a blue light, and prepared to leave. It didn't seem like leaving, but more like an impatient escape. Wait, suddenly, just as Egg was about to leave, Peter finally spoke. His voice was quiet, but it startled Egg's massive planetary body. What? Anything else to say? Egg manipulated his star-like eyes to turn and look back at Peter, but the blue light radiating around him didn't fade. It seemed he was ready to escape through the space-time tunnel at any moment if things went wrong. No big deal, it's just that my co-captain seems to still be within your body. Peter's voice was calm, as if he was simply asking Egg for something insignificant. Oh? Your co-captain? Egg was initially puzzled, but then he remembered the sudden, powerful explosion in his own body. You mean the guy who tried to destroy my body? Humph, if it weren't you, I would have killed him in the most brutal way possible, and become my nourishment. Egg uttered these harsh words while channeling his divine power through the planet's interior. Soon, he discovered a small spaceship. At this moment, the ship's surface was covered in countless craters, as if it had been ravaged by war. But it wasn't completely destroyed. The pilot's body was intact, though it was unknown whether he was still alive. I found him, and I'll return him to you. While the man who sought to destroy the source of his power was abhorrent, Egg felt that even shredding him to pieces wouldn't quench his rage. However, to avoid a fight with this man, whose true nature he couldn't fathom, he could only concede defeat for now. HMPH, when I fully master my divine power, I'll crush you all with my own hands and transform you into nutrients for my body. Egg was furiously thinking when, unexpectedly, Peter spoke slowly before him. "No, I'd rather retrieve him from you myself, but first, I might have to completely blast your body apart." Suddenly, Peter's tone took on a chilling coldness, chilling everyone. Egg, in particular, was stunned by Peter's words. "Damn you! How dare you treat me so lightly?" The next moment, Egg spoke with equal fury. Like the wrath of a god, the entire universe shook violently. Countless cosmic cracks emerged around him, unleashing a terrifying cosmic storm that raged through the surrounding void. Simultaneously, his star-shaped eyes, gleaming with blue light, instantly transformed into two brilliant blue beams. Powerful energy pierced the cosmic void, obliterating everything in its path. With overwhelming force, they shot directly towards Peter's body. "Luckily, you just completed your plan. Otherwise, with your previous strength, I wouldn't even be interested in making a move." At this moment, Ego struck Peter as far inferior to the Supreme Lord he had just battled. However, within this universe, Ego's current strength was already near the top. After all, in the entire universe, only a handful could transcend the limitations of a single universe. And this Ego possessed the potential to evolve into a multiverse powerhouse. Given enough time, perhaps a being like the Supreme Lord of the multiverse would emerge within this universe. Alice, he won't live to see that moment. Peter's expression remained unchanged in the face of Ego's attack. Before the two energy beams could reach him, he delivered a light punch. Crack! Instantly, the reality of the universe shattered under his powerful punch. Everything before him seemed to vanish into nothingness, along with a surging beam of energy, utterly obliterated within the universe. Damn it! This is impossible. Ego's eyes, already as vast as stars, widened even wider at the sight before him. Even though he had long feared Peter's strength, he had never imagined that this man could destroy the reality of the universe with a single blow. Even with his current strength, it was difficult for him to accomplish. At that moment, Ego didn't hesitate. The eyes on the two stars instantly vanished, and a burst of energy blazed like a star. However, he chose not to continue attacking Peter. Instead, he fully harnessed his divine power, opening a space-time portal around him that led to the edge of the universe. "Just wait. I'll definitely come back for you." The two stars instantly entered the space-time portal, rapidly traveling through the spatial rift. The endless cosmic storms that stretched from here to the end of the universe were incapable of harming Ego at this moment. It only sustained some damage to its body, but it was quickly restored. However, just as Ego was congratulating himself on his escape, a figure gleaming crimson suddenly appeared within the space-time tunnel he had constructed, its tiny form blocking his path. Impossible. Impossible. The space-time tunnel open with Ego's divine power was inaccessible to anyone else without his permission. "I'll fight you," but at this moment, even though it was difficult to comprehend what was happening before him, Ego could only bite the bullet and position a star within himself before him. Enormous divine power surged from within the star, enveloping it in a dazzling blue divine light. Like a neutron star falling from the heavens, it crashed down towards Peter. "Huh? You want to escape? Look at my lightning fist." Peter's expression remained unchanged as the massive planet crashed towards him. He clenched his fist again, crimson flames enveloping him. Add to that his standing golden hair, and he looked like a Super Saiyan transformed. The next moment, Peter unleashed a powerful punch at the neutron star, blazing with dazzling blue light. Boom! Instantly, like a supernova explosion, the blue light barrier surrounding the planet that was hurtling towards Peter was instantly shattered. Then, along with the rock within, which, after being baptized by Ego's divine power and harder than vibranium, instantly shattered. The terrifying explosion destroyed the entire space-time tunnel, shattering it. In the vast expanse of space, in a small galaxy on the outskirts of the Milky Way, space shattered. Then, a shattered planet fell from it. At the same time, a figure, infinitesimally smaller but even more striking, followed. Looking at the only remaining planet, already somewhat shattered by the aftermath, Peter didn't hesitate and charged forward once more. Chapter 148 Burning the Remains. "No, let me go." Ego had never imagined that the man before him was not only powerful, but even so powerful that even he, now himself, could hardly withstand it. The planet, covered in divine power, shattered completely under his punch. The space-time channel he had opened up was unable to withstand the aftermath, instantly breaking and flinging him out. Even if he wanted to escape, it was almost impossible. Faced with Peter ready to kill him again, Ego had no choice but to beg for mercy. After all, anyone feels a deep fear when facing death. Especially for an ancient creature like Ego, who has existed since the dawn of the universe and whose long lifespan has made him even more afraid of death. However, Peter did not pause for a moment at his plea. He transformed into a stream of light and plummeted towards the last remaining star of his body. No, faced with a choice between life and death, Ego could no longer hold back his strength. The vast divine power instantly communicated with the divine power seeds that spread throughout the universe and on countless planets. At this moment, he could no longer wait for the remaining divine power to slowly devour the vitality of those planets. Instantly, the planets, already enveloped by immense divine power and rapidly being devoured, were instantly drained of all energy and vitality. Countless planets were completely reduced to dust in the cosmic aftermath of annihilation. Meanwhile, the divine power, having absorbed sufficient power, transformed into a brilliant streak of starlight, like a star, rapidly traveling from all corners of the universe, traversing the boundless starry sky, converging towards this point. However, the distance was countless light years, and even if the divine power were countless times faster than the speed of light, it would not reach this point in time. Before the divine star, imbued with the power of countless planets, arrived, Peter's fist was about to impact Ego's body. Fuck, this is the only way. Ego was filled with anger, but he knew that with his current strength, he could not completely withstand the man's attack. The next moment, he unleashed his divine power at full force, and a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire surface of the planet. Especially in the direction of Peter's attack, the blue divine power had materialized, guarding the front like a series of shields, attempting to deflect Peter's attacks. At the same time, he painfully separated the true core of his power, the massive brain that beat like a heart, from the planet that had been completely assimilated and almost a part of his body. Even so, his originally enhanced strength would suddenly be greatly weakened, but he had no choice. Haha, pointless resistance. Peter's eyes flashed with contempt at Ego's reckless fight. Strength was irrelevant, and any defense or conspiracy was useless. Sure enough, the moment Peter's fist struck the layers of divine power barriers, crackle. Like fragile foam, they shattered, dissolving into starlight and dissipating into the universe. Before the divine power barriers could completely dissipate, Peter's body had already penetrated countless barriers and directly impacted the giant planet. Boom. Without any surprise, the entire planet shattered under Peter's powerful punch. The fragments and dust of the shattered planet formed an elliptical shockwave across the universe. The terrifying force, visible to the naked eye, instantly engulfed the surrounding galaxies. Like a star exploding, the powerful gravitational chaos suddenly ripped through the surrounding void. Endless cosmic turbulence formed terrifying space storms that swept in all directions. The dust left behind by the shattered star was also torn apart by the endless space storms, ultimately annihilating the universe. HMPH, haven't you accepted the truth yet? However, after crushing Ego's last planet with a single punch, Peter sensed that Ego's essence had not been completely annihilated. However, this meant little. For Peter, it was just another blow. Damn it. Hurry. It's too late. Ego's true source of power, separated from his planetary form, barely managed to survive. But Ego knew full well that this wouldn't truly save him from certain death. That being's power was simply too immense, making victory nearly impossible for him. Just as Ego was becoming overwhelmed with anxiety, a faint ray of light suddenly shone from the distant, dark starry sky. What is that? Peter, also noticing the anomaly in the universe, flickered, realizing it resembled a comet hurtling through space at high speed. Haha, so it's not a comet traveling through space, but in a moment, Peter realized it wasn't just a comet. At that moment, countless faint rays of light were piercing the universe from all directions, converging towards him. Thousands of stars, gleaming like comets, converged from the distant universe. The originally dim light suddenly became incredibly bright. Whoosh! The first shimmering star suddenly arrived, soaring towards Ego's body and merging into his bizarre-looking brain. Endless stars, like a meteor shower, converged on him from all directions. Ha ha ha, power. This is true power. It felt like an endless stream of comets, constantly merging into Ego's brain. He felt the strength, recently weakened by so much, steadily recover, even becoming stronger than before. Illuminated by the endless starlight, the dark, starless universe became incredibly bright. Even Tiga, reduced to a stone statue, would instantly recharge and revive at this moment. Huh? Any more tricks? Feeling the dazzling convergence of stars, Peter watched with interest as they continuously converged within Ego's brain. Gradually, Ego's exposed brain and neural network grew under the convergence of stars and divine power. The divine power gradually transformed into a hard skull, enveloping his seemingly fragile brain. It looked like a giant white skull, standing tall in the cosmic void. However, the gathering of glittering stars didn't end. More stars, after traveling through the endless universe, converged on Ego. Countless stars merged into the skull, granting Ego even greater power. The skull, however, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. As it grew larger, a human-like body sprouted from its perimeter. First, the neck, then the torso, then the limbs. In the blink of an eye, the skull transformed into a human skeleton, a specimen often seen in anatomy classes. However, unlike a normal skeleton, this one possessed an immensely larger body. The head alone was now comparable to a planet as massive as Ego's previous form, and it was still expanding rapidly. Perhaps, once it absorbed sufficient power, it could even become even larger than a star like the sun. It seems this is Ego's true strength. Even though Peter could sense Ego's power growing alongside his body, his eyes remained calm. 4. No matter how powerful he became, it could never bridge the chasm between them. As Ego's body gradually became complete, the immense divine power that once again converged no longer shaped more parts. Instead, it flowed beyond his skeleton, the blue divine power flowing throughout his body, gradually forming unique divine power channels like meridians and blood vessels. Gradually, these vein-like divine power channels were obscured, and countless divine powers transformed into flesh and blood around his body, enveloping the exposed vessels. At this moment, Ego truly possessed a humanoid form. Beyond the flesh and blood came the enveloping skin. Finally, the facial features gradually emerged from his skin. Although the entire bodybuilding process appeared complex, it took place in a matter of moments. If it weren't for Peter's extraordinary stamina, it would have been difficult to discern the entire process. In short, as the final comet, carrying immense divine power, streaked from the distant universe and converged upon Ego's body, everything finally returned to complete calm. However, before Peter, a giant figure, resembling a true god, suddenly appeared. His body was unimaginably enormous. Peter's presence was like the difference between the sun and a speck of dust. HMPH, it's all because of you that I'm forced to exhaust the full potential of my grand plan. Yet, even now, so powerful, Egg remained utterly furious. His star-like eyes fixed on Peter's tiny form, as if afraid he would vanish in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for you, in a few million years, I would have become the supreme god ruling the entire universe. A star is but a nucleus of my body, a galaxy is but a complete cell of my body, even the entire Milky Way is no weaker than a single finger of mine, but now, because of you, I'm forced to exhaust everything beforehand. So, can you understand the rage I feel right now? A fury so intense that I almost want to tear you apart, rub your flesh and blood into everything else, and tear you apart once more. At that moment, the overwhelming power within Egg almost forgot his earlier pleas for mercy from Peter. The boundless power within him swelled his confidence. But this current strength only intensified Egg's rage. If his plan to devour the entire universe had been successfully completed, the immense power he would have gained would have been countless times greater than it currently possessed. Indeed, the current countless couldn't represent any number. It was a disparity so vast that even human thought couldn't fathom it. What a shame, Peter sighed, looking at Ego, whose body was larger than a galaxy, and slowly shook his head. What? Are you begging for mercy? Ego stared at Peter's expression, assuming he was begging. No, I'm just sorry. Although your strength has increased, your brain doesn't seem to be working as well as before, Peter sighed. Sure enough, suddenly gaining immense power can cause one's IQ to drop. Ego, who had previously known he'd lose, fled, seemingly bewildered by the sudden surge of power, ready to confront Peter. Of course, anyone faced with such a stark disparity would likely become as arrogant as Ego. Unfortunately, it was this very arrogance and hubris that led Ego to embrace death. As Ego gazed at him in astonishment, a crimson flame suddenly erupted from Peter's body. The powerful Phoenix Force instantly annihilated everything around him. Although it looked like a small, easily extinguished spark, he sensed within that power an aura of annihilation. Peter's manipulation of the Phoenix Force transformed it into a phoenix. Facing Egg's body, it slowly flapped its flaming wings and soared away. But as it soared, it suddenly grew larger, the phoenix's shadow drifting towards Egg. Destroy. The intense aura of annihilation caused Egg's face to change drastically. Without hesitation, he unleashed a vast expanse of divine power, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, attempting to extinguish the flaming phoenix. Unfortunately, no matter how immense the divine power he unleashed, like the Milky Way hanging in the universe, the phoenix's shadow seemed unaffected, weaving through the Milky Way. The annihilating flames annihilated all divine power it touched. Following the cascading Milky Way, it soared into the heavens. Like a true phoenix reborn from the ashes, it wandered the Milky Way. No, this isn't possible, he stared at everything in disbelief. The tiny spark, however, instilled in him a profound sense of danger. The next moment, he unconcerned with the loss of divine power. A vast force pierced the void, condensing into a space-time channel, establishing a connection with the nearest galaxy. From the perspective of the universe, an elliptical galaxy, gleaming with dazzling light, was instantly absorbed and vanished by an invisible force. Instantly, something materialized within Ego's hands. Without hesitation, Ego grasped the entire galaxy in both hands and brought it down upon the spark-like phoenix and Peter. Boom! The moment the phoenix spark made contact with the galaxy, it erupted with an unparalleled, terrifying force. The entire galaxy, previously shimmering with silvery white light, was gradually engulfed in a fiery crimson glow. Like a spark of fire, it instantly ignited the entire galaxy. As Ego stared in disbelief, the galaxy he had intended for attack became a weapon. It transformed into a phoenix, as massive as a galaxy, and charged towards him. Panicked, Ego raised his hands, attempting to grasp the flaming phoenix. However, the feather-like flame seemed capable of incinerating everything. His hands instantly ignited. The flames flowed down his arms, instantly consuming his entire body. A wail of agony echoed throughout the universe. Ego's body, larger than a galaxy, was completely engulfed. Divine power was no longer his formidable strength, but instead became the fuel for his burning. Burned by the endless flames, Ego's remains slowly dissipated into the universe. The entire process felt incredibly strange, as if nothing should have ended so abruptly. However, reality was not full of twists and turns. Ego was simply not as powerful as Peter. The all-consuming phoenix power, under Peter's control, was powerful enough to incinerate even the entire universe. Clearly, Ego was powerless to resist. Unless he could, as he claimed, devour the entire universe and possess power beyond the multiverse. Chapter 149 Christmas Eve is not peaceful. The flames consumed everything, and the glittering starry sky slowly faded. As darkness returned, the universe regained its tranquility. The crisis that threatened to annihilate the entire universe had finally, at this moment, ended. What a shame, Peter sighed, gazing at the now silent void. Ego, who had sought to devour the entire universe, had been annihilated. But before that, countless planets and lives devoured by him had also perished. After a moment's hesitation, Peter slowly reached out and stirred the vast river of time. In the next moment, it felt as if the entire universe had stopped. Peter's palm seemed to scoop a stream of emerald green water from the invisible river of time. Then, like a farmer sowing seeds, he spread it across the cosmic void. The emerald green force of time spread across the universe, gradually merging into the void, yet seemingly dissipating. Suddenly, at the point where Ego's body had vanished, a faint starlight flickered. Then, countless more starlights shone, filling the vast universe as far as the eye could see. Gradually, the dim starlight grew increasingly dazzling, gleaming like a starry sky. Countless stars converged, forming a dazzling Milky Way suspended in the darkness of the universe. Peter gazed at the Milky Way suspended above the universe, his gaze calm as he slowly waved his right hand. Instantly, his palm, like the hand of a creator god, gently brushed across the radiant Milky Way. Instantly, the radiant Milky Way, previously suspended motionless in the void, began to flow. Stars flowed through it, like a graceful river of shimmering light, creating a spectacle unwitnessed by anyone in the universe. The flowing galaxy made the entire universe seem to flow once again in some special way. The beautiful scene, as if possessing a special magic, captivated his gaze. Unfortunately, no one could witness this. Furthermore, with Peter's sweep of his hand, the slow-moving Milky Way suddenly accelerated dramatically. Amidst a radiant galaxy, the endless stars flowing within it, like a star shower, were instantly scattered across the universe. I hope time will allow you to give birth to new life, Gazing at the stars he had scattered across the universe, Peter no longer hesitated, tearing through space and preparing to wander off. Hey, I almost forgot. Suddenly, Peter paused, then tore through space again, snaking a small spaceship from the turbulent flow of time and space. This guy's quite lucky. With a sigh, Peter, carrying the spaceship, stepped directly into the spatial rift. The next moment, this universe truly returned to peace. However, the starry sky now possessed a dazzling spectacle. Countless stars, gleaming with brilliant light, scattered across the universe like comets, returning to the planet that had been devoured and completely annihilated by Ego's divine power. The glittering streams of light traversed the void of the universe, suddenly merging with the dead, lifeless planet. Gradually, life began to return to the once shattered planet. Time seemed to accelerate for millennia. Water, plants, animals, and everything else that represents life gradually revived, allowing the once devastated planet to regain its vitality in a short period of time, giving rise to a new ecological environment. Time returned to normal, and on these new worlds, new life would surely emerge. Hundreds of kilometers from Earth, in space, near the space station once owned by Stellar Technology, an even larger, specialized facility appeared. From a distance, it resembled a sphere composed of countless space capsules connected together, with a massive, sword-shaped spacecraft seemingly stuck at its center. This was none other than the recently constructed SWORD Space Defense Station. The massive sphere was a multifunctional space fortress. Within it, the sword-shaped capsule was a space battleship capable of both space travel and powerful offensive capabilities. This was undoubtedly Earth's most advanced technology, constructed to defend the Earth. In the event of a crisis from beyond Earth, this space fortress would serve as Earth's first line of defense. Peter was naturally accustomed to this. After all, the construction of this SWORD space fortress to its present state was entirely possible thanks to the support provided by Stellar Technology. The now fully operational teleporter gun had greatly increased the efficiency of transporting various materials from Earth to space. With the help of Stellar Technology and the involvement of sufficient personnel, the basic structure of the fortress was established in just a few days. From then on, it was a matter of continuous improvement until it was finally operational. Of course, SWORD's plans might require the construction of several such defensive fortresses to ensure Earth's safety. However, this was not Peter's concern. At this moment, he was the honorary supreme commander of SWORD, the first swordbearer. Turning his gaze away from the space fortress, Peter slowly entered Stellar Technology's space station. As a space station, there were strict entry regulations, such as thorough disinfection and sterilization. But for Peter, these tedious procedures were completely unnecessary. No pathogens could survive in his body. After handing the spacecraft and the unconscious Yondu inside to others, Peter went directly to Reed's laboratory. Mr. Superman, I didn't expect you to return so soon after resolving a cosmic crisis. Reed, who had been conducting experiments, quickly noticed Peter's return. He knew Peter's sudden departure from Earth was due to a crisis from another universe, but if Peter couldn't resolve the crisis, he felt they might as well give up and wait for the universe to end. It was resolved, but it wasted some time and cost many lives. Thinking of the countless planets devoured by Ego and the disregard for life on them, Peter didn't feel the excitement of resolving the crisis. Even if he could bring new life to those planets, he couldn't revive the trillions of lives that had already perished. Hey, Mr. Superman, don't be sad. At least our Earth is intact. Reed couldn't imagine the number of lives lost in the crisis that swept across the universe. But he knew that at least their Earth was virtually unaffected and unscathed. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Peter paused, then said to Reed, perhaps you should temporarily put aside your other experimental research and focus on a specific area of study. Oh? Mr. Superman, do you have any new research directions you'd like me to explore? Reed didn't seem angry at having to pause his own research, but instead asked Peter curiously. An exploration of the endless universe beyond our own. Peter spoke slowly, his words leaving Reed, known for his wild imagination, momentarily stunned. What? You mean, studying parallel universes beyond our own? Yes. Research in this area could be extremely difficult. Do you have any concerns? Although many people on Earth were already focused on searching for parallel universes beyond our own, especially after the recent massive invasion from another parallel universe, there's no doubt that this research and exploration remains one of the most difficult endeavors in human civilization. Of course not, yet. Reed was unexpectedly excited, as if he had been eagerly anticipating this research for a long time. "Great, Mr. Superman, you've finally approved my research. Don't worry, I'll do my utmost to uncover all the information about other parallel universes as quickly as possible." It seemed Peter had underestimated Reed's propensity for tinkering. The excitement and anticipation in his eyes were barely contained. If Peter hadn't left yet, he'd have been engrossed in the upcoming experiments and explorations. Furthermore, it seemed Reed had been wanting to explore this area for a while. It was only because of a previous agreement with Peter that he hadn't rashly taken the initiative. "Okay, I'm sure you'll satisfy me, even open my eyes. However, there are some things we still need to follow our agreement on. In case of emergencies or special circumstances, you must notify me promptly." It wasn't that Peter was being overly cautious, it was simply Red's reputation that compelled him to proceed with caution. Furthermore, the multiverse was inherently filled with mysteries. No one could guarantee that a single careless mistake would unleash a horrific crisis capable of destroying the entire universe. After all, major events in the comics Peter was familiar with had all been caused in this way. "By the way, Mr. Superman, what are the ultimate goals and interim objectives of our exploration? Are we planning to invade other multiverses?" Reed suddenly asked Peter, a hint of fear mixed with anticipation on his face. After all, an infinite universe means infinite resources. "Well, for now, we'll focus on exploration. I hope you can uncover the coordinates and information of parallel universes, the more the better, of course. If the opportunity arises, I hope you can upgrade our teleportation gun so it can teleport to other universes that have been located." Peter briefly considered this and then spoke slowly. Exploring the multiverse is a long-term project, without any ultimate goal. After explaining this, Peter prepared to temporarily leave the lab to meet the two new outsiders who had arrived in their universe. But before leaving, something struck him, and he slowly gave Reed a warning. "By the way, when Thor and Magneto return, you can ask Magneto about his home universe. If there's a chance, it would be best to first locate his universe's coordinates and locate him. After all, I promised to send him back to his original universe." "Understood, Mr. Superman." Shortly after Peter met Iceman and Wanda from beyond the universe, Magneto and Thor also returned on the Predator ship. Also arriving with them were three individuals that surprised Peter somewhat: a raccoon that looked like a stuffed animal, a large, burly man with seemingly no intelligence, and a little girl with tentacles on her head. They were undoubtedly the group that had originally accompanied Star-Lord. However, now that Star-Lord had been devoured by Ego, he had lost his direction and purpose and had simply come to Earth with him. Peter had no reason to refuse. He handed Drax and the girl over to the SWORD team, but kept Rocket. After all, Rocket was known as one of the most intelligent beings in the universe, even as intelligent as Tony on Earth. Moreover, its original identity was a perfect creature created by a highly evolved being, possessing an incredibly intelligent mind and known as a genius cosmic weapons inventor. This made it a perfect fit for Peter to collaborate with Reed on exploring information about other multiverses beyond his own. He could even help build special machines that could open portals to other multiverses. In short, for Peter, Rocket, aside from his foul mouth, was a good employee. As for Magneto and Iceman, after this extraordinary experience, while curious about Peter's universe, they still had concerns and wished to return to their own. Peter didn't stop them from returning to their original universes, instead promising to find their own and send them back once Reed's exploration of the multiverse yielded results. As for Scarlet Witch Wanda, it seemed she had long forgotten her original universe and was prepared to remain in this new one. Perhaps she no longer has any attachment to her original universe. Peter understood why Wanda wouldn't choose to return to her original universe, given her ability to use reality-altering powers to alter the reality of Earth within her own universe. However, her power was too powerful to allow her to freely roam Earth. Otherwise, who knows when Earth's reality will be gradually altered to a point where even Peter won't recognize it. Thus, several months passed on Earth in a period of peace. Time finally reached the end of the year. Today was Christmas Eve, the night before Christmas. The night in New York seemed somewhat quiet. However, Peter, who had been celebrating Christmas Eve at home with Uncle Ben, received a message from Reed. "Mr. Superman, there seems to be some problems with our exploration of other multiverses. The machine we built to connect to other multiverses seems to have detected a strange wave. Please come to the space station as soon as possible." After receiving the message, Peter could only apologize to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. He then went to the space station to investigate. On the streets of New York City, a figure was swinging on a web between tall buildings. Suddenly, a distinctive, sleek sports car appeared below Spider-Man. Bang! The next moment, it seemed to lose control and rushed out of the street. Go save him, Spider-Man. Without hesitation, Webb slinged forward. Just as he approached the sleek black sports car, a flying knife suddenly shot out from the car and attacked him. What? A bat? Spider-Man dodged to the side, only to see that the dart was actually shaped like a bat. Chapter 150, Marvel's Big Brother vs. DC's Big Brother. Oh, shit! After nimbly dodging a bat-shaped dart head-on, Spider-Man looked angrily at the slowly coming to a stop. Only then did Spider-Man finally get a good look at the car. Beneath its sleek, black exterior, it exuded a sense of technology, even constructed entirely of bulletproof material. Just looking at it revealed its considerable expense. Cool, Peter Parker, Spider-Man from another universe, still working odd jobs, was captivated by the impressive car before him. He couldn't help but want to get closer, to touch this impressive car. No, a battle tank. Buzz! As Spider-Man approached, the car suddenly started up, its powerful engine roaring. The tires scraped against the ground, spinning and drifting, then spun around. Bang! The headlights suddenly blazed brightly in Spider-Man's direction, illuminating him. With his hypersensitive senses, he couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hands to block the sudden glare. Damn, you're so rude. Amidst his complaints, Spider-Man finally adjusted to the bright light of the headlights. Through the blur, he saw a tall figure slowly stepping down from the sleek Batmobile. Thump, thump, distinctive boots clattered against the pavement, their footsteps echoing like a heartbeat. The figure slowly approached Spider-Man, the bright headlights casting a shadow on their form, obscuring their features. All that could be seen was a striking black suit. A mask covered their head, revealing only their chin and mouth, and two wings atop their heads resembled pointed bat ears. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from nowhere. Their cape, fluttering and spreading out behind them, resembled a bat spreading its wings in the moonlight. Are you playing Batman from the comics? Spider-Man, fully accustomed to the glare of the headlights, asked curiously as he watched the figure descend from the Batmobile. The black suit, with a bat symbol on its chest, resembled the figure of Batman himself. Impersonation? Humph. Haven't you heard about me? Bruce Wayne couldn't help but ask gravely, gazing at the Spider-Man who had suddenly appeared before him, seemingly like some annoying guy with a fetish for tights. He doubted there was anyone in Gotham City who hadn't heard of his fame. Hey, bro, you don't really think you're Batman, do you? This is New York, not Gotham City. Spider-Man looked helpless. It seemed this guy was so obsessed with Superman and DC Comics that he'd actually gotten himself into it. It's worth noting that DC Comics already existed within the Marvel Universe. More importantly, within this universe, Superman, a character from DC Comics, had become a reality witnessed by the world. Consequently, in the 6 months or so since Superman's appearance, DC Comics had become the world's most popular comic book. Comic companies, capitalizing on this wave of wealth, continuously wrote more stories centered around Superman. Of course, because Superman actually existed, their portrayals of him were almost always positive and invincible. And Superman's popularity undoubtedly surpassed that of other comic book characters. However, comics are filled with remarkable characters. Besides Superman, who is unsurpassed and a true global superstar, Batman is also a highly popular comic book hero. And at this moment, Spider-Man undoubtedly regarded the figure before him as a devoted Batman fan. He had not only copied Batman's costume exactly, but even spared no expense in building a stunning Batmobile. New York? Impossible? I should have just been apprehending Bane in the streets of Gotham. Hearing Spider-Man's words, Batman instantly assumed he was a stone psychopath. However, Spider-Man didn't seem to be insane, and after glancing around, he realized that the surroundings were indeed somewhat different from the Gotham City he was familiar with. Batman finally realized that this might not be the Gotham City he knew. Alfred, can you hear me? The strange situation made Batman unable to resist trying to contact Alfred. Damn it, however, despite Batman's repeated calls, Alfred received no response. This situation finally alerted Batman to the danger. Shit, cursing silently, Batman, no longer concerned with Spider-Man, hurried towards his Batmobile, ready to personally investigate the situation. Hey, buddy, You just had a car accident. You'd better not drive." Seeing Batman's expression suddenly change, and him approaching the sleek Batmobile again, Spider-Man instantly considered him a reckless racer. While these racers weren't common in New York City, and since it was Christmas Eve, there were few pedestrians on the road, that didn't give them the right to recklessly race. Anxiously eager to understand what was going on, Batman naturally ignored Spider-Man's warning and grabbed the door handle, ready to get into the Batmobile. However, Spider-Man, feeling ignored, finally couldn't tolerate Batman's attitude anymore. He raised his hand, aimed a strand of silk from his wrist at the door, and shot a stream of silk. What? Batman's pupils constricted beneath his mask as the silk suddenly fused his hand to the Batmobile. Then he slowly turned, taking his first serious look at the figure in the distance. "Hey, buddy, you better stay here and wait for the police to take you back." Spider-Man, in his opinion, had simply subdued a late-night racer and didn't take it seriously. "Your headlights are too bright. They're not very friendly to other drivers on the road." Suddenly remembering something, Spider-Man shot out 2 more strands of silk, attaching them to the car's headlights. The once bright lights dimmed slightly. "Hey, that's much better," Spider-Man chuckled, then shot silk directly at the surrounding buildings, carrying him up in the air. "Damn, what's going on? My spider sense seems to be trembling." Suddenly, Spider-Man, who had just taken off, felt his spider sense suddenly alert, as if sensing a strong threat. The next moment, a bat-shaped dart streaked across the night sky, striking his damaged silk thread with incredible precision. Bang! Not too bad, thank goodness. Spider-Man's falling figure tumbled several times in the air before landing gracefully on one knee, breathing a sigh of relief. But, it seems this guy isn't just playing Batman. However, putting aside his thoughts, Spider-Man couldn't help but look up at the towering figure that had been stuck to the car but now appeared not far ahead of him. "I think you should stay and explain the situation to me," Batman said in a deep voice, looking at Spider-Man with a cold expression. In space, inside the space station. Zip! Suddenly, a circular blue portal appeared in Reed's laboratory. The next moment, Peter emerged from the portal and asked directly, "Reed, what's going on?" "Mr. Superman, you're here." Reed, who was busy working on a strange machine, and a raccoon, who was observing something with a transparent tablet, heard the voice and turned to look at Peter. "What's going on? Wasn't this machine working perfectly before? How could it suddenly malfunction?" Peter nodded, quickly approaching the two men. He asked gravely, gazing at the unique machine before him. This machine had been built a month ago, with Peter witnessing it firsthand, by Reed, Rocket, and numerous other scientists. It was a special machine capable of exploring, investigating, connecting, and communicating with other multiverses. After building it, Reed and the others conducted numerous experiments and trials. By studying Magneto and others from other universes, they finally located Magneto in Iceman's universe a while ago. They were waiting for the right moment to have this unique machine open the gateway to their universe, sending them back to their original universe while thoroughly verifying the device's safety. Who knew that before the teleportation plan was fully completed, something unusual would suddenly occur tonight? Mr. Superman, 10 minutes ago, our machine suddenly sounded an alarm, indicating that a massive multiverse energy seemed to be invading our universe, but this has never happened before, and ordinary multiverse energy fluctuations are simply incapable of causing such a massive reaction. Only a cosmic-scale reality collision and invasion could cause such a massive multiverse energy fluctuation. Until now, we haven't been able to determine the true cause of this anomaly. After our urgent testing, our equipment is operating perfectly normally, and there doesn't seem to be any anomalies at all. We had no choice but to notify you. Reed was also extremely anxious. If it weren't for his special physical condition, sweat would have already broken out on his forehead. "I see." Hearing Reed's words, Peter nodded and looked at the constantly dancing lines on the machine's display. This indicated that the entire universe was not as peaceful as they had perceived. Beyond the universe that no one could see, it seemed that energies from other universes, even realities, were constantly invading their own. "Rocket, what do you think?" After a pause, Peter glanced at Rocket, who was watching a tablet beside him, hoping he could offer a definitive answer. "Yes, I'm almost certain it's not our machine that's malfunctioning." Rocket pondered Peter's question for nearly half a minute before finally raising his head with a resolute expression and looking at Peter with conviction. "What? If it's not our machine that's malfunctioning, Then is it true that another universe is invading ours? Reed, initially in disbelief, gradually softened his rebuttal and gazed at Peter with shock, meeting his penetrating gaze. Mr. Superman, is this true? Is another universe truly preparing to invade our reality? Their universe had experienced a cosmic invasion not long ago. During that invasion, if it weren't for Peter, the Superman, their reality would have likely been swallowed by another universe long ago. The cosmic scale invasion and collision was almost suffocating. If such a massive crisis were to occur again, perhaps only the invincible Superman before them could handle it. Rocket, are you sure? Peter didn't answer Reed, but instead looked at Rocket, whose face was filled with confidence, and reassured him. Yes, I'm the smartest being in the universe. A machine I helped create wouldn't be prone to malfunctions this easily. Rocket didn't hesitate. Completely confident in his own brain and his own invention. It seems our universe has indeed faced a new crisis. Peter's gaze slowly shifted to the machine's screen, watching the two lines flickering, their frequencies seemingly synchronizing. He seemed to see a new universe, beyond the universe itself, invading their own reality, the two universes gradually merging. On the ground, on the streets of New York City, Spider-Man raised his gaze, meeting Batman's somewhat icy gaze. The expressions on both of their faces gradually grew solemn. At that moment, Spider-Man sensed a dangerous aura from Batman that made his spider sense tremble. At the same time, Batman sensed in Spider-Man a strength and aura far beyond that of an ordinary human. The entire world seemed to have suddenly grown silent at that moment. The gazes of the two men seemed to sparkle in the void. Suddenly, a swarm of bats flew out from some ancient building nearby, shattering the momentary silence. They soared into the sky, obscuring the bright moonlight. In that instant, Batman and Spider-Man charged at each other almost simultaneously. Their fists smashed fiercely against each other. With a resounding thud that echoed through the night sky, their fists collided, like steel clashing. One of the figures was instantly sent flying. Damn, this guy's strength is incredible. Flying backward, Batman felt Spider-Man's terrifying, superhuman strength. However, his equally exceptional physique enabled him to fling several batarangs at the pursuing figure. The whirring sound of blades slicing through the air echoed in Spider-Man's ears. His spider sense, sensing danger, forced him to perform countless difficult maneuvers to dodge the incoming batarangs. Finally, he performed a high-flying backflip, dodging the final batarang. However, before Spider-Man even landed, his spider sense sounded another warning. The next moment, the figure that had been sent flying was already charging back at him. A faint light shone from its clenched fist. At the same time, the last batarang that Peter had dodged suddenly exploded. Boom. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.